this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Tanks, heavy vehicle.
Why only in America?
People want their country to work.
Just want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first. Hello, you're watching Sky News today. It's 10 o'clock. These are the headlines. Iran's supreme leader appoints an acting president after it's confirmed that Ibrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister both died in a helicopter crash. 5 days of mourning are declared following the deaths. An election for a new president has to be arranged within 50 days.
A momentous day for families of the victims of the infected blood scandal, as the final report into the NHS's biggest treatment disaster is finally due to be published. After decades of campaigning, tens of thousands of those affected are hoping for an apology from the government as the full horror of the scandal is laid bare.
It's been a really, really difficult time for us as a family, and it's intergenerational. So because we were given these products to take home, my parents were taught how to inject. My mother has a huge feeling of guilt.
Many of those impacted by some 3,000 deaths and life-changing illnesses will be here today as the final report is published at 12:30. We'll have all the latest live here from central London throughout the day on Sky News.
Hello, good morning. We start with breaking news. In the past half an hour, Iran's supreme leader has appointed an acting president following the deaths of Ibrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister in a helicopter crash. The bodies of the two men were found at the scene of the crash in the northwest of the country. The helicopter went down in heavy fog in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. Search teams located the crash site in a mountainous area in the early hours of this morning. Our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle reports.
At first light this morning in Iran's Zagros mountain range, the rescue teams found what they had been searching all night for. This is the tail of President Ibrahim Raisi's helicopter. There were no signs of life there. 12 hours after reports that the aircraft had gone down, the wreckage was finally tracked down by drone. Turkish search and rescue teams helping with the operation found the heat source of the helicopter and helped guide others towards the site. And Iranian state media had broadcast these pictures, apparently showing Raisi's body being carried on a stretcher from the crash site. The mission was hampered by heavy fog and rain. Iranian state media has initially blamed the bad weather for the crash. President Raisi and his foreign minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian were returning from a trip to Iran's border with Azerbaijan in an American-made Bell 212 helicopter. These pictures, taken just hours before the crash, show the pair flying over a dam project that they inaugurated in northwest Iran. And this is the last known image of the aircraft they were traveling on. It was taken as they took off. Initially, it was reported by state media that the helicopter had come down in a hard landing. The language was later changed to crash. Search teams scrambled to the area, but wading through fog and forest was a challenge. Ibrahim Raisi was elected 3 years ago. He was an ultra-conservative within the hardline authoritarian clerical regime. He was the second most powerful person in the country, answering directly to Ayatollah Khamenei. The supreme leader gave the Iranian nation his reassurances last night, before confirmation that his likely successor had died.
People must be assured that there will be no disturbances in the country's affairs.
In response, there was a chorus of prayers echoing from Tehran to Mashhad. But not everyone will mourn the death of a man dubbed the Butcher of Tehran. But this is a delicate moment for Iran. Despite the promises of calm by the regime, there will be great uncertainty in the days ahead. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News.
Well, let's just discuss the implications of this with Alistair, who joins us now. Alistair, inside Iran itself, what do you think in the short term the implications are going to be?
Well, I think if we're going to look at the potential for instability in Iran, it will be both in the coming hours and then so stretching through the election period that is to come. So what we have now is we have the appointment of Mohammad Mokbar, who was the first vice president, who's now the acting president. And then elections will be held within the next 50 days. And so that will be a moment if opponents of the Iranian regime want to take to the streets again, and they are many, then that might be a moment for them to do so. It might also be a moment for distant groups in Iran to make their positions known as well. Islamic State has an offshoot in Iran that has carried out attacks in the past. So that is why I think, despite what the Supreme Leader says, this is a very delicate moment for the Iranian regime. They will want to look strong. They will want to show continuity. Ultimately, I think that whoever succeeds Ebrahim Raisi will be the chosen candidate of the Supreme Leader and will be another ultra-conservative hardliner. So I think it is very possible that Raisi's death and his tenure as the leader of Iran, which was only a few years, well, I don't think his death will result in any major change. I think we will still see a continuation of the hardline conservative clerical leadership in Iran and its activities around the wider region.
OK, Alistair, thanks very much for that. So from what's happening inside Iran, let's consider the wider implications of this. Our international affairs correspondent Alex Rossi is with us now. The rest of the world clearly watching what has happened here, Alex. And will they be thinking that anything is going to change?
Well, I think if you were betting on it, I think you wouldn't see significant change at all, because the ideological roots of the regime are really sort of grounded in the supreme leader. The president is an enforcer. He's a bureaucratic functionary. He's obviously a very powerful person within the regime. In terms of Ebrahim Raisi, he had the ear of the supreme leader. But the continuation of policy, particularly how Iran projects itself around the region, that really is, it falls within the remit, the fiat of the supreme leader. So I don't think we will see a change in terms of the expansion of the revolution across the Middle East, this very pernicious expansion that we have seen. I don't think we'll see any change with it in terms of external relations with Israel. That won't change. Certainly in Jerusalem, they'll be watching this closely, but they know that effectively they will be dealing with the same thing. But there is definitely a moment of uncertainty now. That's because this is an autocratic clerical regime, and any transition of power is a moment, particularly unforeseen ones. It's why we saw the Supreme Leader come on television yesterday very quickly, before it was announced that Ebrahim Raisi had even died, saying that actually, reassuring the nation there won't be any chaos, there won't be any difficulties ahead. This will be a very peaceful transition. But certainly, there is a possibility that protests that have taken to the streets in Iran, they may start up again, seeing this as a moment of weakness.
Well, good morning from central London. Today, the Infected Blood Inquiry is set to publish its report on one of the biggest scandals in NHS history. Tens of thousands of people were given contaminated blood through tainted blood products or blood transfusions. Well, the inquiry has looked at events between 1970 and the early 1990s, when contaminated blood products were given to patients here in the UK. During that period, more than 30,000 people were infected with serious viruses like HIV and hepatitis C. And around 3,000 people are thought to have died, with campaigners claiming 2 people still die every week because of infected blood. In 2017, then Prime Minister Theresa May ordered an inquiry for the victims and their families into the appalling tragedy of contaminated blood. Led by Sir Brian Langstaff, the inquiry spent 6 years studying millions of pages of evidence from hundreds of sources and witnesses. Financial compensation is a key concern for many of the victims and their families, who say they have waited too long. The government has previously given out interim payments, and it's thought further payments worth billions more pounds will be announced today. Well, Sky's health correspondent Ashish Joshi has been speaking to one of the victims and has this report for you this morning.
Every morning I do wake up and there is a small part of me that thinks, you know, is today the day that I'm going to be diagnosed with some form of cancer.
This is the mental anguish of living with hepatitis C. Susan was born with von Willebrand disease. As a child, her blood clotting disorder was treated with a product called Factor VIII. It was supposed to revolutionize haemophiliac treatment. But instead, the American product, farmed from prisoners and drug addicts, was infected with HIV and hepatitis. The risks were known. Susan's father raised concerns.
He went into the consulting room and spoke to my consultant and said, very worried about this, and I want you to let me know if Susan has or will receive any American blood products. And he said to my father, absolutely not.
Why do you think you were lied to?
I think, unfortunately, it always comes down to cost implications.
At 14, Susan discovered she was among the thousands who had been infected in the worst treatment scandal in the NHS's history.
It's been a really, really difficult time for us as a family, and it's intergenerational. So because we were given these products to take home, my parents were taught how to inject. My mother has a huge feeling of guilt surrounding that.
The 40-year-long search for the truth for the infected and affected has finally led here, Westminster's Methodist Central Hall. Just after midday, Sir Brian Langstaff will deliver his report into the infected blood scandal, and it is expected to be damning.
The significance of today simply can't be overstated. Later this morning, this great hall will be full of people infected with deadly diseases during secret trials, full of bereaved parents who were forced to watch their children die, and everyone else impacted by this scandal. The atmosphere will be charged with emotion, anger, and hopefully relief. These people have been lied to and ignored for over 40 years, but today, finally, they will have their day.
Lawyers representing some of those impacted say Sir Brian is likely to hold many people responsible.
I don't think we're going to get the finger pointed at one person saying you are responsible for the whole thing, because there are so many people involved in it, and they're all making individual decisions.
The delay in delivering justice has compounded the grief and anguish felt by so many. But now, finally, they hope today will mark the beginning of the end of this shameful scandal. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in Westminster.
Well, Alice Porter is with me now outside Central Hall in Westminster, where this inquiry hearing has been taking place. And Alice, Ashish was there talking about the atmosphere here today and the people behind us, people coming in to read that report for the first time, hugs, tears. You can hear people tooting the cars of their horns as they go past. This is the day for them. Could you just talk us through the proceedings as to how it's going to unfold for these families?
Yeah, it really is a mammoth day, and I just overheard one of the survivors saying it's not just about the people who are here, it's about the people who aren't here. Because it's important to remember that, of course, 3,000 people have lost their lives. In terms of what we're going to see today, at 8:30, there was a media lock-in, which means that members of the media were invited to come and read through the report before it's officially released at 12:30. And I think to show this scale and the magnitude of just how important this document is, this is a document that has taken 6 years to put together. It's heard from hundreds of witnesses. It's got thousands of testimonies. So it's going to take a long time to read through, and members of the media who have been invited, there are multiple people who are in teams who are reading through that important document, which will then be publicly released at 12:30. We then can expect to have press conferences from multiple campaigners and survivors, and I think that's really crucial. We wouldn't be here without the campaigners and without the survivors who have campaigned tirelessly for really, we're looking at about half a century. It is an extraordinary that it's taking so long to get to this stage. That will be really important. We'll also be hearing from the chair of the inquiry, Sir Brian Langstaff, who will of course be speaking in the hall behind us. And then there will also be this service of remembrance and reflection to remember those people who lost their lives. I mean, just behind you, you can see there's a van going past with some of those faces that are on there. So I think that's very much the focus of things today in terms of here, but also we are very much in the shadow of the House of Commons, and we will also are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister later this afternoon, where it's expected and certainly hoped by many of the people here that he will give some sort of public apology.
Alice, here on Sky News, we've spoken to so many victims and their families during the course of this inquiry, and justice looks different to every family. Yes, we talk about compensation. Yes, we talk about knowing the truth. We also talk about criminal proceedings. But for a lot of people, if the Prime Minister stands up today and delivers that apology, for them that is the moment. That's an acknowledgement from the government of what has happened to their families.
Absolutely, and crucially, apologies of that magnitude are very rare, really. They're really reserved for huge disasters such as the Hillsborough disaster. So to have the Prime Minister standing up and making that type of apology will be hugely significant for campaigners who've been campaigning for around 50 years. But I think what will be particularly important today, as you were saying, the compensation is key, but really it's about the truth and about the accountability, because for so long, many of the people who've been campaigning here have accused the government, accused ministers of a cover-up, and that's really been something that's been, I think, laid bare in this inquiry as about, you know, the documents that have gone missing that were key, crucial documents. Now, that's all very much come to light for the inquiry, and I think that will really be at the heart of it for so many victims and their families today.
OK, Alice, thank you. We'll speak throughout the course of the morning. Well, as we've been reporting here on Sky News, tens of thousands of people have been impacted by infected blood. Rachel Venables has more on those victims.
In total, more than 30,000 people in Britain were infected with serious viruses from contaminated blood products in the 1970s and 80s, and around 3,000 of them have died in what's been called the worst treatment disaster in NHS history. These are the faces of around 100 people and families who Sky News have spoken to about how this scandal has affected and in some cases ruined their lives. This is Leslie Brownless from Pontefract, who says being infected with hepatitis C has ruined her and her children's lives. Living with chronic illness and all the symptoms that come with Hep C has had a huge impact on Leslie's everyday life and has impacted on her mental health as well. Colin Smith died when he was just 7 years old after receiving contaminated blood products to treat his haemophilia since he was a baby. Colin's parents have told Sky News they want today's inquiry to hold everyone involved to account, and they want to see people take responsibility for what went wrong.
I want Colin to have his name back. He's always been just a number. I want his name back. I want people to recognise my son, and I want to be able to go to a cemetery and say, "We've done it, darling. You've done it." That's what I want. And I want an apology. People say it's the money. It's not the money, and I can't get that through to people. It's not the money. It's I want recognition. I want my son to have his name back. His name was Colin John Smith, and that's what I want people to remember.
Rosamond Cooper was another child infected with hepatitis C. Now, she says that for most of my life, I have felt that it was not my own and that I had no say in how it went. She can't work because of the impact of her illness on her brain. And this is Walton Ralston, who died in 2009. Now, his daughter Kim says despite telling many doctors about his symptoms, which should have been recognised as hepatitis C, her father was belittled, dismissed and ignored. Kim says her father was denied the chance to have any treatment. So these are just 4 of the 100 or so people we've spoken to amongst the tens of thousands affected by this scandal over the decades, all of whom are hoping desperately today's report will give them some answers and perhaps finally a sense of justice.
Thanks very much. Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news regarding the number of people coming across the channel in small boats. Well, we've just had the latest figures for yesterday released. 68 migrants came across the channel yesterday, which brings the total this year to 9,874 so far. So it's creeping ever closer to that 10,000 mark. But 68 migrants yesterday crossed the channel. We'll bring you more on that a little later today. Some of the rest of the day's news now, and the High Court is expected to announce its judgment today on the request by the WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to appeal his extradition to the United States. The case was adjourned in March after judges asked lawyers in America to guarantee that Assange wouldn't face the death penalty if convicted. Scientists say they've made a potentially game-changing breakthrough in breast cancer research after discovering how to preserve breast tissue outside the body. The study, which was funded by the Prevent Breast Cancer charity, found tissue could be preserved in a special gel solution for at least a week, which can help scientists identify the most effective drug treatments for patients. A man in his 30s has died in custody after becoming unwell at a police station in Swindon. He'd been held at Gable Cross Police Station since Saturday morning. An investigation's been launched by the Independent Office of Police Conduct after the force made a mandatory referral to the watchdog. The Royal Mint has today unveiled a new 50p coin to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day. It depicts Allied soldiers disembarking their boats onto the beaches of Normandy with aircraft overhead. The inscription reads, D-Day, 6th of June 1944, Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno and Sword. Those were the code names given to the beaches where the troops landed. To mark the release, the design was drawn out by a French sand artist on Gold Beach, where nearly 25,000 men landed in 1944. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we will have the very latest from Beijing as Taiwan swears in a new president branded a dangerous separatist by China. Iran appoints an acting leader after its president and foreign minister were killed in a helicopter crash. We'll have analysis on what that means for the Middle East. And we'll be back live at the Infected Blood Inquiry. The report into the worst treatment disaster in NHS history is set for imminent release.
It's the highest number of parcels we've ever provided on record, and we know that we've provided over 1.1 million of them for children, with 65% of the parcels we provide going to households with children. It's just really shocking. We see variations across the UK, but when we look over the last 5 years across the board, we've seen an almost doubling in the number of people having to access emergency food because they simply don't have enough money to be able to afford the essentials. We're hearing from families that they're just not able to make their budget stretch to cover the costs of essentials. And by essentials, I mean things like food and household bills. The cost of inflation on essential items like food and bills is just such that compared to just even a couple of years ago, people's budgets can't stretch. We're obviously relieved to see that inflation is not going up by as much as it was before, but the reality is for essential items like food and household bills, the cost is still much higher than they were a couple of years ago. And that fundamental problem is people are just not receiving enough income to cover the cost of those essentials. And a bedrock of ensuring that this changes is making sure our social security system is fit for purpose. I think we can all understand if you're struggling to know how you're going to feed your families, if children are leaving home in the morning not having had sufficient breakfast, it's going to affect their ability to engage in school. It's also going to affect people's mental health. It's going to affect their physical health. We all need food as an essential, and not being able to afford that is something that's just shocking and can't continue. We absolutely share our data and speak regularly with the government and with all political parties. And for us, it's really clear this has to be an urgent issue that any incoming government seeks to address. We've seen cost of living payments being provided last year, but those have now ended. So I think understanding that urgent action is needed this year, because otherwise families on the lowest incomes are going to see next year as much, much harder than the year that's just passed.
Let's take you to Taiwan now, where the new president has officially been sworn in at a ceremony in the capital, Taipei. Lei Ching-te has urged China to stop threatening Taiwan politically and militarily in its attempts to quash Taiwanese independence. Beijing has called the new leader a dangerous separatist who will bring war and decline to the island. Well, let's talk to Sky's Nicole Johnson, who joins us now from Beijing. And Nicole, there's no sign that this new leader is going to improve the already very tense relationship between Taiwan and China.
That's right. The relationship is very difficult, and that's one of the reasons why people across Asia have paid so much attention to this inauguration day and to the new president's inauguration speech to try and get some sort of indication about how William Lai is going to deal with China. And on that front, he was careful, but he was also quite strong. He said that China should stop threatening Taiwan. He called for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and he mentioned democracy more than 30 times. He also talked about Taiwan's sovereignty. Now, for its part, here in Beijing, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they released a statement as well. They said that the issue of independence is a dead-end issue, and it was doomed to fail. So both sides have now had their say. The inauguration is over, but the tension remains very high between Taiwan and China. And we have seen that play out sort of week after week in the Taiwan Strait with Chinese vessels, military aircraft working and operating closer and closer to Taiwan, raising that tension. And it's something that a lot of analysts call grey zone warfare. It's not high enough or serious enough to tip this region into war just yet, but it does put Asia on a constant state of high alert, and that is the real concern there. Largely, though, we would expect that the new president, William Lai, will continue the policies of the past because he does come from the same party as the previous president, and in that he'll be trying to maintain the status quo and not to rock the boat too much when it comes to China.
OK, Nicole, thanks very much. Right, let's get a look at the weather. Many places will see some warm sunshine today, but the weather is turning more unsettled again this week. Most of the morning's mist and low cloud has now cleared, and many of us are enjoying some sunshine. With mostly light winds, it's feeling warm in that sunshine. Also a few showers, mostly over Ireland and Northern Ireland, but also a few over southwest England and Wales. As the afternoon wears on, we'll see a few more showers pop up. Some of them could turn out to be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Northern Ireland and Northwest Ireland are expected to see some of the heaviest and most frequent downpours. Many of the showers will fade away this evening, but a few may linger throughout the night. Elsewhere, the skies will be clear at first, but as the night wears on, we'll see more mist and low cloud develop. Then on to Tuesday, the mist and low cloud will gradually break up, but for many, it'll be a cloudier day with sunshine and showers. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, Iran appoints an acting head of government as it confirms the death of President Ibrahim Raisi in a helicopter crash. Let's take you back to our top story today, the death of the Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi and the country's Foreign Minister Hossein Amirabdollahian. A helicopter carrying them both crashed in the mountainous region of Iran's East Azerbaijan province. The country's Vice President, Mohammad Mokbar, is to take over governing on an interim basis. The Iranian cabinet has issued a statement reassuring the public that governance will not be affected. Iran's supreme leader has also declared a 5-day period of mourning throughout the country. Under the Iranian constitution, a presidential election should be held within the next 50 days. But who was President Raisi? Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, looks back at the hardliner's reputation.
In a regime of hardliners, Ebrahim Raisi has been one of the toughest and most uncompromising. An absolute believer in the Iranian revolution and its mission. His death removes from the region one of its most ruthless players. A man who launched the first direct attack on Israel in his country's history, pulling no punches, sending hundreds of ballistic and cruise missiles and drones towards the nation Iran calls Little Satan. But Raisi was also a hardliner at home. On his watch, hundreds have been killed in the brutal repression of women-led protests, with thousands arrested, many tortured and raped. After Iran's revolution in 1979, Raisi worked his way up through the ranks of its Islamic government, earning the sinister nickname the Butcher of Tehran for sending thousands of prisoners of conscience to their executions. Despite or because of that bloody past, he had been tipped by many to take over from Iran's old and ill supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. That succession would have guaranteed more years of the same. Under Khamenei and Raisi, Iran has engaged in more and more mischief and mayhem beyond its borders, helping Yemen's Houthis menace the Red Sea, training and arming them as they seize and sink international shipping. Aiding Hezbollah in its 7-month duel with Israel over their shared border. And Iran has renewed its support for Hamas and is blamed by Israel for inspiring its October the 7th attacks. Far from mourning Raisi, his many opponents at home and abroad will be rejoicing. All eyes now on Ayatollah Khamenei, likely to find another hardliner to replace him, but at a time when the regime is facing a crisis of legitimacy. The government will hope to engineer a swift and smooth succession. Anything less could cause instability and more unrest. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News.
Well, joining me now is Professor Fawaz Gerges, author of ISIS, A History and Chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at LSE. Fawaz, good to talk to you today. I mean, a hardliner, someone who had escalated tensions with the West and, of course, hadn't done much for women's rights inside Iran. Western diplomats may not mourn him, but what about those inside Iran?
Loss for Iran. You have the two top leaders, the president and the foreign minister. Even though Ebrahim Raisi was not the commander-in-chief, because the supreme leader is the commander-in-chief. He was the second most important man in Iran, and he was a serious contender to replace the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. So his death and the foreign minister was the top diplomat. He was really the face of Iran worldwide. I think the challenge facing the Iranian regime now is to project continuity, stability, order, and peace. And that's why the supreme leader yesterday, before we knew that the helicopter clashed, he tried to reassure the Iranian public by saying there will be no disruption. Have no worries. The affairs of the state will continue.
You mentioned, how unusual it is to lose two significant leaders at the same time. It is really unusual, isn't it? Should there be questions asked about whether they should have been travelling together?
Not just two top leaders, other leaders as well. I think at this particular moment, if you ask me about the general mood in Iran, it's shock, it's mourning. Even the ones who do not really like Ebrahim Raisi, and he was a very controversial figure, as you know, Iranians are very proud nationalists. Nationalism is deeply entrenched in Iran. But once the storm passes, many Iranians will begin to ask questions about how and whether the regime can protect its top leaders. It can shield its leaders. I mean, Israel and the United States have assassinated scores of Iranian top commanders and leaders and scientists in the past few years. And now, for a major catastrophic, incident to happen, basically claiming the lives of the two top leaders, I mean, this could really undermine basically popular trust in the ability of the regime to protect its leaders and protect the nation.
You're talking about external assassinations. Are there any red flags here with this particular incident? It appears to be an accident on the face of it.
And I think what was really surprising to many of us, not even a single insinuation or claim on the part of the Iranian leaders blaming either the United States or Israel, because the helicopters crashed in a very difficult mountainous regions. The weather was horrible, icy, fog, clouds, and this tells you a great deal that I think even the White House was monitoring the events very closely because they were basically anxious about Iranian leaders blaming either the United States or Israel, given the state of almost indirect war between Iran and Israel and Iran and the United States.
And in terms of a successor, his death clearly leaves a vacuum in the leadership. He was, many thought, being lined up to take over as the supreme leader eventually. Who would fill this gap now?
A very difficult question. No one knows now at this particular stage. I think the challenge facing the Iranian leader is not about really what I call rivalry or competition between the reformists and the conservatives. The reformists have been marginalized, excluded in the last elections. The challenge now is for the regime to manage the factional politics within the conservative establishment. Because now, with the death of the president, who was basically a serious contender to replace the supreme leader, there are some questions about whether the son of the supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, could basically replace his father. And there's a great deal of opposition within the conservative establishment about Iran becoming a hereditary state, like some of its Arab neighbors, because many hardliners believe that Iran is a revolutionary state and hereditary politics is very alien to the ethos and the values of the Iranian state. So the challenge for the regime is to make sure that factional politics within the conservative establishment does not really spin out of control. This is the challenge domestically, internally, facing the regimes in the next few weeks.
So as well as avoiding factional conflict, what about actually any change in politics? Will it become less hardline? Will there be fewer clampdowns, do you think, or is that unlikely?
So I think the conservatives, the hardliners now have a monopoly on power, not just in terms of the executive decision-making, but even in the parliament. The reformists have been marginalized, excluded. President Ibrahim Raisi and the government really clamped down very hard against basically social protest and against reformists. I doubted very much whether we're going to really witness or see any major shift, transformative shift in the political power in Iran in the next, at least in the next 1 or 2 or 3 years.
OK. Fawaz Gerges, Chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at LSE. Thanks very much for joining us.
Here in central London, after the break, we'll continue to cover the infected blood inquiry, the report published today at 12:30. I'm going to be speaking to Olympian Sharon Davies, whose mother was infected with hepatitis C. That's coming up after the break.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I'm based in Belfast, a city transformed by peace, but still struggling with its past. Politically, the two sides are as far apart as ever, and it's over that question of who has sovereignty in Northern Ireland, the very issue that's been the source of tension here for generations. It takes 60 minutes to cross the Irish Sea. It took the British monarchy a century. I've spent 25 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
We help you understand the world with us.
Today, we have reached an agreement with the Conservative Party on support for government in Parliament.
We already know what the government gets out of this deal. What exactly does the DUP get out of it? Well, £1.5 billion. Welcome to Winterfell. It's an iconic location in this globally acclaimed drama. Ophelia was the most powerful hurricane this far east in the Atlantic on record. You can't live in a place like this and not appreciate the environment.
Hello and welcome back to central London, where the report into the contaminated blood scandal is due to be published at 12:30 this afternoon. After years of campaigning, thousands of victims and their families are hoping that they will finally get justice today. Well, let's speak to one of them now. We're joined by former Olympic swimmer Sharon Davies, whose mother died because of infected blood. Sharon, really appreciate you taking the time this morning. Today's report, as I alluded to there, has personal resonance for your family. What are you hoping to see this afternoon?
I think transparency. I think it's the length of time that this scandal has been allowed to go on, the amount of time that the can has been kicked down the road, the successive governments that have deliberately covered it up. My mum went in for an operation in the 70s, the mid-70s. It was a gallbladder operation in those days, not done through arthroscope, had a transfusion. And then, like so many with hepatitis C, didn't realise, because it's the silent killer, that she had it until somewhere in the 90s when she was just getting constantly ill and eventually had a blood test. And then she had a very good surgeon that was looking after her, a specialist that was looking after her. And then he sadly went to Australia. And the moment he went to Australia, her treatment literally went downhill very, very quickly. And we lost her in her 70s in 2017 when they just started this report. But she was a really private, just quiet person. She didn't smoke, she didn't drink, she hardly left Plymouth. She worked for the MOD until she was 70. She just quietly got on with her life. And she kept this very much just as a sort of family secret. We all knew about it. And I think one of the things that she was most concerned about really was giving it to her family, and the impact that had on all of us.
Well, Sharon, first of all, I'm incredibly sorry for the loss of your mother. You'll feel a sense of solidarity with the people who are behind me at Central Hall today in Westminster, the many families who have been impacted in so many different ways. Could you tell me how your mother found out that she was one of the thousands of people, tens of thousands of people infected by this contaminated blood product?
Yeah, I would say her story was probably one of the most common, stories. Obviously the young people that were given HIV, the haemophiliacs that died very quickly, and in fact whole families were wiped out. This is absolutely catastrophic, and people are astonished when you talk about the figures. We're talking about up to 30,000 people affected, 3,000 people already prematurely died from this, and 2 people dying a week. As I said, because my mum was quite a quiet and reserved kind of person, she just kind of got on with it. And I think she knew it was a ticking time bomb. Eventually, with hepatitis C, you get liver cirrhosis and liver cancer, and that's exactly what caught her. And I think what was very heartbreaking was that basically the NHS almost washed their hands of her at the end, and she used her life savings, and we went up to Harley Street together, and she had a diagnosis by a specialist, and they said, had she come 6 months earlier, they would have removed the affected part of her liver, which regenerates reasonably well, and she would have sort of had a few more years. But as it was, there was nothing they could do for her. They offered her a drug which would make her very, very poorly, maybe prolong her life, maybe not. And so as a family, we talked her out of that so that she could have her independence and her privacy and her dignity to the end. And we just made sure we were all there when she died. But what's the injustice is that she would still be here, and so would, so many of those 3,000 people that have prematurely died. So it's the disgrace of the cover-up almost worse than what's actually happened, to these people. I was lucky. I had my mum into her 70s. So many people lost their parents, incredibly young, and grew up without some cases, without their mum and dads. And this is horrendous. And so when the Sunday Times came on to me a few weeks ago and said, would I mind going public with my story, which we'd kept pretty private, I just said yes, because we cannot do this with these scandals any longer. Whether it's the post office scandal, whether it's this scandal, we keep hiding them. We keep hoping they're going to go away, and we need to face up to our mistakes and then try and put them right. And I think as a country, we're one of the very last to actually properly address this. Countries like Japan and France have already had companies convicted, of negligence. And in America, many of the drug companies have had to give huge amounts of compensation. And yet here we are, 40 years after people started campaigning. And hopefully today we will get at least some form of resolution.
Sharon, you talk about your mum being a quiet woman. It strikes me she's somebody who didn't want a lot of fuss, and you as a family kept this private at your mother's wish. Do you mind me asking if that was because of the stigma surrounding hepatitis C? I've spoken to so many people affected by this who didn't speak out sooner, because back in the 70s and 80s, hepatitis C, HIV, carried such a stigma, and the weight of that was felt by people. So a lot of the families here are saying we could have got justice so much sooner if there wasn't this stigma attached to it. Was that the case for your family, Sharon?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think, me personally, I don't think so, but even the 90s, it was actually that sort of terrible misjustice and judging was around in the 90s. And I was listening this morning to a young lad who was talking about the fact that he was referred to as the HIV kid at primary school, and everybody was told to give him a wide berth. Because he was a haemophilia, and that broke my heart. I'm quite strong with my mum, because my mum was this wonderful stoic person, and I love being able to talk about her. But when it affects children in that way, that were ostracized so terribly that they couldn't even talk about what happened to them through absolutely no fault of their own, and that is the case, with hepatitis C as well. And there will be many people out there today that sadly will have it and not be aware of it. So I know that one of the things that the government is going to try to do today, hopefully, is to enable everyone to get testing, so that, anyone that has any question mark over this can get tested. Because an awful lot of people with hep C were fobbed off for many years and not tested properly, and they just had all sorts of terrible illnesses whilst the hep C was attacking their liver in particular, which is what it does. And this could have been addressed a lot earlier, and they could have been given more years.
Yeah, Sharon, you make a really important point there, and one we'll explore throughout the day here on Sky News, that the real scale of this scandal is as yet unknown. Can I ask you what you want today? You want from today, you and your... Yeah.
Sorry, for me it was
two people a week still losing their lives
right now, and 2 people a week are dying right now. 2 people every single week are dying prematurely, and they must have some support, because some of those people are dying in abject poverty because of what this has done to them. That's really,
which is why so many of these families and campaigners want the wheels to start turning quicker after the publication of today's report. Can I just ask you about what you personally would like from today? There's a lot of talk about compensation, a lot of talk about knowing the full scale of what happened to their families and who knew what when, everybody laying their cards on the table. But also a lot is being focused on the Prime Minister today, an apology. And people are talking about, we don't just want warm words from the Prime Minister, we want him to be clear about what he's apologising for. What is it you want to see today, Sharon?
Yeah, and I think we have to understand that it's not this Prime Minister happened to be, born in 1980. So this happened before he was even born. It's successive Prime Ministers, it's successive governments that have done this. So we need to understand it. We need utter transparency. We need also things like the ability to be able to track records down. We're trying to track mum's records down. We have some of the records, we don't have everything. So I think the NHS in the past have been deliberately putting blockades in place, and now it's the time for them to say, right, we will actually help to to uncover, everything that's been hidden for an awful long time. So for us, that's what I would like to see. I would like to see the transparency. I would like to see the full disclosure, and I would like to see a very, very quick action plan, particularly to help those that are needed right now.
Sharon Davis, so good to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming on to talk about your family's story. An important day for you and thousands of other families across the country. Thank you so much. Well, here in central London, we're outside the Central Hall. Alice Porter is with me. And Alice, it was so interesting talking to Sharon there, because every family involved in this has their own story. It's important to remember the victims. They're not just numbers that run into to tens of thousands, but it's about people's individual stories. You've been talking to many of them gathered outside the hall today. A lot of them have already seen the report that will be published at 12:30. What are they telling you they want? Because it varies, doesn't it, from person to person and family to family?
Yeah, it really does vary. A lot of people are very keen for a public apology, and we are expecting some sort of apology from the Prime Minister later this afternoon. And this would be incredibly significant, because it's very rare that a Prime Minister issues that type of public apology. They're normally reserved for other sort of huge scandals such as Hillsborough. So if he was to apologise today, that is what we're expecting. This will be hugely significant. But I think, again, the compensation also very significant. But from what when I've interviewed people who've been affected by the scandal, and speaking to many of the people here today, a lot of them, it's about truth and about accountability. I think for so long, I mean, this has gone on for half a century. For so long, many people were making claims that at this time seemed quite outlandish. So, for example, we know for a fact that children were enrolled in clinical trials where they were tested with blood products without their consent, and they were used like guinea pigs. Now, these were people who've made these claims over a continued period of time. They often weren't believed, or people who made claims that there would be cover-up. And we know, for example, as we were just hearing there, of the difficulty that people have had in trying to access key documents relating to their own health, let alone key documents that ministers themselves have struggled to access. So I think those are two of the aspects I think people will be really, really keen to see in this report, which is due out at 12:30.
And another key aspect of this report for many families will be the criminality element of it. Can they take from that report and mount a criminal prosecution? You talk about accountability. For some of these families, this is important. They do not want people to get away with this, no matter how many decades have passed. So how much focus is going to be on that, given what's in that report?
Yeah, that will be the really key question, is will individuals be named? I think it's very likely that individuals will be named. And of course, this is important to put into the context into the entire world. The UK was not the only country impacted by this. And crucially, in Japan, in France, they had criminal proceedings where you had health ministers who were charged and put on trial. Here we are so many years later where there's a possibility of something like that happening. We're going to have to see what happens. But that would be a whole other situation that would have to sort of evolve. And the people who are here, as we were keep saying, one person is dying from related to one of these infections every 4 days. It really is extraordinary. So this has been something that's been going on for such a long period of time. In other countries, they've got justice. People haven't had this here, and there are many people clamouring for it. When we've heard from Andy Burnham, for example, he was saying that to Sky News just this week, that he's very much pushing for criminal proceedings. And it'll be interesting to see if that's the next conversation. But today, I think there is at least a sense of hope, and I think excitement from the people here after around 50 years of this scandal, that finally the truth is out.
Yeah, so many people now gathering behind us as we've been here all morning. It's got progressively more busy. That report, of course, publicly released at 12:30. Alice, thank you. We'll be here throughout the day here on Sky News. That report, as I said, published at 12:30. We'll have reaction to it throughout the day here on Sky News. But now it's back to Jane.
Thanks very much, SJ. And let's just bring you a bit of breaking news about the media. The regulator Ofcom says it's starting the process for the consideration of a statutory sanction against GB News, the TV channel GB News, after finding that a People's Forum featuring the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak broke broadcasting due impartiality rules. So Ofcom says GB News broke broadcasting due impartiality rules, and that they are now starting to look at the process to consider a statutory sanction against them. No word yet on what that sanction could be, but we will bring you more on that developing story as we have it here at Sky News. Right, let's bring you a look now at the weather. Many places will see some warm sunshine today, but the weather is turning more unsettled again this week. Most of the morning's mist and low cloud has now cleared, and many of us are enjoying some sunshine. With mostly light winds, it's feeling warm in that sunshine. We're also seeing a few showers, mostly over Ireland and Northern Ireland, but also a few over southwest England and Wales as well. Well, as the afternoon wears on, we'll see a few more showers popping up. Some of them could turn out to be quite heavy, with the odd rumble of thunder as well. Northern Ireland and Northwest Ireland are expected to see some of those heaviest and most frequent downpours. Many of the showers will fade away this evening, but a few may linger throughout the night. Elsewhere, the skies will be clear at first, but as the night wears on, we'll see more mist and low cloud developing. Looking ahead to tomorrow, Tuesday, the mist and low cloud will gradually break up. For many, it's going to be a cloudier day, but there will also be a mixture of sunshine and showers. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we'll be taking you back to the inflected blood inquiry, plus more from Iran as it appoints an interim leader following the death of President Raisi in a helicopter crash and the foreign minister as well. Elections are now due to happen in the country. More after.
Day of this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Why only in America? People want their country to work.
Just want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
Hello, you're watching Sky News Today. It's 11 o'clock. These are our headlines. Iran's supreme leader appoints an acting president after it's confirmed that Ibrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister both died in a helicopter crash. 5 days of mourning are declared following the deaths. An election for a new president has to be arranged within 50 days.
A momentous day for the families of victims of the infected blood scandal as the final report into the NHS's biggest treatment disaster is finally due to be published. After decades of campaigning, tens of thousands of those affected are hoping for an apology from the government as the full horror of this scandal is laid bare.
It's been a really, really difficult time for us as a family, and it's intergenerational. So because we were given these products to take home, my parents were taught how to inject. My mother has a huge feeling of guilt.
Many of those impacted by nearly 3,000 deaths and life-changing illnesses will be here today as the final report is published at 12:30. We'll have the latest for you live here from central London throughout the day on Sky News.
And coming up at 1:30 on Business Live with me, Ian King, as the UK extends its lead as Europe's most attractive destination for financial services investment, I'll be joined by the Chief Executive of the London Stock Exchange.
Good morning. We start with breaking news this morning that Iran's supreme leader has appointed an acting president following the deaths of Ibrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister in a helicopter crash. The bodies of the two men were found at the scene of the crash in the northwest of the country. The helicopter went down in heavy fog in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. Search teams located the crash site in a mountainous area in the early hours of this morning. Our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle reports.
At first light this morning in Iran's Zagros mountain range, the rescue teams found what they had been searching all night for. This is the tail of President Ibrahim Raisi's helicopter. There were no signs of life there. 12 hours after reports that the aircraft had gone down, the wreckage was finally tracked down by drone. Turkish search and rescue teams helping with the operation found the heat source of the helicopter and helped guide others towards the site. And Iranian state media had broadcast these pictures, apparently showing Raisi's body being carried on a stretcher from the crash site. The mission was hampered by heavy fog and rain. Iranian state media has initially blamed the bad weather for the crash. President Raisi and his foreign minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian were returning from a trip to Iran's border with Azerbaijan in an American-made Bell 212 helicopter. These pictures, taken just hours before the crash, show the pair flying over a dam project that they inaugurated in northwest Iran. And this is the last known image of the aircraft they were traveling on. It was taken as they took off. Initially, it was reported by state media that the helicopter had come down in a hard landing. The language was later changed to crash. Search teams scrambled to the area, but wading through fog and forest was a challenge. Ibrahim Raisi was elected 3 years ago. He was an ultra-conservative within the hardline authoritarian clerical regime. He was the second most powerful person in the country, answering directly to Ayatollah Khamenei. The supreme leader gave the Iranian nation his reassurances last night before confirmation that his likely successor had died.
People must be assured that there will be no disturbances in the country's affairs.
In response, there was a chorus of prayers echoing from Tehran to Mashhad. But not everyone will mourn the death of a man dubbed the Butcher of Tehran. But this is a delicate moment for Iran. Despite the promises of calm by the regime, there will be great uncertainty in the days ahead. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News.
Well, Alistair has more on what comes next for Iran.
And look at the potential for instability in Iran. It will be both in the coming hours and then so stretching through the election period that is to come. So what we have now is we have the appointment of Mohammad Mokhbar, who was the first vice president, who's now the acting president. And then elections will be held within the next 50 days. And so that will be a moment if opponents of the Iranian regime want to take to the streets again, and they are many, then that might be a moment for them to do so. It might also be a moment for distant groups in Iran to make their positions known as well. Islamic State has an offshoot in Iran that has carried out attacks in the past. So that is why I think, despite what the Supreme Leader says, this is a very delicate moment for the Iranian regime. They will want to look strong. They will want to show continuity. Ultimately, I think that whoever succeeds Ebrahim Raisi will be the chosen candidate of the Supreme Leader and will be another ultra-conservative hardliner. So I think it is very possible that Raisi's death and his tenure as the leader of Iran, which was only a few years, well, I don't think his death will result in any major change. I think we will still see a continuation of the hardline conservative clerical leadership in Iran and its activities around the wider region.
Well, our international affairs correspondent Alex Rossi has been considering the wider implications of the president's death.
The ideological roots of the regime are really sort of grounded in the supreme leader. The president is an enforcer. He's a bureaucratic functionary. He's obviously a very powerful person within the regime. In terms of Ebrahim Raisi, he had the ear of the supreme leader. But the continuation of policy, particularly how Iran projects itself around the region, that really is, it falls within the remit, the fiat of the supreme leader. So I don't think we will see a change in terms of the expansion of the revolution across the Middle East, this very pernicious expansion that we have seen. I don't think we'll see any change with it in terms of external relations with Israel. That won't change. Certainly in Jerusalem, they'll be watching this closely, but they know that effectively they will be dealing with the same thing. But there is definitely a moment of uncertainty now. That's because this is an autocratic clerical regime, and any transition of power is a moment, particularly unforeseen ones. It's why we saw the supreme leader come on television yesterday very quickly, before it was announced that Ebrahim Raisi had even died, saying that actually, reassuring the nation, there won't be any chaos, there won't be any difficulties ahead. This will be a very peaceful transition. But certainly, there is a possibility that protests that have taken to the streets in Iran, they may start up again, seeing this as a moment of weakness.
Just a bit more breaking news. We can bring you on that developing story about the row between Ofcom and GB News. Ofcom have said that the GB News can now face sanctions after breaking due impartiality rules around a programme called the People's Forum on the lead-up to the election, where the Prime Minister was questioned by members of the public. Well, GB News have released a statement themselves saying it's an alarming development. GB News maintains the programme was in line with the Broadcasting Code. Ofcom is obliged by law to uphold freedom of speech and not to interfere with the right of all news organisations to make their own editorial decisions within the law, according to GB News. They are pushing back firmly against what Ofcom has said. Ofcom says they now are going to decide within 60 days what sanctions GB News could face.
Well, good morning from central London, where the Infected Blood Inquiry is set to publish its report today on one of the biggest scandals in NHS history. Tens of thousands of people were given contaminated blood through tainted blood products or blood transfusions. Well, the inquiry has looked at events between 1970 and the early 1990s, when contaminated blood products were given to patients here in the UK. During that period, more than 30,000 people were infected with serious viruses like HIV and hepatitis C, and around 3,000 people are thought to have died, with campaigners claiming 2 people still die every week because of infected blood. In 2017, then Prime Minister Theresa May ordered an inquiry for victims and families into the appalling tragedy of contaminated blood. Led by Sir Brian Langstaff, the inquiry spent 6 years studying millions of pages of evidence from hundreds of sources and witnesses. Financial compensation is a key concern for many victims and their families, who say that they have waited too long. The government has previously given out interim payments, and it's thought further payments worth billions more pounds will be announced today. Sky's health correspondent Ashish Joshi has been speaking to one of the victims and has this report.
Every morning I do wake up and there is a small part of me that thinks, is today the day that I'm going to be diagnosed with some form of cancer.
This is the mental anguish of living with hepatitis C. Susan was born with von Willebrand disease, As a child, her blood clotting disorder was treated with a product called Factor VIII. It was supposed to revolutionize haemophiliac treatment. But instead, the American product, farmed from prisoners and drug addicts, was infected with HIV and hepatitis. The risks were known. Susan's father raised concerns.
He went into the consulting room and spoke to my consultant and said, very worried about this, and I want you to let me know if Susan has or will receive any American blood products. And he said to my father, absolutely not.
Why do you think you were lied to?
I think, unfortunately, it always comes down to cost implications.
At 14, Susan discovered she was among the thousands who had been infected in the worst treatment scandal in the NHS's history.
It's been a really, really difficult time for us as a family, and it's intergenerational. So because we were given these products to take home, my parents were taught how to inject. My mother has a huge feeling of guilt surrounding that.
The 40-year-long search for the truth for the infected and affected has finally led here, Westminster's Methodist Central Hall. Just after midday, Sir Brian Langstaff will deliver his report into the infected blood scandal, and it is expected to be damning. The significance of today simply can't be overstated. Later this morning, this great hall will be full of people infected with deadly diseases during secret trials, full of bereaved parents who were forced to watch their children die, and everyone else impacted by this scandal. The atmosphere will be charged with emotion, anger, and hopefully relief. These people have been lied to and ignored for over 40 years, but today, finally, they will have their day. Lawyers representing some of those impacted say Sir Brian is likely to hold many people responsible.
I don't think we're going to get the finger pointed at one person saying you are responsible for the whole thing, because there are so many people involved in it, and they're all making individual decisions.
The delay in delivering justice has compounded the grief and anguish felt by so many. But now, finally, they hope today will mark the beginning of the end of this shameful scandal. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in Westminster.
A little earlier this morning, I spoke to former Olympic swimmer Sharon Davis. She lost her mum after she contracted hepatitis C after receiving a blood transfusion. She told me it's time for those responsible to face up to the mistakes that were made.
It's the disgrace of the cover-up, almost worse than what's actually happened, to these people. I was lucky. I had my mum into her 70s. So many people lost their parents, incredibly young and grew up without some cases, without their mum and dads. We cannot do this with these scandals any longer, whether it's the post office scandal, whether it's this scandal. We keep hiding them. We keep hoping they're going to go away, and we need to face up to our mistakes and then try and put them right.
Sharon Davis talking to us a little earlier. Well, Alice Porter is with me now. And Alice, Sharon touched on it in our interview. A lot of people here, like Sharon and her family, want to know about the cover-up. They want to know who knew what when. And it's the scale of that people will be hoping will be made clear today. What else can we expect from the report?
Well, we are expecting from the reports that issues to do with the cover-up. As you were saying there, so many people have struggled to access their own documents, let alone documents that should have been made public within the inquiry. And we've heard from former health ministers, such as Lord Owen, saying about the difficulty he found trying to access his own documents, which he was told were destroyed after 10 years. So I think that will be a really core part of what we're hearing today. And I think very much it's also about the truth that so many people have fought for so long for. We heard for a long time about people saying that they had been taken part in clinical trials. These were children, vulnerable children, who were involved in clinical trials, but they were used, as they said, like guinea pigs without their consent. And that was something that was very much laid bare in the inquiry. So I think it will certainly be, having that coming out in the inquiry today will be so significant, and the accountability of that. Now, whether that will be individuals named or departments, we will just have to see. But I think certainly the scale of this is an inquiry that's gone on for 6 years, and one of the reasons why it's gone on for so long is what we can understand is there are certain individuals will be laid to account. And the question is whether those people, once the dust has settled, is really whether those people may face any criminal proceedings. That's certainly what many of the campaigners are desperately hoping for.
Yeah, once this report is published, this is far from the end of it for so many victims and their families. Alice, it's worth talking through what's going to happen today. Gradually, it's got busier and busier here outside Central Hall. The report is published at 12:30. Some people have already seen the report, select members of the media and also some of the victims as well.
Yes, that's right. Some of the victims got to see it this morning, and the media invited at about 8:30. But I think to show the scale of how the mammoth report that this is, many broadcasters have had to bring in multiple people to read through this document, which we understand is around 2,000 pages long. So they've been reading through this avidly. They'll be coming out at 12:30 to really announce their findings to the public. But then we'll also be having a press conference from multiple campaigners, and that's important to stress. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the campaigners, the victims who for so long have been advocating for justice. And while it's something we all talk about now, this has been a long fight for many of the campaigners when doors were very much closed in their face. And then we're
talking about the atmosphere here today, isn't it? Because out of the darkest of times, it feels like there's a bit of light today. There's been laughter behind us, hugs, tears. So Brian Langstaff, the report author, walked past the Central Hall through the families that gathered here for that big publication. He got a round of applause. It really feels like this is the moment for them. This is their moment.
Yeah, and I think it is important. He has really won over a community that were so badly treated and understandably had an incredibly negative experience of health officials and authorities. So to win over people who have suffered in that way really is extraordinary and a testament to him. And also, he very significantly, midway through the inquiry, made a huge recommendation for interim payments for people to receive. That is very unusual in a public inquiry, and around 4,000 people have received interim payments of around £100,000. And the money is important because these are people who often couldn't work. I mean, I remember speaking to somebody who was a trained nurse who was unable to work in the NHS because of living with hepatitis and how that impacted her. So the money is really important for so many of these victims. So it was important when he made that suggestion of interim payments. Now, that has been enacted on, but he also crucially made a suggestion that there would be a compensation scheme set up in 2023. That hasn't happened yet. The government are saying they're going to wait for the report today and then they'll be putting that scheme in place. But that has led to criticism from Rishi Sunak, who did indeed give evidence to the inquiry. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But we are expecting the government to set that scheme up in the next few days. But, you know, whilst this has been happening, people have been dying. And I think that's why Sir Brian Langstaff said, you know, in 2023, we need to set up that scheme because people were dying and they continue to die. This is not a scandal that's in the past, that's in the history books. This is a scandal that is a current scandal that is continuing evolving.
Yeah, there's a real sense of urgency, isn't there? Alice, thank you. Alice, we'll speak throughout the day here on Sky News. Well, as we've been reporting, tens of thousands of people have been impacted by this infected blood scandal. Rachel Venables has more on the victims.
We'll hopefully take you across to Rachel in a short while. Meanwhile, let me just bring you some of the rest of the day's news in brief. Let's bring you some news from the courts. The High Court is expected to announce its judgment today on the request by the WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to appeal his extradition to the United States. The case was adjourned in March after judges asked lawyers in America to guarantee that Assange wouldn't face the death penalty if convicted. Scientists say they've made a potentially game-changing breakthrough in breast cancer research after discovering how to preserve breast tissue outside the body. The study, which was funded by the Prevent Breast Cancer charity, found tissue could be preserved in a special gel solution for at least a week, which can help scientists identify the most effective drug treatments for patients. A man in his 30s has died in custody after becoming unwell at a police station in Swindon. He'd been held at Gable Cross Police Station since Saturday morning. An investigation's been launched by the Independent Office of Police Conduct after the force made a mandatory referral to the watchdog. The Royal Mint has today unveiled a new 50p coin to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day. It depicts Allied soldiers disembarking their boats onto the beaches of Normandy with aircraft overhead. The inscription reads, D-Day, 6th of June 1944, Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno and Sword. Those were the code names given to the beaches where the troops landed. To mark the release, the design was drawn out on a French beach by the sand artist. It was drawn on Gold Beach where nearly 25,000 men landed in 1944. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we will have the latest from Beijing as Taiwan swears in a new president branded a dangerous separatist by China. And at Business Live at 11:30, the chief executive of the London Stock Exchange joins Ian King on attracting investment in the UK.
It's the highest number of parcels we've ever provided on record, and we know that we've provided over 1.1 million of them for children, with 65% of the parcels we provide going to households with children. It's just really shocking. We see variations across the UK, but when we look over the last 5 years across the board, we've seen an almost doubling in the number of people having to access emergency food because they simply don't have enough money to be able to afford the essentials. We're hearing from families that they're just not able to make their budget stretch to cover the costs of essentials. And by essentials, I mean things like food and household bills. The cost of inflation on essential items like food and bills is just such that compared to just even a couple of years ago, people's budgets can't stretch. We're obviously relieved to see that inflation is not going up by as much as it was before, but the reality is for essential items like food and household bills, the cost is still much higher than they were a couple of years ago. And that fundamental problem is people are just not receiving enough income to cover the cost of those essentials. And a bedrock of ensuring that this changes is making sure our social security system is fit for purpose. I think we can all understand if you're struggling to know how you're going to feed your families, if children are leaving home in the morning not having had sufficient breakfast, it's going to affect their ability to engage in school. It's also going to affect people's mental health. It's going to affect their physical health. We all need food as an essential, and not being able to afford that is something that's just shocking and can't continue. We absolutely share our data and speak regularly with the government and with all political parties. And for us, it's really clear this has to be an urgent issue that any incoming government seeks to address. We've seen cost of living payments being provided last year, but those have now ended. So I think understanding that urgent action is needed this year, because otherwise families on the lowest incomes are going to see next year as much, much harder than the year that's just passed.
To Taiwan now, where the new president has been officially sworn in at a ceremony in the capital, Taipei. William Lai has urged China to stop threatening Taiwan politically and militarily in its attempt to quash Taiwanese independence. Beijing has called the new leader a dangerous separatist who will bring war and decline to the island. Our Asia correspondent Nicole Johnson has the latest.
The relationship is very difficult, and that's one of the reasons why people across Asia have paid so much attention to this inauguration day and to the new president's inauguration speech to try and get some sort of indication about how William Lai is going to deal with China. And on that front, he was careful, but he was also quite strong. He said that China should stop threatening Taiwan. He called for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and he mentioned democracy more than 30 times. He also talked about Taiwan's sovereignty. Now, for its part, here in Beijing, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they released a statement as well. They said that the issue of independence is a dead-end issue, and it was doomed to fail. So both sides have now had their say. The inauguration is over, but the tension remains very high between Taiwan and China. And we have seen that play out sort of week after week in the Taiwan Strait with Chinese vessels, military aircraft, working and operating closer and closer to Taiwan, raising that tension. And it's something that a lot of analysts call grey zone warfare. It's not high enough or serious enough to tip this region into war just yet, but it does put Asia on a constant state of high alert, and that is the real concern there. Largely, though, we would expect that the new president, William Lai, will continue the policies of the past because he does come from the same party as the previous president, and in that he'll be trying to maintain the status quo and not to rock the boat too much when it comes to China.
Nicole Johnson there. Right, let's bring you a look at the weather. Many places will see some warm sunshine today, but the weather is turning more unsettled again this week. Most of the morning's mist and low cloud has now cleared, and many of us are enjoying a bit of sunshine. With mostly light winds, it is feeling warm in the sunshine. We're seeing a few showers, mostly over Ireland and Northern Ireland, but also a few over southwest England and Wales as well. As the afternoon wears on, we'll see a few more showers pop up, and some of them could turn out to be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Northern Ireland and Northwest Ireland are expected to see some of the heaviest and most frequent downpours. Many of the showers will fade away this evening, but a few may linger throughout the night. Elsewhere, the skies will be clear at first, but as the night wears on, we'll see more mist and low cloud develop. Then on Tuesday, that mist and low cloud will gradually break up, but for many it'll be a cloudier day with sunshine and showers. You're watching Sky News today. Coming up next, it's Business Live with Ian King. The Chief Executive of the London Stock Exchange is going to be talking about attracting investment in the UK. Ian King will have a lot more on that and all the rest of the business news.
The top business stories live from the Sky News City studio. Ryanair warns that summer airfares may be lower than expected as it reports record profits. The UK extends its lead as Europe's most attractive destination for financial services investment. I'll be joined by the Chief Executive of the London Stock Exchange. Plus, former Barcelona, Manchester United and Spain footballer Gerard Piqué on plans to expand his seven-a-side Kings League. Good morning, this is Business Live with me, Ian King. Ryanair admitted this morning that it has had to stimulate airfares during the current quarter and that pricing has been softer than expected. And it expects fares during the peak summer months to now be unchanged from last summer or only very slightly higher. Europe's biggest airline was reporting a record profit after tax of €1.92 billion for the year to the end of March, which was up 34% on the previous 12 months. It's also announced a €700 million share buyback on top of its first ever dividend. I've been speaking with Neil Sorahan, the Chief Financial Officer, and began by asking why he thought pricing had been soft recently.
First and foremost, we're coming off our best year ever, where we saw fares up 21% on the prior year, where we delivered 9% more traffic to 184 million passengers. If you look logically at it, capacity is constrained in the market. We've got the Pratt & Whitney GTF engine issue, which is grounding a lot of Airbus A320 aircraft this summer and indeed for the next couple of years. We've got the Boeing and the Airbus delivery delays. So one would feel that pricing should be maybe stronger than it is at the moment. Very difficult to put your finger on what exactly is driving the slightly shorter fare or softer fares. Weekends are very, very strong. Midweek needs a bit more stimulation. April was an easy one to explain in that, Easter moved out of the first quarter, April this year, into March of last year, which is the final month of our financial year. But we are stimulating a bit more into May and June. But I think as the schools start to close over the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to see the midweek closing out. And that's why, despite the fact that we're growing traffic by 9% this year to just under 200 million passengers, that we would anticipate that fares in the July, August, September quarter will be flat to marginally up, despite that extra capacity growth.
How promotional have you had to be during the current quarter?
You're seeing more kind of $19.99 fares than we would have anticipated. But that said, we're seeing over 600,000 people a night booking with us. So huge demand to travel. They might be paying slightly less than they'd anticipated. But as we get into the summer months, my message would be book as early as possible, because I think fares are going to go up.
Is this in any way, what you've been seeing lately, a consequence of the dispute that you've been having with the online travel agencies?
No, nothing to do with that at all. In fact, by the middle of June, consumers have started to come back to Ryanair because we do offer the best choice and locations across Europe. And if they wanted to fly there and they weren't available with OTAs, they came direct. And the reality is most of the large online travel agents have now signed up approved distribution agreements with Ryanair. We're integrating those with our IT teams on both sides, and it's going very well. I mean, it's a wonderful win for the consumer, and that now they're getting charged the genuine Ryanair fare, and importantly, we're getting the customer details, which means on those rare occasions that something goes wrong, if there's a schedule change or if there's a cancellation, we can contact the customer directly, and that means that they can in a more efficient manner deal with the disruption rather than us having to deal with it post the event. So I think it's a great win for the consumers, but is that having an impact on pricing? I don't think so.
And to recap what you said at the summer months, you think fares will be flat to very slightly higher?
Yeah, I think flat to marginally up, but I don't have huge visibility at this point in time. So, they could be higher than our expectations as we get into the peak summer months, which is why I said if you haven't booked in, I'd be doing it sooner rather than later. We are growing and we plan to grow traffic strongly this year. Our mantra is that we're load active, yield passive. So we price to fill the aircraft. We've got a lot of commitments with our airport partners across Europe to hit volume targets. We're going to hit those. We're going to continue to grow. And I think if you look out over the next 2 or 3 years with capacity constraints, there'll be more pressure upwards on pricing rather than downwards. And Ryanair is going to continue to add traffic into that.
You touched just now on the Boeing issue. You say in the statement today there's a risk that deliveries could slip further. Does that mean you may have to make more changes to the summer schedules on top of those that you've already announced?
It's an outside risk. I'm more confident now than I was a few months ago with Boeing. Since they made the management changes in Seattle, we've noted a marked improvement. Stephanie Pope, who's now running Boeing commercial airplanes in Seattle, is doing a good job. Herself and her team have enhanced the quality, and we're seeing more consistent deliveries. I had one aircraft in last week, a new delivery. We've 2 coming this week, and we've a number more to take between now and the end of July. So we would hope by the end of July we'll have about 158 to maybe 160, 161 of the game-changer aircraft in our fleet. Now, that is broadly about 20 aircraft short of where we had originally contracted to be. But, we've planned around that. And if we get those aircraft in, then we'll be close to 200 million passenger target for this year than the 198 at the bottom of the traffic range that we have.
The UK has extended its lead as Europe's most attractive destination for financial services investment, according to figures published this morning. Data from the accounting and consulting group EY suggests the UK attracted 108 financial services products in 2023, up 42% on 2022, and 1/3 of all European financial services foreign direct investment during the year. Well, separately, it emerged this morning that as of the 1st of May, London was the 5th largest stock exchange in the world by total capital raised so far this year, behind only the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, and the 2 Indian exchanges that benefit from the rules requiring local companies to list domestically. Well, that latter statistic came from Julia Hoggett, Chief Executive of the London Stock Exchange, who joins me now from the Guildhall, where City Week began today. Julia, good to see you this morning. You've been talking about the misperceptions that you think exist around the London market. Why do you think those misperceptions are there?
That's a very good question, Ian, and good morning to you. I think sometimes it's easy to look at very simplistic headlines rather than looking 2 or 3 levels down in terms of the nuanced data. I just heard you repeat them now in terms of us being actually the 6th largest economy in the world, but the 3rd largest capital market by total capital raised. So we are punching above our weight by any measure, and I think we have a lot to be proud of in the way the UK capital markets function.
You make the point in your speech today that the average person on the street seems to know more about Tesla or Amazon than they do quite often about UK-listed companies. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think you do a very good job of making sure that's not the case, Ian, so let me make that point first. But I would say that I think one of the things that we absolutely need to do to ensure that our capital markets are as vibrant as they can be for the next 300 years is make sure that we reconnect people on the street, the average investor, the person who's got a little bit of capital to invest, with our capital markets. Over the last 30 years, it's actually become harder and harder for retail to participate in our equity markets. I say it's harder for them to buy regulated assets than it is unregulated assets. But those regulated assets are productive assets that are financing the economies and the companies that operate in our country, provide the jobs, provide the growth, provide the innovation. And fundamentally, capital markets are inherently democratizing, and making sure that retail is as connected into our markets as the institutional investors, I think, is critical.
So you don't detect any loss of appetite on the part of retail investors, for example?
Far from it, actually. I think when you look at the investments that retail make in the UK, they actually make a significant investment in UK companies, and they want to. The challenge has actually been some of the regulatory issues around access to investment assets, and some of the challenges we've had in the broader market around doing it at as low a cost as possible. Now, if you do that, you wind up buying index products. And global indices tend to suck up capital to be honest, the Magnificent Seven, and therefore don't necessarily provide as much diverse capital and dispersed capital to smaller companies. And therefore, I think a lot of this is about making sure that we're regulating investors in terms of the protection that they get on the total return they get, not just on the cost of what they spend to get access to those assets.
Why do you think it is that the likes of Flutter Entertainment and CRH have decided to move their main listings to New York and away from London?
Well, I think every individual company has its individual story and its individual choices. Those two, actually, to be honest, Irish companies that delisted from Ireland and remained listed in the UK have undertaken significant transformations over the last several years in terms of the nature of their activities, ultimately bought or increased significantly their US activity and therefore want to have access to those markets as well. But I think we have a habit in the UK, and it slightly goes back to your first question, of thinking that a swallow makes a summer, as it were. And therefore, rather than recognising these are bespoke decisions by individual companies, suggesting that that is something bigger than that.
Now, you're chairing the UK's Capital Markets Industry Initiative. You've talked already about some of the aims here. What will success look like ultimately?
Well, fundamentally, the Capital Markets Industry Task Force was set up with a vision statement. How do we create the best possible environment in this country for great companies to start here, grow here, scale here and stay here? And how do we make sure that our capital markets have the best possible assets for our policyholders, our pensioners and our savers to have enough money for life events in old age? So in a simplistic answer to your question, making it working is that we've done that. We create a wonderful group of, we create more companies actually of significant size as unicorns than any other countries than China and the US. And our company formation rates are very, very high. And the level of entrepreneurship that we're seeing across the economy is great. And we have a world-leading capital market by any measure. The trick is really to make sure that we can connect those two together as effectively as possible so that those great companies that we're starting, some of that great innovation that's coming out of UK universities that's turning into the next generation of groundbreaking products can be financed here so that savers and investors here get the benefit of the upside of those investments, but ultimately so that also redounds to the UK economy in the form of growth and productivity, which therefore supports everybody.
Julia, I mean, those are laudable objectives. The government is on board, but wouldn't it help if it was to abolish stamp duty on share dealing?
Look, I've been very public. In fact, I was public this morning that I think stamp duty is a pernicious tax because it doesn't actually achieve the thing that we want it to. Fundamentally, retail investors and their pension funds get charged stamp duty on buying Aston Martin in this country, and we don't charge them stamp duty on buying Tesla or Porsche. And some of those things are built up over time, and I understand why. And I also understand that that is important revenue that the Treasury needs to have. So any alternative or solution to that challenge needs to find the alternative financing for the government. But fundamentally, we shouldn't be taxing our own investors to invest in our own economy. And that is one of the things I think does need to be changed. And it is now in much more in people's sights than it has been for a very long time. And I'm encouraged by that.
OK, Julia, we have to leave it there. Really appreciate you sparing the time to chat today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Some other business news stories for you now. And the video game services group Keyword Studios said today it was minded to accept a potential takeover proposal from the European private equity group EQT. The offer values Keywords, which provide services to 24 of the world's top 25 games companies, including Activision, Blizzard, Electronic Arts and Epic Games, at £2.2 billion. The company said it had received 4 previous unsolicited proposals from EQT in recent months, which it had rejected, but that the latest proposal represented a significant increase from the initial one. The commercial property group British Land has today sold its 50% stake in the Meadowhall shopping centre near Sheffield for £360 million to Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund. Simon Carter, the chief executive, said that after the sale, 93% of British Land's portfolio would be in its preferred segments of retail parks, campuses and London urban logistics. As part of the sale, British Land will remain asset manager of Meadowhall shopping centre, for which it will continue to earn fees. AstraZeneca said today it's to invest $1.5 billion in a new manufacturing facility in Singapore. The UK's biggest company said the site would make antibody drug conjugates. Those are therapeutic agents that target and kill cancer cells while sparing healthy ones. Manufacturing antibody drug conjugates is a multi-step process, but AstraZeneca said the new site would be the first end-to-end production site for the medicine. Now, Kings League, the fast-growing seven-a-side football competition led by the former Spain, Barcelona and Manchester United defender Gerard Piqué, has raised €60 million to fund its international expansion. The 12-team competition, which has been played in Spain and Mexico and which combines football with aspects of gaming, won backing from investors, including the private equity firm Left Lane Capital. We're targeted at younger viewers through streaming channels like TikTok. Its official Twitch channel is the second-largest Spanish-speaking channel in the world. I've been speaking with Gerard Piqué, and I began by asking him how he got the idea.
Well, I just retired from football at the end of 2022. I already had a company called Cosmos at the time, and we had a joint venture with one of the biggest streamers in the world, and the biggest one in Spain, which is called Ibai. And working with him, I realized that his community was very loyal to him. He was doing like 6-hour content every day. And that any project that he would start, I know that all his community would jump at the minute that we start this project. So I thought, well, we can create a league where not just Ibai, but every streamer can have a team. They are the owner of a franchise. And we can start a football league. Not as the football that we understand, because it's not traditional football, is with like some crazy rules. Not 11 versus 11, because it's 7 versus 7. But at the end of the day, it's football. It's putting a ball inside the goal. The owners of the franchises are streamers. And this is the key of everything, because then all their communities that are very loyal and that everything they do, they follow, they jump since day one into the project. And this is why it works so well in terms of audiences. We had a lot of games that are the numbers bigger than La Liga here in Spain. After 1 year, we decided to start with expansion, and we launched this February the America's Kings League in Mexico with the streamers from Central America and South America. We will organize in 2 weeks the World Cup, the Kings World Cup. That will happen also in Mexico.
You've raised €60 million from investors. How will you be putting that money to use?
Right now, the only objective is expansion. As I said, we have 2 leagues going on during the whole year. There will be the World Cup, but in September we are planning to launch in Germany and Italy. And starting 2025, the idea is to go to UK, US, Brazil and France. Our product is focused on streaming, so a lot of people follow us through Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all these new young generation that are using these platforms very much. And because of that, what we want is like that the venue really, you can feel from home that it's something special. So the idea is to build a new venue here in Barcelona. Also in America, we are changing the venue. And at the end of the day is because we really want to be a product that it's close to traditional football, but at the same time, it's close to a video game. So we are a mix of both worlds.
Potentially, in the future, you could be competing with the footballing establishment for talent. How are you going to manage that conflict of interest?
No, I mean, football is the king of sports and will always be. I think that we are a product that we are complementary. Can be mainstream because at the end of the day, it's true that it's for young generations, but when we organize the finals, that finals are always in big stadiums. For example, March last year, we sold out Camp Nou, more than 92,000 people. Or in July, we sold out Metropolitano, which is a stadium of Atletico Madrid, more than 60,000 people. You can see kids of 8, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20 years old, but that they come with their parents or grandparents, and they can follow the product. This is very important because at the end of the day, as I said before, it's football. It's true that rules are crazy. For example, last 2 minutes of the game, we change the ball, we put an orange ball, and if you manage to score during that period of time, the goals count double. Or last 2 minutes of the first half, we stop the game, we throw a big dice from the stand, and if it's a 3, then the game becomes 3 versus 3. Or if it's a 2, 2 versus 2. So it's kind of wild. And as I say, our audience love that because basically they choose the rules. That this is one of the key factors in our project, that the audience is the owner of the competition in a way because they choose all the rules that happened.
Well, still to come here on Business Live, we'll have a look at how the markets are doing this Monday morning. Russ Mould will be with me. Don't go away.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I'm based in Belfast, a city transformed by peace, but still struggling with its past. Politically, the two sides are as far apart as ever, and it's over that question of who has sovereignty in Northern Ireland, the very issue that's been the source of tension here for generations. It takes 60 minutes to cross the Irish Sea. It took the British monarchy a century. I've spent 25 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace.
The political parties of Northern Ireland have reached agreement.
We help you understand the world with us.
Today, we have reached an agreement with the Conservative Party on support for government in Parliament.
We already know what the government gets out of this deal. What exactly does the DUP get out of it? Well, £1.5 billion. Welcome to Winterfell. It's an iconic location in this globally acclaimed drama. Ophelia was the most powerful hurricane this far east in the Atlantic on record. You can't live in a place like this and not appreciate the environment.
Well, another record close for Wall Street on Friday evening was followed by gains overnight for equities in the Asia-Pacific region, with the Nikkei 225 in Tokyo hitting a 5-week high. Well, in Europe this morning, here's how stocks are trading just now. All of them in positive territory apart from the MIB in Milan. Here in London, the FTSE 100 is also keeping its head above water, the mining heavyweights leading the way there. To the downside, EasyJet is off 2% on those comments from Ryanair. Outside the FTSE 100, the IT services group Kainos is up 12% as its full-year results came in ahead of expectations. Meanwhile, the precision measurement specialist Spectris is up 4% on supportive broker comment. On the foreign exchange market, here's the current position. Not an awful lot going on among the main currency pairs. Meanwhile, the oil price rose overnight on news of the death of Iran's president and news that Saudi Arabia's King Salman is undergoing medical tests. It's given back all of those earlier gains. A barrel of Brent crude will currently cost you $83.85 a barrel. That's down 1/7%. Well, joining me this morning is Russ Mould. He's the investment director at AJ Bell. Russ, good to see you this morning. Another Monday morning, another bid. This one, Keyword Studios.
Yeah, gaming services provider. I think it's the 5th bid that they've said they've received from the Swedish investment company EQT, and this looks like it might be the one that persuades them to accept. £25.50p a share, a 73% premium. So if the buyer thinks they can make a good return on that, even paying such a huge premium, it suggests that they think there's some really, really good value there to be had, which a theme we've come across the whole of the UK market for several months, most Mondays when we've been sat here, actually, certainly for several months.
Really does highlight how a lot of the market is undervalued, isn't it?
It does, yeah. I mean, I think the average bid premium we've seen this year is between 40 and 50% for the 30-odd bids that have come through, and it was a similar figure last year as well.
Which is stunning, yeah. Now, one of the pieces of news out this morning, British Land, I mentioned it, selling off their stake in Meadowhall. I mean, again, this kind of highlights earning, discrepancies among valuations.
Well, it tells you that somebody's interested in sterling-priced assets, and we know that commercial real estate isn't top of everybody's list, particularly retail shopping centres, but Norges, the big Norwegian state investment fund, they've come in for the 50% of British Land in Meadowhall. I know it's a price way below what British Land paid in the 1990s, but British Land's net asset value already reflects that, and the share price trades at a 1/3 discount to that downgraded net asset value. So again, it does suggest that, I mean, the share price isn't doing too much today, but British Land have said no impact upon net asset value, suggests it's kind of what they're expecting to get, a 3% premium, in fact. So again, maybe, just maybe, even UK assets, UK property assets are looking interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we had Mark Allen from Landsec on the programme on Friday. He seemed actually quite optimistic, I felt.
I mean, in the end, these, from a shareholder's perspective, it's really the yield that they offer, the dividends that they offer to shareholders. And it isn't asset value that pays the dividends, it's rent and it's cash. And the rental income seems to be coming through very strongly, a message that was brought through very clearly from the British Land statement this morning as well.
Yeah, no, I mentioned in the report there the mining heavyweights are leading the way. Among them, Fresnillo, not a company that many people know about.
No, it's a Mexican silver miner, which some people think is a little bit unusual to be part of the FTSE 100, but it is one of the world's, if not the world's biggest silver miner, and the silver price is at its highest level in 10 years, having crossed the $30 an ounce mark. I think it produces some gold as an offshoot as well, and that's at an all-time high, so that's dragging the miner's share price higher. Why is silver going up? Why is gold going up? It's probably a bigger answer. And it probably is still people looking for some inflation hedges, perhaps. You know, I know with hearing a lot of talk about inflation under control, move along, nothing to see here. But if central banks get it wrong on the way down, as they did on the way up, and they cut too early and inflation gallops off, then people may be looking for stores of real value, things where supply doesn't grow very quickly, and silver and gold are two of those potentially.
Yeah, now later in the week we get results from Nvidia, very, very closely followed stock. What are you looking out for there?
Well, the sales are forecast to more than treble, profits are forecast to more than quintuple, so they're clearly expected to be a stunning set of numbers, and I'm sure they will be. Probably the guidance for the next quarter might be a little bit more interesting, but you still have the overall challenge of a $2.2 trillion market valuation. So the numbers have to be good, and you have to see upgrades to keep the stunning share price momentum going. And a friend pointed out to me over the weekend that Nvidia's $2.2 trillion market cap, you could buy the whole of the DAX 40 index and have $400 billion in cash left for good measure.
OK, Russ, got to leave it there. Apologies.
No, not trouble at all.
That's it from me. There's no afternoon edition this afternoon, I'm afraid, because the infected blood inquiry is going to be on. See you tomorrow morning at 11:30. Thanks for joining me. Cheerio.
this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Why only in America? People want their country to work.
Just want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
This is Sky News Today. It is 12 o'clock on a momentous day for the families of victims of the infected blood scandal. The final report into the NHS's biggest treatment disaster is due to be published this hour. After decades of campaigning, tens of thousands of those affected are hoping for an apology from the government as the full horror of this scandal is laid bare.
It's been a really, really difficult time for us as a family, and it's intergenerational.
Many of those impacted by some 3,000 deaths and life-changing illnesses are here today, ahead of the report's publication at 12:30.
Other main story this lunchtime, Iran's supreme leader appoints an acting president after it's confirmed that Ibrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister both died in a helicopter crash. 5 days of mourning are declared following the deaths. An election for a new president has to be arranged within 50 days. We're just going to go to SJ in a moment. I'm just going to bring you a bit of breaking news, and it's coming from via the Reuters news agency, which is saying that a prosecutor for the International Criminal Court has asked for an arrest warrant for the Israeli defense minister, but also the Israeli leader, Benjamin Netanyahu. The ICC prosecutor, according to Reuters, says that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the Israeli Prime Minister bears criminal responsibility for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The same prosecutor has also applied for arrest warrants for 3 Hamas leaders and also the Israeli Defense Minister, Gallant. So that is the latest coming out of the ICC via the Reuters news agency, that a prosecutor says there is reasonable grounds to believe the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, bears criminal responsibility for war crimes and crimes against humanity. We'll bring you more on this breaking and developing story as we get it. But for now, I'll hand you back to Sarah Jane.
Jane, thank you. Well, we are expecting more breaking news from central London because in the next half an hour, the Infected Blood Inquiry is to publish its long-awaited report on one of the biggest scandals in NHS history. Over decades, tens of thousands of people were given contaminated blood through tainted blood products or blood transfusions. Well, the inquiry looked at events between 1970 and the early 1990s, when contaminated blood products were given to patients here in the UK. During that period, more than 30,000 people were infected with serious viruses like HIV and hepatitis C. And around 3,000 people are thought to have died, with campaigners claiming 2 people still die every week because of infected blood. Back in 2017, then Prime Minister Theresa May ordered an inquiry for victims and families into what she called the appalling tragedy of contaminated blood. Led by Sir Brian Langstaff, the inquiry spent 6 years studying millions of pages of evidence from hundreds of sources and witnesses. Financial compensation is a key concern for many victims and their families who say they have waited too long. The government has previously given out interim payments, and it's thought further payments worth billions more pounds will be announced. Sky's health correspondent Ashish Joshi has been speaking to many of the victims, and one in particular, for this report.
Every morning I do wake up and there is a small part of me that thinks, you know, is today the day that I'm going to be diagnosed with some form of cancer.
This is the mental anguish of living with hepatitis C. Susan was born with von Willebrand disease. As a child, her blood clotting disorder was treated with a product called Factor VIII. It was supposed to revolutionize haemophiliac treatment. But instead, the American product, farmed from prisoners and drug addicts, was infected with HIV and hepatitis. The risks were known. Susan's father raised concerns.
He went into the consulting room and spoke to my consultant and said, very worried about this, and I want you to let me know if Susan has or will receive any American blood products. And he said to my father, absolutely not.
Why do you think you were lied to?
I think, unfortunately, it always comes down to cost implications.
At 14, Susan discovered she was among the thousands who had been infected in the worst treatment scandal in the NHS's history.
It's been a really, really difficult time for us as a family, and it's intergenerational. So because we were given these products to take home, my parents were taught how to inject. My mother has a huge feeling of guilt surrounding that.
The 40-year-long search for the truth for the infected and affected has finally led here, Westminster's Methodist Central Hall. Just after midday, Sir Brian Langstaff will deliver his report into the infected blood scandal, and it is expected to be damning. The significance of today simply can't be overstated. Later this morning, this great hall will be full of people infected with deadly diseases during secret trials, full of bereaved parents who were forced to watch their children die, and everyone else impacted by this scandal. The atmosphere will be charged with emotion, anger, and hopefully relief. These people have been lied to and ignored for over 40 years, but today, finally, they will have their day. Lawyers representing some of those impacted say Sir Brian is likely to hold many people responsible.
I don't think we're going to get the finger pointed at one person saying you are responsible for the whole thing, because there are so many people involved in it, and they're all making individual decisions.
The delay in delivering justice has compounded the grief and anguish felt by so many. But now, finally, they hope today will mark the beginning of the end of this shameful scandal. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in Westminster.
Well, a little earlier here on Sky News, I spoke to former Olympic swimmer Sharon Davis, who lost her mum after she contracted hepatitis C. She received a blood transfusion during a routine operation. She told me that it's time for those responsible to face up to the mistakes that were made.
It's the disgrace of the cover-up, almost worse than what's actually happened, to these people. I was lucky. I had my mum into her 70s. So many people lost their parents, incredibly young and grew up without some cases, without their mum and dads. We cannot do this with these scandals any longer, whether it's the post office scandal, whether it's this scandal. We keep hiding them. We keep hoping they're going to go away, and we need to face up to our mistakes and then try and put them right.
Well, Alice Porter is here with me now. And Alice, so much of today is about answers, but it's really about accountability as well, because all of the families gathered here today, in their hearts, they know what happened, their loved ones were wrong. But it's about who answers for that, isn't it, for them?
Exactly. I think compensation's important. I think an apology from the Prime Minister is important. But really at the heart of this is accountability. We've heard from so many victims who say they were lied to, they were gaslit for over decades. They were consistently told that they were given treatment without the risks being told to them, the risks of contracting HIV and hepatitis, a risk at a time when AIDS was a huge problem in the States, and there was a huge stigma associated with it. And those risks were not made clear to people, and then they were continually lied about by successive governments. And I think that's what's going to be so interesting in the report today. This is something that has gone on for such a long period of time. Now, some of those key figures, they've passed away, but there's many of those key figures from government, civil service, clinicians that are all involved. And I think many of them will be feeling very nervous about this report, which will be coming out in the next 20 minutes or so, to see if they are going to be named. And I think it is very likely will see individuals named. I mean, we had this inquiry, the reason it was delayed twice is understandably Sir Brian Langstaff had to go to those individuals and get certain responses, and that's why this has gone on for so long. We're finally getting this result today in a scandal that's gone on for almost half a century.
Yeah, it's such a momentous day, and you can feel it here. As we've been here all morning, the crowds have gathered, lots of families here with T-shirts with pictures of their loved ones on, holding up pictures. There's a sense of this being a light moment in something that has been dark for so long. I know you've spoken to many of the victims and their families, as have I on Sky News. And the feeling is that this isn't the end of it. This report is validation for those families. It's what they do with it next. It's worth talking us through what's happened so far today and what the outline of the rest of the day's events will be, because there's a lot happening.
Yes, whilst we've got the report coming out in the next 20 minutes or so, journalists have been able to see the report very early this morning, as well as the victims as well. So journalists have been inside looking through this incredibly weighty document that has taken 6 years to put together. It's had thousands of documents that have been submitted. It's had testimonies from over 300 people. So there's a lot of evidence that is being looked at very closely and is going to be analysed in the next sort of half an hour or so when it'll be released. And then crucially, we're also going to be hearing from the victims and campaigners as well. There'll be a press conference later today. And it's important, we are here because of the campaigners who've worked really tirelessly to get to the situation that we're in. So Brian Langstaff will also be giving a statement out later, and there will also be in the hall behind us of a service of remembrance. And that is really important because this is not a scandal that's in the history books. This is a scandal that is live and present, and every 4 days somebody dies as a result of this scandal. So I think it's important, very much at the forefront of many families today that are marking that. And then in this afternoon, we are expecting some sort of statement from the Prime Minister. We're not sure what the timings of that will be, but we understand it is likely he will make some sort of public apology. And that is very significant. It's very rare that Prime Ministers make those sorts of public apologies because it is a government admitting mistakes, and it's something that's reserved for tragedies like Hillsborough. So to have a public apology today will be significant, but there are, of course, victims today saying apologies don't bring back our loved ones.
Yeah, today very much about the victims and their families. Alice, thank you. Alice Porter with me here in central London. Well, as we've been reporting here on Sky News, tens of thousands of people have been impacted by infected blood. Rachel Venables has more on some of them.
In total, more than 30,000 people were infected by contaminated blood products throughout this crisis. Contaminated blood products which were given to them between the 70s and 80s. And around 3,000 have died in what's been called the worst treatment disaster in NHS history. And here are the faces of around 100 people and families who Sky News have spoken to about how this scandal has affected their lives, in some cases ruining their lives and taking the lives of their loved ones. Here to begin is Jackie Stevens, who was one of the many patients infected in the 1980s. Like many others, she says her relationships have suffered as a result of the effects of contaminated blood. She's felt alone, stigmatised and shameful about her illness. This photo is of Aid Goodyear when he was just a boy. He was first infected with hepatitis at the age of 7, then HIV aged 10, and discovered he'd contracted a virus called VCJD aged 29. He'd received contaminated products to treat his haemophilia and says mighty wrongs were undertaken against vulnerable people who trusted their doctors.
We didn't accept death certificates to come with that. No. That's not normal school, is it? That's not correct. So I want to see that recognised for all the victims. And likewise, we all lost all our careers. We came to this school to be educated, as I said, and learn and leave and work. We lost everything. We lost our careers, we lost family members, the list goes on. So what we're looking for is contrition. That's quite important. To back them into a corner and contrition. And an open and frank apology at every level.
This is Fiona Rennie. Now, she became infected when she was a teenager after being given infected blood for a tooth extraction, but she didn't find out for another 30 years after being misdiagnosed. And this is Keith Bennett, who was given infected blood when he was 32, and he's suffered from ill health ever since, including mood swings, constant flu-like symptoms and internal bleeding. He says the fatigue has lost him jobs and ultimately his marriage. So these are just 4, of course, of the 100 or so people we've spoken to at Sky News, amongst the tens of thousands who have been affected by this scandal over the decades, all of whom are hoping that today's report will give them answers and some sense, finally, of justice.
Well, coverage all day here on Sky News, and of course at 8 o'clock tonight we'll have a special programme on the UK Tonight. I'm going to be joined in the studio by a panel of victims and their families to get reaction to this landmark report that's released at 12:30. We'll also be hearing from the lawyers who have been fighting for justice for the victims for decades. We'll also discuss the origins of this scandal in the United States. That's an Infected Blood Report special programme on the UK Tonight coming up at 8 o'clock. That report, as I said, published at 12:30. While we await that, I'll hand back to Jane Sacker in the studio. Jane.
Thanks very much, Sarah Jane. Let's bring you more news now from the International Criminal Court. That breaking news that we brought you a short time ago, an International Criminal Court prosecutor says that there is reasonable grounds to believe the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu bears criminal responsibility for war crimes and is seeking an arrest warrant for him and others. Our international affairs correspondent Alex Rossi is with us. This document, which we've both just been ploughing through in the last few minutes, seeking arrest warrants for not only Benjamin Netanyahu, but also members of Hamas and also the Israeli Defence Minister.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty explosive stuff here that we're seeing in this document that has been issued by the Chief Prosecutor for the International Criminal Court. Now, what's happened, the kind of background to this is South Africa and other countries asked for an investigation. It's now been looked at and they've gone through the evidence. And the Chief Prosecutor, Karim Khan, says, on the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, I have reasonable grounds to believe Yahya Sinwar, he's the leader of Hamas in Gaza, Mohammed Daif, a military commander in Gaza, and Ismail Haniyeh, who's the head of the Hamas Political Bureau. They bear criminal responsibility for October the 7th and what has happened. And the charges that are being looked at, the allegations are, very, very serious. Extermination as a crime against humanity, murder, taking hostages as a war crime, rape and other acts of sexual violence, and torture. But in this same document, there are also allegations being made against Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the Prime Minister of Israel, and Yoav Gallant, the Minister of Defence of Israel. And these are what they're accusing these two men of: starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, as a war crime, willfully causing great suffering or serious injury, willful killing, intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population, extermination and persecution as a crime against humanity. Now, what happens now is that the ICC prosecutor is seeking arrest warrants. It then now has to go through to a panel of judges. All of this evidence will be presented to them, and then they'll have to take the decision about whether or not to issue arrest warrants. But, I mean, on a note of that, the seriousness of that, particularly against the Israelis, Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, is, I'm just thinking from memory, the only others in kind of recent times, you're talking about Vladimir Putin, following the Ukraine war, an authoritarian regime. Israel, of course, presents itself as a democracy, so it wouldn't see itself in that camp. And Sudanese leader Omar al-Bashir. So again, this is going to be something that is extremely uncomfortable and difficult, not just for these two men, but also Israel as a country.
And when we look at the small print, he says in both cases, when he's looking at these charges against Hamas, some of these crimes in our assessment continue to this day. And the same with Israel. He's used similar language in both senses. And my eyes were drawn to this paragraph. Israel, like all states, has a right to take action to defend its population. That right, however, does not absolve Israel or any state of its obligation to comply with international humanitarian law, notwithstanding any military goals they may have. This means Israel chose to achieve them in Gaza. The means Israel chose to achieve them in Gaza are criminal.
Yeah.
It's incredibly strong.
I mean, it is incredibly strong, and I think you get to the crux of the matter here in terms of how this has been looked at legally. The issue, of course, isn't about launching the war. Remember, Israel experienced an atrocious terrorist attack on October the 7th. It wasn't that they didn't have the right to defend themselves. It was the manner in which they chose to do it. And wind back to the morning of October the 7th when, the world was waking up and we were starting to see some of those images from southern Israel about what had been, what Hamas had done. But you will remember, Jane, warnings from the Americans. You'll remember warnings from the British government as well to the Israelis, be very, very careful about how you proceed. And I think it would resonate, or should have perhaps resonated more in the case of those warnings coming from the Americans, not just because they are a very close ally to the Israelis, but also they have direct experience of this in terms of September the 11th and the wars that were launched in the aftermath of that. Arguably, hubris, seeking revenge for what was perpetrated against the Americans, that caused huge problems in the aftermath. And I think those warnings were clear to the Israelis, but certainly you're seeing now from the ICC prosecutor that they chose to ignore those, and you now have these very serious allegations being made.
Alex, thanks very much for bringing us up to date with that. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, tens of thousands of people will be hoping for answers very shortly when the Infected Blood Inquiry publishes its findings at 12:30. Stay with us.
It's the highest number of parcels we've ever provided on record, and we know that we've provided over 1.1 million of them for children, with 65% of the parcels we provide going to households with children. It's just really shocking. We see variations across the UK, but when we look over the last 5 years across the board, we've seen an almost doubling in the number of people having to access emergency food because they simply don't have enough money to be able to afford the essentials. We're hearing from families that they're just not able to make their budget stretch to cover the costs of essentials. And by essentials, I mean things like food and household bills. The cost of inflation on essential items like food and bills is just such that compared to just even a couple of years ago, people's budgets can't stretch. We're obviously relieved to see that inflation is not going up by as much as it was before, but the reality is for essential items like food and household bills, the cost is still much higher than they were a couple of years ago. And that fundamental problem is people are just not receiving enough income to cover the cost of those essentials. And a bedrock of ensuring that this changes is making sure our social security system is fit for purpose. I think we can all understand if you're struggling to know how you're going to feed your families, if children are leaving home in the morning not having had sufficient breakfast, it's going to affect their ability to engage in school. It's also going to affect people's mental health. It's going to affect their physical health. We all need food as an essential, and not being able to afford that is something that's just shocking and can't continue. We absolutely share our data and speak regularly with the government and with all political parties. And for us, it's really clear this has to be an urgent issue that any incoming government seeks to address. We've seen cost of living payments being provided last year, but those have now ended. So I think understanding that urgent action is needed this year, because otherwise families on the lowest incomes are going to see next year as much, much harder than the year that's just passed.
Iran's supreme leader has appointed an acting president following the deaths of Ibrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister in a helicopter crash. The bodies of the two men were found at the scene of the crash in the northwest of the country. The helicopter went down in heavy fog in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. Search teams located the crash site in a mountainous area in the early hours of the morning. Our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle reports.
At first light this morning in Iran's Zagros mountain range, the rescue teams found what they had been searching all night for. This is the tail of President Ebrahim Raisi's helicopter. There were no signs of life there. 12 hours after reports that the aircraft had gone down, the wreckage was finally tracked down by drone. Turkish search and rescue teams helping with the operation found the heat source of the helicopter and helped guide others towards the site. And Iranian state media had broadcast these pictures, apparently showing Raisi's body being carried on a stretcher from the crash site. The mission was hampered by heavy fog and rain. Iranian state media has initially blamed the bad weather for the crash. President Raisi and his Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian were returning from a trip to Iran's border with Azerbaijan in an American-made Bell 212 helicopter. These pictures, taken just hours before the crash, show the pair flying over a dam project that they inaugurated in northwest Iran. And this is the last known image of the aircraft they were travelling on. It was taken as they took off. Initially, it was reported by state media that the helicopter had come down in a hard landing. The language was later changed to crash. Search teams scrambled to the area, but wading through fog and forest was a challenge. Ibrahim Raisi was elected 3 years ago. He was an ultra-conservative within the hardline authoritarian clerical regime. He was the second most powerful person in the country, answering directly to Ayatollah Khamenei. The supreme leader gave the Iranian nation his reassurances last night before confirmation that his likely successor had died.
People must be assured that there will be no disturbances in the country's affairs.
In response, there was a chorus of prayers echoing from Tehran to Mashhad. But not everyone will mourn the death of a man dubbed the Butcher of Tehran. But this is a delicate moment for Iran. Despite the promises of calm by the regime, there will be great uncertainty in the days ahead. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News.
The broadcast regulator Ofcom says GB News could face punishment after breaking impartiality rules. It relates to complaints about a show featuring the Prime Minister and a question and answer session with a studio audience. Well, our arts and entertainment correspondent Katie Spencer joins me now. Katie, there have been slap on the wrists for GB News from Ofcom before. Will this one actually lead to action, or is it just another telling off?
Well, look, GB News has had various run-ins with Ofcom, skirting very close to breaking its broadcasting rules, but so far nothing actually tangible has happened in terms of any fines being given out or any sort of threats being made towards its licence being revoked. But this is the very first indication we have from Ofcom that it doesn't want to let GB News get away with this anymore. It refers to a Q&A with the Prime Minister that took place in February. In theory, Ofcom said it had no problem with the format, but upon investigation, it's basically found that it wasn't impartial enough. They've said that audience members weren't able to question the Prime Minister's responses to their questions, and that the presenter basically didn't challenge the Prime Minister enough. Ofcom, in a statement, has said that given the very high compliance risk this programme presented, we found GB News' approach to compliance to be wholly insufficient and consider it could have and should have taken additional steps to mitigate these risks. Ofcom considers GB News' failure to preserve due impartiality in this case to be serious, and given its 2 previous breaches of these rules repeated, we're therefore now starting our process for consideration of a statutory sanction against GB News. Now, we don't know what that sanction is going to be. They say that this will be a process that's going to take 60 days for them to assess what the next step will be. We should say, though, GB News, they dispute the claims that Ofcom are making and say that they do maintain that they adhered to the broadcasting code, and that they essentially say that this is a watershed moment that should terrify journalists, because they believe it's all about freedom of speech and they've done absolutely nothing wrong. That we'll see in 60 days' time, though, whether Ofcom comes away looking weak or whether they do actually take stronger action. They could give out a fine. They could, in theory, take away their licence. We'll find out.
We should wait and see. Katie, thank you very much. Right, let's take you back to Sarah Jane Mee, who is down at that infected blood inquiry.
Jane, thank you very much. Yes, welcome back live to central London. You can hear helicopters overhead. The crowds are gathering here because in just a minute and a half's time, the report into the infected blood scandal will be published. It has been decades in the making for these families, a number of years in putting the report together. So Brian Langstaff, the report's author, earlier on today delivered the report to some of the families and victims involved. He also gave a first look to some of the media, because this is a document that will be thousands of pages, and it's so important what is in there. Finally, these families, the victims of this infected blood scandal, getting answers, and importantly, perhaps some idea of accountability. Who knew what when? Because that is such an important question for the thousands of people, tens of thousands of people that have been impacted by this scandal. There will be talk about compensation as well in this report. There has been interim compensation for some victims of their families, but we understand that what could be recommended in this report will run into billions of pounds for families. I talk there about accountability and also an apology as well. We understand that the Prime Minister will be addressing the report and its findings later on today in the House of Commons. An apology expected, and so many of the families here will be expecting more than warm words. They'll want to know exactly what the government is apologising for, and that is contained in this report, which we can bring you now. The breaking news at exactly 12:30, the findings of Sir Brian Langstaff's official report into the infected blood scandal. Sir Brian Langstaff confirming and concluding that it was not an accident, that there were a catalogue of failures, and that there was downright deception by the NHS and the government. Well, his report today says infections occurred because doctors, the blood services and successive governments failed to put patient safety first. Sir Brian also emphasises in his report published this afternoon that now is the time for proper compensation to be paid to all those who were wronged. Let's take a look at the findings in more detail. They have been literally released in the last few seconds. The report saying this: UK blood services failed to ensure rigorous enough donor selection to exclude higher risk blood donors, including collecting blood from prisons until 1984. The report says transfusions were frequently given when they were not clinically needed, and patients were not warned of the risks. Patients were knowingly exposed, the report says, to unacceptable risks of infection, despite the fact that the risk posed by blood and blood products was well known. The damage caused was compounded by the reaction of successive governments, the NHS and the medical profession. Successive governments refused to admit responsibility to save face and expense. The report also found that the response to the infections made things worse, including repeated failures by governments and the NHS to acknowledge that victims should not have been infected. The report criticises the absence of any meaningful apology and redress. It also says successive governments repeatedly used inaccurate, misleading and defensive lines, including cruelly telling people that they'd received the best treatment available. And the deliberate destruction of some documents and the losses of many others.
What I've been looking at are people from families across the UK who've gone into hospital for treatment, and over 30,000 have come out with infections which were life-shattering. And 33,000 of those have died, and deaths keep on happening week by week. What I've found is that disaster was no accident. People put their trust in doctors and the government to keep them safe, and that trust was betrayed. And then the government compounded the agony by telling them that nothing wrong had been done, that they'd had the best available treatment, and that as soon as tests were available, they were introduced. And both of those statements were untrue. That's why what I'm recommending is that compensation must be paid now, and I've made various other recommendations to help to make the future of the NHS better and treatment safer.
Well, let's bring in our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, who's with me here in central London. And Ashish, an utterly damning report. You've had a first look at it. What stood out to you?
What stood out to me was thinking about how the people inside the hall would have felt when they tried to read 2,500 pages. They will feel completely and utterly vindicated. They have been talking about a cover-up, trials, experiments, being ignored, being lied to for decades. And they were dismissed, and they were ignored by successive governments. And now we have Sir Brian Langstaff delivering in an official public inquiry document. His report says documents were destroyed to hide the truth. He talks about an attitude that existed among clinicians and doctors about doctor knows best. So when parents raise concerns about their children falling ill, being treated with these experimental treatments, they were just dismissed summarily by saying, we know better than you, we're doctors. And then there were secret trials. There's a special mention in the report, and this really stood out for me because during the coverage over the last 20, 30 years, there hasn't been as much as there should have been, but certainly people will understand that this school, Trelaws, in Hampshire, in Alton, and there's a special mention in the report about what went on at that school. It makes for sinister and grim reading. We are talking about experiments on a cohort of young children who were brought there, the lead clinician accepting that there was a risk. They would have known about these risks since the 1940s, 50s, 60s, way before these products were introduced. So this is a damning report. Make absolutely no bones about the contents in this and the recommendations that Sir Brian Langstaff calls for. Number one being compensation, first and foremost, before more people die.
Alongside Ashish, Des Collins is with us, senior partner of Collins Solicitors, who represents some 1,500 victims and their families impacted by this infected blood scandal. Des, good to see you. How will they be feeling today?
They will, in one sense, they'll be feeling vindicated because they said this for years and they've finally got it over the line. In another sense, complete and utter sadness, and that feeling of vindication will go very quickly, because that will be replaced with why did we have to go through this, why did our relatives have to die, and why did the government lie about this for so long.
Des, you'll be talking to those you represent about what's in this report, and a lot of them will be poring over it, looking for not just answers, but accountability, because that has been sorely lacking in this scandal. What are the next steps with regard to that? What will you be looking for in this report?
What we'll be looking for in the report as we work through it over the next couple of days, there are 7 lever arch files, so the devil's always going to be in the detail, but what we'll be looking for is where the finger is actually going to be pointed and where the axe is going to fall. It's not entirely clear at the moment how that will develop, but we're quite sure it will develop in that way. And we will also be looking at moving the group action forward. The group action is a civil action which has been before the Queen's Bench Division for 7 years, and we'll be moving that forward hopefully with the agreement of the Government Legal Department, who previously have said to us, no, you can't move it forward until the report is out. But it's out now. We've seen what's in it, so we'll move it forward.
Ashish, does this report apportion any blame?
It apportions blame to successive governments, to departments, but not, and we've talked to Des about this before, that there is no one person responsible for this. This is generational. This is something that has to be shared across departments, across organisations. This is systemic failure, but it's also failure on the part of the individuals involved in carrying out these research trials and these experiments. So if you're looking for one single villain in the piece, no, there isn't one, but there are very, very many. And I have to say, at the beginning of the report, Sir Brian Langstaff says, people will scarcely believe that this has happened in the UK. Think about that. We are talking about something which happened 40, 50 years ago. We're talking about secret trials carried out on patients, infecting them with hepatitis and HIV. And he says that in his report. You will scarcely believe that this has been allowed to happen in this country. And then he prefaces his report with a warning saying, this makes for extremely distressing reading. And I was talking to some people who were inside, some of the infected and affected, and they said, we feel vindicated, it's bittersweet. A lot of people have had trouble trying to read the reports. They felt triggered, was one of the words I used. And another person I spoke to earlier, a long-standing campaigner, he said it's going to take for a while for all of this to sink in because we've been waiting for this day for so many years.
Des, it's important to point out that this scandal is still ongoing. This isn't something historic we're talking about. the families here today and the victims are still living with the consequences. And in this report, Sir Brian Langstaff is, damning in his assessment of the fact that this is not a question of hindsight, he says. The risk of blood and blood products causing severe infection were well known before most patients were treated. In the case of hepatitis, since the end of World War II. I'll just let that sink in. This might have started in the 70s, but it's being felt now. And also, they knew about it back then. That's got to be so hard for the victims to live with today.
I think that is certainly right, but what I think the victims will find even more horrifying is the findings of Langstaff in that cover-up, that denial has been going on not only for 40 years, but is still going on at the moment. His concern is such at the lack of reaction of the present government over the past year. His concern is such that he's not going to close this inquiry today, as he normally would on delivery of the report. He's going to leave it open so that he can monitor what steps are now taken by the government to make sure that the recommendations which he has made are followed. And I think that really sums it up.
Yeah, you talk about the cover-up, and Sir Brian Langstaff saying the damage caused has been compounded by the reaction of successive governments, the NHS and the medical profession, to save face and expense. Successive governments refused to admit responsibility, showing little interest in finding the truth, listening to those infected or taking action. Ashish, as you say, this report, the delivery of it this afternoon, does not draw a line under this.
No, absolutely not. And there's one really important reason. It's in the report. 1997, I think it says, anyone who's had a transfusion of blood or has received a blood transfusion before that date should seek advice from clinicians about the possibility of being infected. So we're talking about people, a new cohort of patients who might yet discover that they have been infected with hepatitis C from so many years ago. So it's a problem even now for people who might not understand that they've had NHS treatment and they might still be infected. And also, and going back to your point, where he talks about governments kicking this down the line, and he says quite clearly, that's to avoid making compensation payments. They didn't want to make these payments, which they are now going to be in a position where they're forced to do that.
That in itself is sobering, isn't it? That this scandal could be so much bigger than any of us know right now. Let's take you live to a news conference with some of the campaigners reacting to this report.
Indicated by Sir Brian in his report today.
I think I would like to echo those thoughts. I think everybody today has read of the disasters that unfolded, and Sir Brian has been very thorough and has not minced his words.
Sir Brian has told the truth today, and that's what's important, is that we carry on telling that truth, and so that this cover-up doesn't get covered up again. It's a really, really important day for that.
I would say Jason as well.
For me, the key findings are that commercial factor products never should have been licensed for use. I think that was an incredibly strong finding of the report, and Sir Brian did what we hoped he would do, that he took the knowledge of this back to the 40s and 50s. This story did not begin in the 70s, and I think it's a credit to everybody that has campaigned on this over 3 or 4 decades.
Hello, everyone. It's Tom Clark from Sky News. Can I get your reaction to the report's conclusion that there is evidence of a cover-up by the Department of Health and others over the years since the initial wrongs happened right back in the 1970s and 80s?
I think I would say that my reaction to the fact that there has been a cover-up is that to our community, that's no surprise. We've known that for decades, and now the country knows, and now the world knows as well. And the fact that Sir Brian has exposed that not only was there a cover-up, but there was a deliberate attempt to lie and to conceal, and not just by one person either. That this was systemic. This was by government, by civil servants, and by healthcare professionals. I think that really rocks what we think of as society and really challenges the trust that we put in people to look after us, to do their best and protect us. None of that can we take for granted anymore.
And I'd just like to add that I think that that the deliberate destruction of records echoes that.
It's also how we were treated as well. Sir Brian brings to the fore about how the trusts and schemes that were set up to support us have treated us as well. So this is not only a cover-up, it's actually an abuse by many people who were set to supposedly care for us.
Throughout the report, Sir Brian refers to that line, the best treatment possible was given to people. And we now know once and for all that that was a lie. People have been saying that was a lie for many, many years. And now we have the definitive word on that.
We've been gaslit for generations. This report today brings an end to that, and it looks to the future as well, and says that this cannot continue, this ethos of denial and cover-up, and that the duty of care for candour has to be reviewed going forward, so this can never happen again.
And people have lost decades of their life campaigning, and that has added to the trauma. Not only are you dealing with infection, dying, loss of family, loss of years and years of that have been wasted on this campaigning. It should never have happened. It should have been dealt with straight away.
And as I sit here as one of 27,000 blood transfusion victims, that's what echoes in my head. Behind every one of those 27,000 is a family.
Hi, Joe Pinkstone from the Daily Telegraph. I just wanted to ask you what you would say to the politicians in charge throughout the scandal and in charge now. There's some criticism of quite specific individuals in the report. I'd just like to get your thoughts on what you would say to them.
I think many of the politicians should hang their heads in shame. I think for the first time we've seen people like Jeremy Hunt and other health secretaries speak up recently and actually start to acknowledge their part in this scandal. Because no single person is responsible for this scandal. It's been the result of generations of denial, delay and cover-up. And whilst there might be an apology later today from the Prime Minister, it's not just the Prime Minister who holds responsibility and accountability for this. There are many others out there, and I would expect over the coming days and weeks for many more people to come forward and say sorry. I'm sorry for my part, and if they're genuinely sorry, they will help implement the recommendations that Sir Brian has recommended today.
And I think they need to know as well what they've been sorry for. Any apologies that we've had in the past have been meaningless, because all that they've said is that this should never have happened. We know that this should never have happened. What was your part in it? What are you sorry for? That's what the community needs to hear before we can even begin to get closure on this.
And not mess us around any longer.
I think the apology on behalf of the state will be welcome. And I think something else the community would like to see is a proper apology from all of the pharmaceutical companies that manufactured Factor 8 and 9 products as well, which includes Bayer, Baxter, Revlon Healthcare, Alpha, Abbott, and their successors or subsidiaries.
Victoria MacDonald from Channel 4 News. It was made very clear that this inquiry could not recommend corporate manslaughter charges, could not go there. But do any of you think, or do you know if any complaints have been made officially to the police?
I'm not aware of any at the moment. I should say that, as well as being the chair of the Society, I'm a criminal barrister. And one of the aspects that, sadly, the delay has caused is the fact that there are doctors out there who should have been prosecuted for manslaughter, gross negligence manslaughter. Doctors who were testing their patients for HIV without consent, not telling them about their infections, who then went on to sadly infect their partners, and they then went on to die. Those people should have been in the dock for gross negligence manslaughter. And sadly, because of the delay, that's one of the consequences, that so many people will not see justice as a result.
I'd like to add that that extends to the politicians and the licence makers that licensed Factor 8 when there were clear warnings in place. This has gone on for so long now that the people that were around at the time will be very hard to track down if they're even still alive. And that's one of the testimonies of the cover-up and the delays in getting justice to this scandal is the time that it's taken has meant that justice delayed really is, in this case, justice denied.
I think a lot of the villains in this story sadly have now died. In particular, on a clinical level, I would include Professor Arthur Bloom and Dr. Charles Ritzer, who were the two leading haemophilia care figures at the time, and for whom, if they were still alive today, I think there could well be a case for criminal charges. And that's just a testament to the fact that the government did not launch a public inquiry earlier. At the time, it should have happened probably in the 90s.
I mean, in the report today, it says that there was enough public interest in this scandal for the inquiry to have been launched around 1986. Just think about the delay for a moment and think how many people could have been brought to justice at that point but haven't.
I think we need to be aware too of the deliberate destruction of records. The records, not just patient records, but records kept by the Department of Health, and that has become clear in the report that they were deliberately destroyed.
And also the evidence that was coming forward and being placed in front of government by campaigners that was dismissed. I think today is about the vindication of many of those campaigners, who some have sadly died, and I think that's what needs to be remembered, that this has been 40 years of cover-up and campaigning.
Can I add that there's an unprecedented aspect to this inquiry, because Sir Brian Langstaff has said that this is not his final word. He is not sending his final report to the government today. The recommendations that he's recommended, he said that the government will have to provide a report to Parliament within 12 months about those recommendations, saying whether or not they are going to implement them or explaining why they are not going to implement them, and he will expect them to account for that, which I think is unprecedented, because what the chair of the public inquiry is saying to government is, I don't trust you. And that's what the community have been saying for decades. I believe there should be a presumption in the Inquiries Act that recommendations from inquiries should be implemented unless government can provide good reasons why not. Why is it that we continue to have these burning injustices? Why is it in the United Kingdom we continue to have these scandals? It's because we ignore the recommendations of public inquiries, and that must stop today.
Hi, sorry, Joe Pinkstone from the Daily Telegraph again. I just wondered, my understanding is that there's some court cases that have been paused while the inquiry makes its final report. I wonder if you feel the final report is enough of a sense of justice, or if you'll be perhaps resuming legal action against the state.
In regards to the group litigation in my name against the Department of Health, that will very much, I think, depend on what the government does now, particularly in terms, it's a civil case, depending on how they come forth tomorrow with their proposals on compensation and what that looks like. I think that will go a long way in helping to decide what we do with that case next, and if we lift the stay. There are other litigations, such as the Trelaw litigation and other litigations going on as well, but I wouldn't be able to comment on those.
Hi, Emeline Van for Radio France International. What's the general feeling at the reading of this report? Is it relief, renewed anger, vindication?
I think for me, there's been a whirlwind of emotions today. I'm sure everybody on this table would agree with that. When you've been building up to a single day for 40 years, there's no wrong or right emotion about it. But for campaigners who have been doing this for so long, for saying the things that are now in this report for so long, I think relief, absolute relief, will be an overriding emotion, and that's certainly the case for me.
I think many feel that like this is the beginning of the end, because having had an excellent public inquiry, and we should commend the chair and his team for the inquiry, the ball is now in the government's court, and it will depend on the government response. And until we have a full government response in terms of compensation, all the other recommendations, it's only then we will be able to judge whether or not this inquiry has been successful or not.
Hi, my name is Emilio. I work for Politico. I have a question which is, obviously we've seen sort of some similarities with this recent post office scandal as well, where it seems like the politicians didn't really take it seriously enough, or potentially worse. Corporate wrongdoing potentially was brushed under the carpet. It's taken a really long time for people to notice that and to get to close to an end to that situation. Do you think, thinking about that and this situation, do we have a kind of wider problem with our society or our politics in terms of listening to people who have been wronged and getting things sorted quickly and trusting them, essentially?
That goes back to what I said earlier about the truth. This is the day of the truth, and it's up to society, up to you, the media, to ensure that that truth gets told and to keep coming back to it. Otherwise, we will be back in a situation, and millions of pounds of money that's been put into this inquiry would have been wasted.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I think that that if we look back at this, it was cost that was a huge factor in why they bought in the American products, in why they didn't screen the blood for transfusion. And now cost is a factor yet again, because it's going to cost much, much more, and has cost much, much more. And that's just in monetary terms, and I'm not thinking then of even the loss of life, which is the most unbearable cost.
Not only is the loss of life, that those people who are still infected need ongoing health and social care needs, and that needs to be addressed within any compensation package, and that needs to be talked about.
I think today sees the victory of truth over power, and you talk about the post office scandal and this scandal. Healthcare and the law are the twin pillars of our civil society, and they've both been rocked to their foundations by both of these scandals. Had this inquiry happened decades ago when it should have happened, might the post office scandal or large parts of it have been avoided? Possibly. And that's the real tragedy of this, that we continue not to learn from failures.
I mean, we've mentioned two scandals, this one and the post office. There are many others that coalesce around the Hillsborough Law Now campaign, which Andy Burnham started, such as the nuclear test veterans, Grenfell Tower fire, the story of Zane, who died as a result of toxic matter in a family household. There are so many of these campaigns, and they all need to be looked at.
I think the civil service has closed ranks around a lie for a long time in this inquiry, and I think the similar thing has happened in the post office and many of the other inquiries that Jason has just mentioned. And ministers, sadly, weren't given the truth, and I think that decision was made a long time ago, and money is at the source of it. It seems to be always at the source of it. And we know there were conversations in higher levels of government saying that if you compensate the haemophiliacs, then that sets a precedent. So let's not do it. And when you continue that line, that government line, and closing your ranks around denial, then that's the sort of this is the result of it, and the post office is the result of it. And we need systemic change and a duty of candour at all levels of government, including the civil service, to make ministers absolutely aware of what the options are. And then maybe we'd have a chance of not having this repeated.
Thanks. It's Ryan at the Mail. Some of the strongest words in the report today were for Lord Clark, who Sir Brian described as combative and his evidence as argumentative. He said that will have aggravated the distress and upset of many. I wondered if anybody had any thoughts on what Sir Brian said.
I spent 3 days watching Lord Clark giving evidence, and he was patronising in the extreme. He had clearly never met anybody with haemophilia, and considering this is the worst treatment disaster in the history of the NHS, for the Health Secretary not to sit down with that community and actually meet them and learn about what's happened to them is absolutely appalling. And sadly, he continues in that disposition, and I think he owes the community an apology, not just for his time as Health Secretary, but for the manner and the lack of humanity and compassion that he showed when he gave evidence to this inquiry.
And disdain for the inquiry itself and its process.
One of the things that stands out in my mind from Lord Clarke's evidence is that he asked, is factor 8 a pill? He didn't even know what it was. And I actually used that as a way to ask the media to please assist with the public understanding about that product and why it's so dangerous, because it is fundamental to the report today.
All right, thank you so much for your questions, and thank you so much for your time.
He was very.
You're watching Sky News. We are outside the Methodist Central Hall in central London. Those are the scenes from inside you were just watching there, because in the last half an hour, the findings of Sir Brian Langstaff's official report into the infected blood scandal have finally been released. Sir Brian Langstaff concluding that it was not an accident, that there were a catalogue of failures and what he has described as downright deception by the NHS and successive governments. Infections occurred because doctors, the blood services and successive governments failed to put patient safety first. As part of his damning report, Sir Brian also emphasises that now is the time for proper compensation to be paid to all of those who were wronged. Well, let's take a look at some of his findings in more details. His report saying that UK blood services failed to ensure rigorous enough donor selection to exclude higher risk blood donors, including collecting blood from prisons until 1984. Transfusions were frequently given when they were not clinically needed, and patients were not warned of the risks. Patients were knowingly exposed to unacceptable risks of infection, despite the fact that the risks posed by blood and blood products was well known. The damage caused was compounded by the reaction of successive governments, the NHS and the medical profession. Successive governments refusing to admit responsibility, to save face and expense. Well, the report also found that the response to the infections made things worse, including repeated failures by governments and the NHS to acknowledge that victims should not have been infected. The report criticises the absence of any meaningful apology and redress. It also says successive governments repeatedly used inaccurate, misleading and defensive lines, including cruelly telling people that they'd received the best treatment available, and the deliberate destruction of some documents and the loss of many others.
What I've been looking at are people from families across the UK who've gone into hospital for treatment, and over 30,000 have come out with infections which were life-shattering. And 33,000 of those have died, and deaths keep on happening week by week. What I've found is that disaster was no accident. People put their trust in doctors and the government to keep them safe, and that trust was betrayed. And then the government compounded the agony by telling them that nothing wrong had been done, that they'd had the best available treatment, and that as soon as tests were available, they were introduced. And both of those statements were untrue. That's why what I'm recommending is that compensation must be paid now, and I've made various other recommendations to help to make the future of the NHS better and treatment safer.
Shall I step to one side?
Former Prime Minister Theresa May, who ordered this inquiry, has given her reaction on social media within the last few minutes. This is what she's had to say on X. She said, "I hope that all those infected and affected by the contaminated blood scandal have got the answers they deserve today. Yet again, a community has had to fight for decades for the truth to come out. They shouldn't have had to fight so hard or for so long for this day to come." Well, I'm going to bring in now Marcel Batson-Warner, whose brother David Hilary Batson died with hepatitis C back in 2003. Marcel representing David here with that lovely smiley picture of him. Thank you so much for talking to us this afternoon. What's your sense now that this report is finally out? Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
I don't know if I've got words, but yeah, a big relief, really, of... Somebody asked me about justice. I don't know that justice is served, but acknowledgement of many lives lost unnecessarily, at least. We'll see what happens in the Justice Department in due course, I think.
Yeah. What does justice look like for you? You say you feel it hasn't been served by this report. What would it look like to you and your family?
Well, for us, it's just recognition of David's life, you know, and that he wasn't just a number or a statistic. There was a person with a family and everything there. And he should be here today. Like, he's born on the 1st of January 1954. So we would have been celebrating his 70th birthday this year. In fact, I went to the Forest of Dean for New Year's Day because that was a place that he had a love of. So I did actually celebrate my brother's 70th birthday, even though, you know, he's not here with us.
With that in mind, tell me about David. I'm just looking at this lovely picture you've got. And what does it say on his T-shirt there? Something about Tobago?
Yeah, so basically it says, "When I die, if heaven doesn't want me, take me to Tobago." Right? And so basically, after today and this final, you know, report, we're actually taking David's ashes to Tobago next month, and we'll be scattering them there in honour of what he said on the T-shirt.
Marcel, that's what he would have wanted, but not so early, not to be taken...
For sure. He and I went there together years ago, and, you know, he's a man of music, based in Bristol, set up music studio for others, you know. So, yeah, he was very much a man of the people. So
it's so important that we hear stories like David's today because, as you said, it's real people, it's real families that have been affected by this. We concentrate on the numbers that run into tens of thousands, but this is what campaigners have been fighting for. What's it been like for your family over the last few decades? We just heard from a campaigner there at the press conference who said, "We've been gaslit for decades. Nobody would listen to you. Finally, Sir Brian Langstaff has, and his report is damning." What's it been like for your family over the last few years,
it's like
decades?
Voice is not heard, you know, and doors closed by the powers that be, because it's the voice of the people that counts, and it's the voice of the people that have shone through in the end, I think, and thanks to Sir Brian Langstaff for listening. Otherwise we wouldn't be here today, and this is a day not come too soon.
Sir Brian Langstaff called this a disaster. I think that gives us a sense of the scale of this, and this inquiry to some part, apologies about the noise, there's not much we can do about that. This inquiry at some point hasn't ended. He's asking for more people to come forward if they may have been affected, and we'll bring people more details about that. But just in terms of the enormity of this scandal, just give us an idea of what it was like for David. How much did he know about his infection, when he was infected, and what was that like for him, living with that knowledge?
So David basically had a kidney transplant in 1988.
Yeah.
And back then, as I understand it, they referred to the hepatitis C, which is basically what he was infected with, as non-A and non-B.
Okay.
And he did live with, like, this death sentence of knowledge because he went to see his consultant on updates on how he was progressing with his kidney transplant. And the consultant then, back in the 80s, said to him, "David, the kidney's doing fine, it's taken really well, but sadly it will be the infected blood that we gave you that will kill you." Imagine being told that when you've gone for a consultation with your medical professional. So it was known.
That's the thing, that's what we've been hearing today, and what Sir Brian Langstaff has said. He said, you know, this isn't a question of hindsight. The risks of blood and blood products causing severe infection were known well before most patients were treated in the case of hepatitis since the end of World War II. It's jaw-dropping to read that, let alone read it out loud. But this is something you and so many families behind us have been talking about. And you've been dismissed up until
100%.
now. Give us an idea of that battle that's got you to today, trying to be
It's draining. It's draining. Do you know what I mean? It's just like this constant weight on you, knowing that there's a wrong that's not been acknowledged, that needs to be righted. You know, and people like my brother aren't here to have their voice heard. So that's why I'm here today, to represent my brother David, you know, and make sure that his life and his voice get heard with regards to this situation. Situation is an understatement, you know.
Marcel, you're off to Tobago one last time with David, and I wish you well on that.
Thank you.
It will be a really poignant, significant moment for your family, drawing a line, if you like, under it in some respect. We are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister later on today, and it's expected he'll deliver an apology. What do you want to hear from him? Because it's not this government, it's not just this government, it's successive governments that have failed you. What do you want the Prime Minister to stand up to say to you and so many others today?
Yeah, I mean, he's here today. He wasn't there then. Do you know what I mean? But he represents the government. So it rests with Rishi to make that apology, you know, and where he can make the difference, because he is here now, is to act by way of what compensation or whatever's going to get done to recognise the lives lost. No more delays. No more delay tactics, no more excuses. Action. It's time for
action is it your family want?
Well, just for recognition here for David right now. What comes thereafter, it doesn't matter, because it doesn't bring him back. Do you know what I mean? But acknowledgement first and foremost of that what happened to David should never happen, and more importantly, will never, ever, ever happen again. More importantly.
Marcel, thank you so much. You've represented David so brilliantly here on Sky News and at the inquiry today. We thank you for your time, and go well in Tobago.
Thank you so much for your opportunity. Thank you.
Marcel. Thank you.
Bye.
Let's talk about the victims who were infected through contaminated blood products more now. We'll hear what they had to say. There was a news conference a short time ago. It was held just after Sir Brian Langstaff's report was published. Here's a flavour of what they had to say a few minutes ago.
We've been gaslit for generations. This report today brings an end to that, and it looks to the future as well, and says that this cannot continue, this ethos of denial and cover-up, and that the duty of care for candour has to be reviewed going forward, so this can never happen again.
Well, let's speak to our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, who joins me now. And Ashish, oh gosh, it's hard to give a sense of the atmosphere here today. The campaigners so perfectly tried to sum it up with words, but the atmosphere here today is one of relief. I've been hearing cheers, applause. You know, there is a real sense of finally they're getting some answers, but it's by no means over yet, is it?
No, it's not over. This is hopefully, for all of the people here and the people too sick to travel, people watching this at home, this is the beginning of the end. I mean, it's been a long, hard battle. You've been talking to the infected and affected all morning. It's taken decades to have their stories told, to be listened to, and to be believed. And I think that's the key here. I think almost anyone you speak to here and you say, well done, you've got here, how do you feel? And they will say, vindicated. And that's, imagine losing someone you love, like a child or a parent or an uncle or a brother or sister, and then saying, why did this person have to die? And then being told repeatedly for years, it couldn't be avoided. We had to do what we were doing. We understand better than you do. Don't worry about it. Let us carry on and do our jobs. And they were told this by clinicians and doctors, civil servants, leaders of the NHS, government ministers. They've been lied to for successive decades. And to finally come here, and you've been gaslit for so long,
and you're telling people, this is what's happened to my family, my loved ones, and to have an official public inquiry where Sir Brian Langstaff has said, this is grim reading, you're not going to believe these things happened in this country, and he puts it out in black and white, 2,500 pages. So I think today you will find the mood changes. This morning is a little bit tense. There's relief now, certainly, but 5 o'clock we expect the Prime Minister to make some sort of public apology. That may happen, may not happen, we don't know. But certainly there will be a reaction here. Today has been all about the families. Sir Brian Langstaff and the victims have said, we don't want a big government response today. This is our day. We've waited for this day for 40 years. And speaking to government officials over the last few days, they said, we are very mindful of that. So there won't be any talk today officially about compensation or about righting those wrongs which are highlighted in this report. But certainly it will be important to listen to what the Prime Minister will say. And then, more importantly, how the people here react to those words.
Okay, Ashish, for the moment, thank you. Our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, following the story with us here in central London. Well, as we've been reporting, tens of thousands of people have been impacted by infected blood. Rachel Venables has more on some of them.
In total, more than 30,000 people in Britain were infected with serious viruses from contaminated blood products in the 1970s and 80s. And around 3,000 of them have died in what's been called the worst treatment disaster in NHS history. Well, these are just some of the faces of around 100 people and families who Sky News have spoken to about how this scandal has affected and even destroyed their lives. Here is Jackie Stevens, who was one of many patients infected in the 1980s. Like so many others, she says her relationships have suffered as a result of the effects of contaminated blood. She's felt alone, stigmatised and shameful about her illness. This photo is of Aid Goodyear when he was a boy. Now, he was infected with hepatitis at the age of 7, then HIV aged 10, and discovered he'd contracted a virus called VCJD aged 29. He received contaminated products to treat his haemophilia and says mighty wrongs were undertaken against vulnerable people who trusted their doctors.
We didn't accept death certificates to come with that. No. That's not normal school, is it? That's not correct. So I want to see that recognised for all the victims. And likewise, we all lost all our careers. We came to this school to be educated, as I said, and learn and leave and work. We lost everything. We lost our careers, we lost family members, the list goes on. So what we're looking for is contrition. That's quite important. To back them into a corner and contrition. And an open and frank apology at every level.
Now, this is Fiona Rennie. She became infected when she was just a teenager after being given infected blood for a tooth extraction. But she didn't find out for another 30 years after being misdiagnosed. And this is Keith Bennett, who was given infected blood when he was just 32, and he's suffered from ill health ever since, including mood swings, constant flu-like symptoms and internal bleeding. He says the fatigue has lost him jobs and ultimately his marriage. So these are just 4 of the 100 or so people we have spoken to, amongst tens of thousands affected by this scandal over the decades, all of whom are hoping the impact of today's report will be to have given them some answers and perhaps finally a sense of justice.
Vulnerable patients exposed to unacceptable risks. That's among the verdicts from the infected blood inquiry. As it says, victims were betrayed. Among them, thousands of haemophiliacs who were given tainted transfusions to help control their bleeding problems. Well, I'm joined now by Clive Smith, Chair of Trustees of the Haemophilia Society, who you saw just moments ago at that news conference representing your organisation. Clive, good to see you. And can I first ask, after so long, how are you feeling today?
I think one of the overwhelming emotions for so many people today is vindication, that the community has known for decades what happened and the fact that it shouldn't have happened, and they've had to bang government's door for decades to say, you need to have an inquiry, you need to uncover all this wrongdoing. And finally today, Sir Brian Langstaff shone a light on one of the darkest chapters in this nation's history. And so for many people, it's vindication, it's pain and regret. Some people in there today have found it too difficult to read. The findings are so devastating that it's just too hard to hear. And of course, so many people are full of regret about the people who are not here, the lives that were unnecessarily lost, because one of the conclusions that Sir Brian has come to is that much of this could and should have been avoided.
That's the bit that jumped out to me straight away when the report was released. I mean, Sir Brian Langstaff talks about the cover-up. A campaigner in the news conference you were in called it abuse.
Yes.
And also the report is damning in saying you were blatantly lied to.
Yes.
You know, those who came forward were blatantly lied to. I'll just read this bit out. The damage caused has been compounded by the reaction of successive governments, the NHS and the medical profession, to save face and expense. Successive governments refused to admit responsibility, showing little interest in finding the truth, listening to those infected, or taking action. It doesn't get more damning than that, does it?
It doesn't, and it's been successive governments. They consistently told the community that they received the best available treatment based on the best medical advice. And we know now that's not true, or the world knows. The community has known that for decades, and quite why the government has just ignored this and pretended it wouldn't happen. So many people cynically have said the longer they wait, the fewer people will be left, the more people will be dead, the less compensation they will have to pay. And this isn't just about money, because justice has been delayed, and for so many it has been denied. Whilst today marks the start of that recognition for so many, the people who died over the last 30, 40 years, they will never receive justice. They will never get what they wanted to. So that's why today is such a bittersweet moment for the community.
Clive, we talk about cynical delays in public inquiries, but look, this report has been delivered. But Sir Brian Langstaff has almost counteracted the next stage, because we know when there's a public inquiry, there are recommendations and actions. But everything moves at a snail's pace again. We hear that criticism so often after public inquiries. What's Sir Brian Langstaff done to counteract that, to make sure that doesn't happen?
Sir Brian's taken an unprecedented step by saying this is not my final report to government, to the minister who commissioned the report. He said in 12 months' time, he said, I expect the government to present to Parliament a report saying what they've done about my recommendations, saying whether they've implemented them, or explaining why they're not going to do it. I firmly believe that in the Inquiries Act there should be a presumption that governments implement recommendations from public inquiries. Otherwise, we keep having these scandals, we keep having these burning injustices, and we learn nothing. And sadly, history repeats itself time and time again.
Can I just ask personally how you're feeling? Because I've been talking to so many people down here, and it's just such a mixture of emotions. There's relief, there's anger, there's all sorts. How are you feeling personally?
It's a difficult day for me personally. I lost my good friend Stuart, and whenever I speak about him I start to get emotional, which I'm trying not to do now, but I'm so proud that I've been able to do, and so many others have been able to do what they have to represent their loved ones and keep their memory alive, and to be able to speak about them finally, and so that people know what they suffered unnecessarily. And so it's a whole wave of emotions, and you'll have to ask me again at the end of the week, because it's going to be a roller coaster.
Yeah, Clive, thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak to us. Clive Smith there, Chair of Trustees of the Haemophilia Society. Well, it's worth reminding you what the chair of the inquiry had to say this lunchtime as his report was finally published.
What I've been looking at are people from families across the UK who've gone into hospital for treatment, and over 30,000 have come out with infections which were life-shattering. And 33,000 of those have died, and deaths keep on happening week by week. What I've found is that disaster was no accident. People put their trust in doctors and the government to keep them safe, and that trust was betrayed. And then the government compounded the agony by telling them that nothing wrong had been done, that they'd had the best available treatment, and that as soon as tests were available, they were introduced. And both of those statements were untrue. That's why what I'm recommending is that compensation must be paid now, and I've made various other recommendations to help to make the future of the NHS better and treatment safer.
Well, coming up, there is going to be another news conference. We're standing by, you can see the scene there in central London, inside the building. I'm standing outside of the Methodist Central Hall here in Westminster. We are going to get the reaction of campaigners and victims of this infected blood scandal after the long-awaited report into this was released nearly an hour ago now by Sir Brian Langstaff. So as soon as they are ready to go, we will take you inside that room to hear reaction to that report. And what a report it is pretty damning. Alice Porter is with me now. Alice, this report has only been with us for less than an hour, and we've been going through it to take out the headlines, but one thing that jumped out to me was the fact that Sir Brian Langstaff doesn't pull any punches here. He said this disaster was not an accident.
Yeah, it is such a strong reaction to a report, some of which we knew in advance, and I think some of this we had an inkling of. But it's the difference of when someone says something like that on public record is so important. I think when he's asked rhetorically, was there a cover-up, and he says, yes, there was. I think to be able to say that and use that phrase cover-up, which is something that campaigners have been saying for around 50 years now, but to have it in black and white, and even more, he goes on to say that this isn't, a handful of individuals who cooked it all together. It was something more, he said, chilling and something more sinister. And we know, and we heard throughout the inquiry, of crucial documents which were not available, crucial documents that had been destroyed. In the Department for Health, their own internal inquiry had found 13 volumes had been destroyed in relation to blood contamination. So this is something that campaigners have been saying for a long time, but to have it laid bare in black and white, and we're going to be also hearing from Sir Brian Langstaff at about 2 o'clock as well, he'll be giving a statement. That is going to be one of the most poignant aspects, really, is to have this laid out for the world to see.
Yeah. He says there was a cover-up, but he also says that people were deliberately lied to. They were told they were getting the best care available at the time, and we now know that not to have been the case. In terms of compensation, it depends who you speak to. For some of the victims and their families, compensation is very low down the pecking order in what they want from today. But for so many, it's not a luxury to have compensation. This is something they need right now because they are still in the middle of this. This isn't an historic scandal. There are people who need treatment now or cannot work because of what's happened to them. So this compensation is literally a lifeline for them.
It really is, and it's important to stress this was very unusual that midway through the inquiry, normally we have the recommendations come at the end, but actually it was midway through the inquiry because people were dying quite literally from illnesses related to hepatitis and HIV that Sir Brian Langstaff made his recommendation that would be these interim payments, and around 4,000 people have received payments of around £100,000. Sounds a lot, it's not very much if you've not been able to work throughout your whole life because of those illnesses, and then to have the compensation on top of that will mean a lot to some people, but for others it's not about the money, it's about the truth and about the accountability.
Yeah, let's talk about accountability, shall we? Because there is a part where Sir Brian said the damage caused has been compounded by the reaction of successive governments, the NHS and the medical profession. To save face and expense, successive governments refuse to admit responsibility, showing little interest in finding the truth, listening to those infected or taking action. A lot of people will be looking at their copy of the report, looking for accountability, perhaps looking for names of people in there, because there has been some suggestion from some campaigners and some families that they want criminal proceedings to be brought against some of those involved, because we're not just talking about government ministers, we are talking about NHS trusts, and we're talking about specific medical professionals as well. How much of that comes out in the report in terms of supporting any idea they may have of bringing about criminal proceedings?
Yeah, I think that's really important, isn't it? Because so many of the people who are gathered here today, this isn't just about today, although that is, of course, really important. And it's important to stress, in other countries, they've had criminal proceedings. In France and Japan, we were talking about that earlier. So it will be really important to see what the outcome of this will be and whether, crucially, the government will make sure that those criminal actions will take place.
We talk so much, don't we, about independent public inquiries and what happens after them, and what happens when a report is delivered is that recommendations or actions are listed in that report for the government to look at and accept in full or accept in part. But the criticism is always that those recommendations or actions are slow to come to fruition, to be presented or to be put in place. But Sir Brian has actually looked ahead, hasn't he? And he said, not in this case. He's going to check in a year's time. Explain to me a bit more about that.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to be checking in a year's time to find out about his recommendations and to make sure that they are acted upon. And also, crucially, this afternoon, the Prime Minister is going to be making what we hope is an apology, although we do understand he's also not meeting with the victims' families today. That may be something that won't go down well with many of those people who've been impacted. Of course, we've been hearing today of, it was 30,000 people who have been impacted by this scandal. So it may not be a good look for the Prime Minister not to be meeting with victims. We are expecting some sort of statement from him later today, and that public apology will be an important step in the government publicly recognising the harm that has been done to so many people.
When talking about the victims of this scandal, they are individual people, they are families, and we've spoken to so many of them here on Sky News in recent months, weeks and years. I mean, such as the length of time it's taken to get to this point. But there are specific groups. I'm thinking in particular of the Trelaw School in Hampshire, and this was one of the most shocking bits of evidence submitted to the report, that children with bleeding disorders were used as guinea pigs, lab rats, I think is how one victim described it, in trials with infected blood. And they have been given a special part of the report addressing that portion of this scandal.
Yeah, that's right. I think that probably was one of the most shocking aspects, really, that maybe came out of the inquiry, because, again, so many of these campaigners for such a long time weren't believed on these issues, and I think to refer to yourself as a guinea pig, it almost sounded quite extreme, but it's actually to have it laid bare today is so important, because these were vulnerable children. I think really that's also one of the most shocking aspects of it, is how many children were impacted and how many children have died. So to have that recognised in this specific way is so important today.
And I'll be talking to two of the boys, then grown men now, who were infected as part of those experiments at that school in Alton in Hampshire a little bit later here on Sky News. We are expecting that second news conference momentarily in the building behind me in central London. We'll be hearing from campaigners and victims. Here they are all sitting down, ready to start giving their reaction to what the report says was downright deception by NHS and successive governments. They'll be giving us their reaction, representing their organisations and their families. Let's listen in now.
I think it's been a very thorough report. I think Sir Brian has done his job with a very much a degree of compassion, and he has got to the root of what has been happening over many years. He has made some very astute recommendations, and we look forward to the government responding to those in a positive way. We continue to be willing to contribute to that process.
Yes, well, I'd agree with John. We think it's a very thorough report, and Sir Brian has done an excellent job. Our main concern from Wales is what will the government do with the recommendations. From what the little I've seen of the report, because we've come up on a coach from Wales, so I've had a very quick look at it. It seems that there are lots of criticisms within it, and it seems that Wales mirrored what happened in UK government, and decisions were taken without much question. So our main concern obviously was the leading doctor in Wales, Professor Bloom is named in the report, and it seems that he decided the policies that were going to be adopted, and UK government did nothing other than accept them. And we've also noted that Diana Walford is criticised in the report. So, it's very, very concerning that, the factor concentrates, they were meant to, they should have at least been withdrawn by 1978. but they continued to be imported and they were used on children and newly diagnosed children. So it's all very concerning, but it isn't anything we didn't already know. We know that the patients were treated without consent. And it's just very worrying that government just accepted that, and there was no candour, there was no truthfulness, and that line was taken, and that continued.
As a transfusion victim, I've scanned it quickly, but in the first couple of pages in black and white, in 1965, Germany was looking at their blood donations for raised ALT levels. That was in 1965. If our government had taken that on, and anybody that donated with raised ALT and had taken those out of the donation line, then there would be a lot fewer transfusion victims nowadays. So it vindicates my impression that the knowledge was out there. Our government ignored it, couldn't be bothered with it, found it was going to be too expensive. I don't know what their excuses are, but this blatantly in black and white says that they have no excuses, that every person that died from those times on could have been saved if they'd done the risks and put them in place. So I'm really pleased that it's out there now. Nobody can call us conspiracy theorists. Our truth has been told, it's in black and white, and they've got no place to hide. Any government over the last 30 to 40 years needs to be called to account.
My name is Nigel Hamilton. I'm chairman of Haemophilia NI. I represent a small, if select, community in Northern Ireland. I lost my twin at Christmas Day. I lost 2 cousins within the past 10 years. I lost 2 friends within the past 2 months. We have suffered in Northern Ireland, and the production of this report, as it now comes, has been both healing and supportive. It recognises the injustices that have taken place. It gives us an opportunity to address some of those and try to apply some of the positives that we're going to find in this. But with 7 volumes and only having receipt of 2, and an opportunity to tease through the remaining 5 volumes on phone, it hasn't been easy to find the answers for you at this stage. What I will say is, interestingly, and it's something that's been going on for some time, and the government have now recognised that because of the Prime Minister's statement today and Minister Glenn's statement to a number of group representatives throughout the UK recently, compensation will be paid. That is not an answer to the problems we have, nor is it a solution, but it will help. The other aspect that has come out of this for me is that while I feel a cascade of emotions, positive and negative, I think that it indicates quite clearly that the government are culpable, successive governments are culpable of neglect, of abandonment, and that, unfortunately, has been a culture which has also been adopted within the health service. I looked at Northern Ireland's report specifically, and I could see from that that it was evident that they followed suit from the leadership that was given in the UK mainland. And I think all regional health departments did. Our assembly, or our government in Northern Ireland, was highlighted as having 2 problems, and that's why it couldn't deal with the issues. One of them was security, because there was a big emphasis by ministerial commitment on security. And the other issue was the fact that we have not had consistent government over a practical period of time, and I'm talking years. So Assembly has risen and Assembly has fallen, and Assembly has risen and fallen and has risen again. What they need to understand is they have to show leadership. In all the regions, they have to show leadership. And the one thing that seems to be abandoned here is that leadership and determination to identify the specific issues that impact on their communities have not taken place. So a culture change is required. Candour is required. And transparency, which will involve and engage the patients. I hope that from this report, other victim groups will be able to identify what mustn't happen to them. And the lessons that are provided in this report will be listened to and learnt by government, civil servants and the National Health Service.
Well, my name's Joyce Donnelly and I represent the Scottish Infected Blood Forum. Now, when this inquiry started, I had every faith in Sir Brian and his team, and he has lived up more than I could have expected. I haven't had that much time to look at the report. What I've seen, I read, I was particularly interested in the chapter on Scotland, and the recommendations that were made in Scotland 20 years ago by Lord Ross were never carried through. So one can only hope that these recommendations, and I don't see how they could refute it. How could they possibly refute these recommendations? They stand up. Everything that Sir Brian has put down stands up and has been clarified and proved to be correct. So these recommendations, one hopes, will be carried through to the letter, and people will receive what they should have received 20 years ago, 30 years ago. My late husband had this mantra in his life. He wouldn't apply for Skipton or anything else. He said, the government know what they've done, they know who they've done it to, and it's up to the government to put it right. And if the government can now put it right, then a lot of people have missed out, a lot of people have passed on and died in the interim, but there are still people who are waiting for it to be put right, and that is my hope for the future.
Hi, I'm Shelley Phelps from BBC Wales. I've got a question for Lynn, please. There's a lot of criticism in this report of Professor Bloom, who, as you were just talking about earlier, he led the Cardiff Haemophilia Centre. Can I get your reaction to those findings? Thank you.
Well, we've sort of known the truth for a long time. You know, this has been, a lot of it has been uncovered by the campaigners, but obviously the inquiry has put all this on public record. So the feeling of the group is, you know, it's still very much disbelief that you know, it's now in black and white, but it needed to be put on public record. That, you know, these things had happened. So there was testing without consent on children, and previously untreated patients were given concentrates when they shouldn't have been given concentrates. And that led to an infection of many, many more haemophiliacs than needed to have been infected at the time. So it's just very, very emotional, very, very upsetting for people, because many of the facts we've known for a long time, but to see it in black and white is particularly hard for our group to come to terms with.
Hi, Rachel Hall from The Guardian. Can you give me a sense for how victims and families will be feeling reading the report? And is this the moment that you and they were hoping for? And if there's anything else that you might be looking for going forward, for example, criminal charges?
So, as regards victims and families, obviously we've had limited viewing of the report because we've been on a coach for 4 hours, so it's been very difficult. But yeah, it's a feeling of, well, I suppose they now feel that they're believed, because it's something that people have been saying for so many years, and that in the large part is how we got the public inquiry. It's all the campaigning that was done by all the people before us who are no longer here, and so we felt it was our duty to carry on the campaign, because we knew the truth. Obviously, we've had a lot more revealed by the inquiry, but so there's some kind of feeling of closure. I think the difficulty is that nobody can bring back the people who have been lost, and that is the real, the heartbreaking thing about it. And then when people are actually now learning that this could have been avoided, when we've always been told it was unavoidable, you know, that troubles people immensely. I think our other issue is, because there's no trust in government, that even though we know that Rishi Sunak is going to apologise this afternoon and there's going to be an announcement tomorrow, we actually don't, once the announcement comes tomorrow on compensation, we don't actually know the details of that, and we have great concerns about that, because it will be an arm's length body, but the government will have already set up all the rules and regulations. So regarding eligibility criteria and appeals. And I think the difficulty now is that Sir Brian's recommendations may be overruled by government or ignored. And that's a real worry for people, that we may still have to keep fighting after 40 years of fighting. You know, so many people have lost their lives, and yet we still have to continue. So I think people are reticent because they've seen what's happened previously with governments, you know, with the way that the history has been rewritten, you know, that nothing had happened that shouldn't have happened. So I feel that the apology is important, but the next stage now of compensation, that is bothering a lot of people, because obviously they feel that they want recognition.
Can I come in on that if possible? Thank you. The government have invested taxpayers' money to the tune of 135 million in this public inquiry, which has been going on since 2017 up to today. Quite clearly, that investment, from our perspective, hasn't been foolishly spent. But in order to ensure and reassure our community, there needs to be more than just words from the government, and not looking unfairly towards them, a choreography towards an election. So from our perspective, the opportunity to continue this process to its proper conclusion is the advancement of the principles and the objectives and the recommendations of this report. That will only be borne out by the positive position that the government take and filling those words with some positive action.
Yeah, but the mantra that the government used to trot out about they received the best possible treatment available at the time has now been proved to be a lie. They can't say that anymore. They did not receive the best possible treatment available, and they died because of it.
And compensation isn't the be-all and end-all. Infected are still struggling to get scans, 6 monthly scans, treatment. The government and the NHS should have a duty of care towards us. They infected us. They've given us death sentences. We shouldn't have to be queued up for scans, and there should be best practice throughout the country, not a lottery of what hospital you go to. So until that is put in place for the infected, and hopefully if it's put in place it may prevent some early deaths, then money's nothing and talk's nothing. We need to have that input as well, the medical input.
And also, I think another key point moving forward is education of the medical profession, because people haven't been informed about it. It hasn't been part of the medical training, and that has caused huge problems for our community because the average medic does not understand what happened to them. And I think all of that needs to be put on, as Sir Brian will, is on public record, but that actually needs to be implemented.
And going forward, people that have blood transfusions now, my daughter had them regularly as a renal patient. I was told by a reporter who wrote books who lost a son with CJD, there's a disclaimer on the blood bags now saying that if you have this blood, you may have pathogens. A disclaimer on a blood bag that you're not told about is nothing. That's just trying to prevent another inquiry like this 30, 40 years down the line. They need to be informing people and giving them choices. Not always is a blood transfusion necessary. Sometimes it may be, sometimes it's not. But at least tell the patients that are receiving them the risks that they're taking so that you can choose.
And also, I think, is the fact that Sir Brian has pointed to the lack of candour and openness regarding the entire state on this issue, and that all needs to change. And I think institutions shouldn't just say they are being, you know, they're working within those rules anyway, because it's evident that isn't happening. And it's ministers are involved, it's right the way through the state, it's a complete failure. And had there not been a cover-up and the line adopted and the line defended, we wouldn't all be sitting here 40 years later doing this, and we wouldn't have lost all the people we've lost.
Hi, I'm Susie Forrest from BBC Scotland News. A couple of things you've sort of said you've not learned anything that you didn't already know, and those of us who have been interviewing you all these years have heard you say all these things many times. So I suppose that's one question: is there anything new in this that you didn't know that you've discovered? And also, from what you've been saying, a lot of what will be required to take any of this forward will actually be up to the devolved governments, and you know, all the attention will be on the Westminster government today and tomorrow perhaps, but how do you want to see them work together with the governments in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland to deal with some of the things you've been talking about, whether that's the way the health service works or education?
Well, the government in Scotland, to their credit, I mean, they set up the SIBSS, which is the Scottish Infected Blood Support Scheme, and they were, you know, the forerunners of that. And that has been a godsend to people, having that amount of money coming in. They know they're going to get it. They've got a, you know, finite. It's like getting your salary, although these people can't have a salary because they're not well enough. You know, they've been made ill by the treatment. So the Scottish Government, to their credit, as I say, set up the Scottish Infected Blood Support Scheme. That's been working very well. Where we go from there with the devolved government, I mean, I wouldn't hesitate to guess, but we're hoping that things can go on as they are for the foreseeable future. Because, as I say, people are dependent. People are dependent. It's given them a security. People who lost their jobs, people who weren't well enough to work, they didn't have any financial security anymore. They couldn't get insurance. They couldn't get mortgages. And this has given them something that has to be sustained for the mental welfare as much as their physical welfare.
When I spoke to Minister Glenn in Belfast with two of my colleagues, we pressed him, the first issue we pressed him on was giving statutory cover for the daily living allowance that he provides on a monthly and quarterly basis. The authority for that will hand over to the independent authority, compensation authority, and legislation will change in the respective regions to accommodate that. We have BSO, which is the Business Services Organisation, not unlike our colleagues in either region. That works very well for us. We have established, in conjunction with the Department of Health, a practical stakeholders group, which I myself have had the opportunity to chair as a victim, and which is co-chaired by one of the senior civil servants who deals specifically with infected blood. We have a good working relationship. The Health Committee in Northern Ireland wants to work along in partnership with the victims, and I've been asked to address them at formal sitting in relation to victims' views on the victims and prisoners legislation and how that is going to apply in Northern Ireland. In Northern Ireland, it's a slightly different situation because, as in Scotland and in Northern Ireland, the legislation primarily for prisoners, etc., was UK-based, but it was England and Wales. So our Secretary Health Department and our Minister for Health and our committee have been working closely along with ourselves in lobbying at Westminster to try and make positive things happen, so we are included in the UK process and not excluded. That applies both in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Our Assembly operates differently. It has different rules and regulations. It has different capacity to provide its own source of income. So we want to see the continuation of the commitment to the victims that this Minister, Robin Swan, has shown, and also the Health Committee as it currently sits. And that will give us confidence in the local work that the Assembly is doing to include us in this process as they take over their responsibility.
So in Wales, we'd just like them to, we'd like Sir Brian's interim report recommended on compensation, and I don't really think we can comment on it because we don't know what the government's going to do with it, and that will give us many sleepless nights. So, you know, I met with John Glenn 2 weeks ago, and I took the list of the 28 people who have never been included in a scheme, have never been given any compensation at all. And Sir Brian's recommendations is that those payments should be made through the current support scheme. So there's no delay, and government needs not to delay this and not wait for the scheme to be set up. so that's so the parents of the 380 children across the UK can get the payments quickly, and the children who lost their fathers. And I think that's an urgent requirement. Sorry, I had to get that in because I thought we hadn't mentioned enough about the...
Well, that was a news conference there from the campaigners and some of the families involved in this infected blood scandal. The report delivered today, their reaction, their verdict on the report, just as damning as the report itself. Alice Porter is with me now. And Alice, a lot of talk there about the fact that this scandal has touched the home nations. You know, this isn't just an England thing, this isn't just Wales, this isn't Scotland, this is widespread. And just your reaction to what we were hearing there, because like I said, their verdict on this scandal just as damning as the report itself.
It really is, and I was really struck by the last person speaking there about how the fight is still continuing for compensation, and that was something that was really interesting in the report, is how critical Sir Brian Langstaff was of the government for not enacting a compensation scheme sooner. This was something that he had unusually, normally in an inquiry you wait until the end before there's recommendations that are put forward, but it was 2023 that he put forward to the government and said that there should be a compensation scheme set up. And we were just hearing from some of those affected now who are saying really all eyes is on the government because of the urgency of that, and also about their wanting the government to make sure that this scheme also includes the children and parents of those who've been impacted by this, because there have been interim payments being made at the moment for victims, but Sir Brian Langstaff has crucially really wanted to make sure children can be compensated. I mean, there are some children who've lost one parent or been orphaned by this terrible scandal, so all eyes really will be on the government to see if they're going to take those recommendations on board. But also, I mean, that's embarrassing for a government to be named in this way in this public inquiry. So it'll be really interesting to see what the government does in regards to that.
Yep, there's a lot of talk about compensation, there's a lot of talk about accountability as well. And while this report, this inquiry cannot touch on criminal proceedings or recommend any kind of criminal action, there will be names in that report. There will be sections dedicated to certain victims and certain groups, and there will be legal teams poring over that report, because for so many people involved in this, accountability is key. Yes, compensation is there. Yes, an apology for the Prime Minister at the time, but it's the accountability. They have lost loved ones in this, and they want someone to pay for that. People just can't get off scot-free for one of the biggest scandals in NHS history.
Yeah, I think lawyers across the UK, because as you say, this is a problem, this is a scandal that has happened all corners of the United Kingdom. They're going to be poring over this document right now. It's a very lengthy document, 2,500 pages, and they're going to be seeing if their clients have a case to take potentially individual trust, clinicians to task really about what happened. I mean, what's going to be difficult is some of the key players in this have sadly passed away, which really shows just how long this scandal has gone on for. But there will be, I think, many civil servants who are either retired or may still be in Whitehall will be concerned, certainly about some of the comments that were made in terms of the cover-up. I mean, to have that stated in black and white. I mean, I was quite struck when he said, astonishing to anyone who reads this report, that these events could have happened in the UK. And I suppose we're dealing with a couple of inquiries going on at the moment, Post Office, now this. All of this does not give a good sense of the British, I suppose, justice system to a degree, and also institutions like the National Health Service, which is something that is a sense of pride to so many people. But we know clinicians were involved with not telling people who had HIV or hepatitis that they were HIV or hepatitis, they were positive with that. And those people went on to infect other people. And also just how callous it was, the way in which children were told about their diagnosis. Again, that's something in the report. You know, some children were told, you've got it, you haven't got it, you've got it, you haven't got it, and they were lined up. That was the Trelaw School, where children were treated as objects for research. I mean, to have a phrase like that coming out of a public inquiry in this country is just so damning.
Yeah, it's just the lack of humanity involved in this scandal. I mean, I was talking to Clive Smith from the Haemophilia Society, and he said that this lack of humanity from start to finish, he's only got a sense of that now in this report for Sir Brian Langstaff. In the report, it says patients were tested for both HIV and hepatitis without their knowledge, and sometimes without being informed of the results for weeks, months, or even years, denying them the opportunity to control the progression of their illness or to prevent it spread to those close to them, which you just said, Alice. And it said when patients were informed of their infection, this was too often handled in an insensitive and inappropriate way. That's the part of the report you were talking about there, Alice. And it's what happens now, isn't it? It's about the lack of humanity in this entire scandal. And for the people involved to be treated with some humanity from this point on, that's going to be so important, isn't it?
Yeah, and we are seeing, I mean, this is something that across the political divide, this is something that MPs are now all saying a very similar message on. There's strong talk about compensation. I mean, we understand it's about £10 billion that's been sort of earmarked for this. And this is something left to right we're all hearing from politicians: worry, concern, anger about what happened, because also, you know, the ministers who are currently at the top of this, they're all top of the civil service there, and I think there's been a huge alarm really about how even ministers can be lied to. And when we heard in the inquiry from Lord Owen, David Owen, who was talking about that he himself requested documents that he himself had written and been told, oh, sorry, because of a 10-year rule that ministers weren't aware of, these documents had been destroyed. I mean, if you can't even get health ministers to access their own documents, that's really a cause for concern. So, and to have had in black and white that there was a cover-up, a systematic cover-up, to have that laid in black and white is extraordinary to many people today, but we were also hearing to others today they're not surprised by that. And I guess that's one of the most interesting aspects, is some of this is new and people will be shocked about this in the headlines, but for other people, they've said we've known this for 50 years.
Well, it's all about what happens next now, is it? We do know that the Prime Minister will be addressing this later on today. A full apology expected. That's what the report recommends. A full apology from government is to be expected. But for that apology to be meaningful, it must be accompanied by action. It's 2 o'clock, you're watching Sky News. I'm Sarah Jane Mee, live outside the Methodist Central Hall here in central London, where earlier today the findings of Sir Brian Langstaff's official report into the infected blood scandal were released. Sir Brian has concluded that it was not an accident, that there were a catalogue of failures and what has been described as downright deception by the NHS and government, and that infections occurred because doctors, the blood services and successive governments failed to put patient safety first. Sir Brian also emphasised that now is the time for proper compensation to be paid to all those who were wronged. Let's take a look at his findings in a bit more detail. Well, the report says UK blood services failed to ensure rigorous enough donor selection to exclude higher risk blood donors, including collecting bloods from prisons right up until 1984. Transfusions were frequently given when they were not clinically needed, and patients were not warned of the risks. The report says patients were knowingly exposed to unacceptable risks of infection, despite the fact that the risk posed by blood and blood products was well known at the time. The damage caused was compounded by the reaction of successive governments, the NHS, and the medical profession. Successive governments refused to admit responsibility to save face and expense. Today's report also found that the response to the infections made things worse, including repeated failures by governments and the NHS to acknowledge that victims should not have been infected in the first place. The report criticises the absence of any meaningful apology and redress. It also says successive governments repeatedly used inaccurate, misleading and defensive lines, including cruelly telling people that they'd received the best treatment available, and the deliberate destruction of some documents and the loss of many others. Well, let's go to the report author, Sir Brian Langstaff.
No, you've got it. If that's for me, or for my remarkable team, thank you. But you're actually applauding the wrong people. This is your report. I may have done the words, certainly the errors, the omissions are all mine. And one of them has already been pointed out to me this morning by one of you. But the words come from you and your stories. I want you, please, in a moment, to give me an applause at least as long, and probably longer, standing if you would, if you can, to those who are really responsible for what is in this report. Look to your right. Look to your left. Look in front. Those of you who can turn, look behind. Those are the people who have written this report, all from your very different perspectives. That's where the material comes from. You. At 7 a.m. this morning, my full report was handed to the Cabinet Office to be given to the Minister, John Glenn. At 8 a.m. it was made available to most of you here. It is now my role to present it to you and to the wider public who have watched this from home or on live stream, and the wider public who have had no connection with the inquiry before. Well, here it is. 7 volumes. There's quite a lot of detail in it. What it comes to is this. In families across the UK, people, adults and children, were treated in hospital and at home with blood and blood products, and that NHS treatment resulted in over 30,000 people being infected with viruses which were life-shattering. Over 3,000 have already died, and that number is climbing week by week. For everyone involved, the evidence given to this inquiry has been difficult to listen to. No, that's the wrong word. It's hard for those centrally involved, and it must have been hard for many observing. But it has been much harder still for those who were recounting their own experiences or listening to stories which touched a nerve, which brought back memories they would rather have forgotten, but which they brought themselves to tell the inquiry because the truth was important to tell. The harm that was done to people cannot adequately be put into words. I've tried. But patients, parents watch their children suffer and in many cases die. Children witnessed the decline and the death of one, sometimes both, parents, and their lives were irrevocably altered as a result. People had to care for their grievously ill partners or other family members, often at the expense of their own health and careers. Early on, in particular, they had to do so whilst being shunned, or worse, abused, by neighbours, workmates, by people they had once thought of as their friends, sometimes even by health professionals. The inquiry is not just investigating something which happened years ago, it is still happening. People still have to care for the after effects of what their loved ones still suffer. The grief, the trauma which all of those lost loved ones experienced continues to this day. The early treatments for HIV and hepatitis C were often worse than the illnesses themselves. The side effects linger, and for a number of those infected with hepatitis C, the damage done over so many years to their liver has left them at risk of developing cancer and requiring liver transplants. Every aspect of their lives has been defined by their infections: childhood, education, career, leisure, relationships, marriages, home ownership, travel, finances. Dreams and ambitions have been lost, relationships broken. True, though each of these consequences is, it really takes a person who has lived and is living with them to describe them in a way which brings home the full horror of what had happened. And that's why, in this report, I've tried to record people's experiences in some detail, where I can, using their own words. They're better than mine. Those experiences have been central to this inquiry's work and must be central to the response to this report. But I could not record every individual story in this report. I hope, therefore, that the thousands of statements which speak to people's suffering and endurance, which will remain accessible on the inquiry's website, along with the transcripts and recordings of the oral evidence which the inquiry heard, will ensure that their voices and their pain are never forgotten, and will move future listeners and readers as they have moved so many during this inquiry. This disaster was not an accident. People put their faith in doctors and in the government to keep them safe, and their trust was betrayed. There are generally two elements to any major public inquiry: one backward-looking, what happened and why; the other forward-looking, what next? How do we stop it happening again? This inquiry is different. There is another third element to this inquiry's terms of references. What was the response of government and others in authority to what had happened? Here, the NHS and successive governments compounded the agony by refusing to accept that wrong had been done. More than that, the government repeatedly maintained that people received the best available treatment, and that testing of blood donations began as soon as the technology was available, and both claims were untrue. That means that part of the what next, how do we stop it happening again, is not only taking steps to meet any threat of future infection carried by blood, blood products or tissue, but how to ensure, as far as we can, that government responds to the citizens it serves, how shall I put this, more appropriately, in a way which reflects the true facts. To turn back to what the report says then about why infections happened on such a scale over such a time to so many people. The picture is a complex one, and the failings were multiple. First, governments, blood services, doctors knew at least 80 years ago, since the mid-1940s, that blood could transmit hepatitis, and that this was a significant disease which could lead to cirrhosis, liver failure, liver cancer, and death. This was not something kept to the dusty libraries of academic knowledge. The consultant advisor on blood transfusion to the chief medical officer wrote in 1946 that users of plasma must be told that it is a potentially lethal fluid which should be used with discretion. A 1964 circular from the Scottish Home and Health Department said, "No transfusion should be undertaken unless the benefits outweigh the risks of hepatitis." One of the leading transfusion directors used to write on the boards for students, "Blood can kill." The risk was not limited to hepatitis, but it included the risks of future unknown viruses. And in the light of that knowledge, you might expect action to be taken to reduce the risks which were known of, and a keen eye to be kept open in case new risks started to emerge. What happened was not that. Tragically, the infections happened because those in authority, doctors, the blood services, and successive governments, did not put patient safety first. They lost sight of what was known about the risks of viral infections from blood. Doctor knows best was such a strong belief that health departments did not issue guidance to curb the unsafe use of blood and blood products. Decision-making on measures that could make blood and blood products safer was put off, then dragged out unnecessarily, and failed to reach clear and decisive conclusions. And patients were simply not given the information they needed to make fully informed decisions about their own treatments. As long ago as 1952, the World Health Organization identified how to reduce the risks of transmitting hepatitis through blood and blood products. UK medical and government advisors took a central part in this. There were 4 key measures highlighted by the World Health Organization on which, despite its involvement in identifying them, the United Kingdom fell short. The first was the selection of donors. The second was restricting the size of the pools used to make plasma products. The third was treating plasma products, for example with heat, to reduce infection. And the fourth, maintaining good records and reporting infections. Each of these is addressed in detail in the report, and I shall say a little more about some aspects of each of them now. But the key point is that if we had followed the World Health Organization's advice, there would have been fewer infections from blood and from blood products and fewer deaths. As to the selection of donors, everyone who received blood or products made from blood plasma depended on the quality of the donations which ended up in their veins. Now that depended on donors. Knowing your donor and the risks that might come with their blood is fundamental to any system of collecting blood. The blood used for transfusions and to make blood products in the UK was from British donors who could and should have been better selected. For instance, in 1975, the Chief Medical Officer for England said the practice of collecting blood in prisons could continue, even though prisoners were known to have higher numbers of hepatitis infections. And this practice was not ended in the UK until 1984. For instance, no real efforts were made to prevent those who'd use intravenous drugs and who were therefore a higher risk of hepatitis from donating blood. And for instance, the steps taken to keep donors who are more likely to be incubating AIDS out of the donation chain were late in starting, and when they finally began, were inadequate. As for pool sizes, the dangers of pooling plasma from many donors were established by the Medical Research Council in 1944. The greater the number of donors to a pool, the greater the risk from it, because one infected donation could contaminate the whole pool. In 1951, the textbook that was then the Bible of blood transfusion said, "The use of large pool plasma has, of course, been abandoned. The use of only small pools lasted until after 1970. Then, however, something extraordinary happened. Just as the long-term seriousness of hepatitis became more and more apparent, the size of pools used to make UK blood products grew ever larger and larger, and with that, so too did the risk. Instead of reducing the risk, the UK was steadily increasing it. Blood donors in the UK gave blood freely, purely for the good of other people unknown to them, and they deserve praise for that. By contrast, the blood supplied in the United States was largely sold by people who needed the money. The hepatitis that gave rise to, and the number of deaths that followed, resulted in the US authorities banning sales of whole blood for transfusion in 1973. But the US authorities did not stop people selling their plasma to pharmaceutical companies to be made into blood products. In 1973, the UK licensing authority gave the green light to the importation and distribution of an American blood product and an Austrian blood product also made using paid donations, despite the manufacturers making no secrets of the risks of hepatitis they posed. The licensing authority knew of the risks from sales of blood plasma from people who, and I quote, did not inspire confidence and were motivated by money. The licensing authority knew, too, that these products were made from very large pools. The risks of hepatitis were freely admitted by the makers. I have concluded that the UK was wrong to decide to license these products in 1973, and later decisions in the 1970s to grant further licenses for similar US products were also wrong. Those products should simply not have been permitted to be distributed generally in this country. Despite the World Health Organization's reminder in 1952 of the importance of record keeping, poor record keeping has been a problem across many of the issues examined by the inquiry. This had an impact on safety. If you can't trace the source of his transfusion back to the donor who was infected, you cannot then tell and treat the donor and avoid any further donations from that source, nor can you trace previous donations to check if other people who have had transfusions from the same source have then become ill. And reporting of infections did not have the priority it should have done. For instance, at the height of the AIDS crisis, the North London Blood Transfusion Centre had to ask the government committee responsible for AIDS 3 times to arrange for the chief medical officer to ask doctors to find out if AIDS patients had previously donated blood. As well as the more rigorous selection of donors, and until such time as direct tests specific to hepatitis C and HIV were available, a further way of reducing the chances that hepatitis C or HIV would get into the blood supply and be transfused was to test for certain markers in the blood which could help identify the donations that might be infected. This was known as surrogate testing. The opportunity of this surrogate testing in the case of HIV was lost. In respect of hepatitis C, taking a decision about it was put off, and then delayed until it was simply too late. One doctor involved, rightly, described the process as going round in very small circles some distance away from the target. Nearly 4 years were lost, during which the risks could have been very significantly reduced. The government was to claim in the 1990s that the direct tests for these viruses were introduced as soon as the technology was available. That was wrong in the cases of each of the viruses. In case of HIV, A test had been developed by August 1984, but it was not introduced for the screening of blood donations until October 1985. It takes time to produce such a test in sufficient quantity to screen all blood donations and to check its reliability, but I have concluded that we lost months for no clear reason by delays and indecision when setting up a process to evaluate each available make of test. Yet a number were commercially available and being used elsewhere in the world. Patients receiving transfusions in the UK were needlessly exposed to the risk of HIV as a result. In the case of hepatitis C, the delays were even worse. Screening of blood donations was not introduced until September 1991. Even when a screening test was available and approved, its use had to wait till all regions could introduce it on the same date, in other words, going at the pace of the slowest. When the government claimed that screening for hepatitis C had been introduced as soon as the technology became available, they ignored the long list of countries that introduced screening before the UK: Japan, Australia, France, Luxembourg, Finland, the US, Austria, the Netherlands, Canada, Germany, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy. Shall I go on? Spain, Norway, Sweden, Portugal, Cyprus, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Malta, and Denmark. 23. Just because the Department of Health hoped what they said was true, didn't mean to say it was. You might have thought that as soon as a screening test for hepatitis C was introduced across the board in September 1991, donors who were infected and might not have realized it could be identified and told, and that anyone who'd previously been given their suspect blood could be traced and checked. Well, you would have been wrong. It took around 4 years for there to be a general look back like this. One transfusion director, that's Dr. Jack Gillan, Edinburgh, South East Scotland, thought this was so unethical that he arranged to conduct a look back in his area. He had to call it a pilot study, but he wanted to do it and did it. His work deserves praise. It was instrumental in a UK look back being delayed no further than it was, but the delay which had already occurred made the look back less successful than it would and should have been. Hepatitis C tests concerned, obviously, hepatitis. Almost everyone who had a severe bleeding disorder, had hepatitis 2 as a result. But 1,250 people with bleeding disorders were also infected with HIV. Nearly 1/3 of those infected with HIV were children. 3/4 of those who have HIV have died. Now, these are figures. They're numbers, they're percentages. They're difficult to relate to. But look around you. The number of you who are filling this great hall today is roughly the same as the number of people who had bleeding disorders who were infected with HIV. Picture that. And now picture only 1/4 of you being here. A number of failures contributed to the infection of so many with bleeding disorders. Failing to plan sufficiently to produce enough blood products, with the UK having to rely on, to avoid the UK having to rely on experts, on imports, to a failure to achieve self-sufficiency, which, though it became government policy, was not delivered to the end of the 1980s. Failing to suspend imports in mid-1983, continuing importations of products made from plasma collected before safety measures were adopted in the USA, and being slow to adopt and develop heat-treated blood products in which HIV had been inactivated and neutralized. A real risk that blood products transmitted the cause of AIDS was known by government in July 1982. It was known by all haemophilia doctors by the end of 1982. There was already a growing epidemic in the United States likely to come to these shores, yet the response here was one of denial, disbelief, dismissiveness, and delay. The government's response was unconscionably slow. So too was the response of haemophilia centre directors and of their organisation, the UK HCDO. Professor Arthur Bloom was chairman of the haemophilia directors, and he died many years ago. He must bear some of the responsibility for the UK's slowness in responding to the risks of AIDS to people with haemophilia. In May 1983, the Mail on Sunday put "Hospitals using killer blood" on their front page. We in the inquiry now believe that one of the sources for that story was Professor Bloom's respected senior colleague in Cardiff, who was reluctant at the time to be identified as a whistleblower. Professor Bloom told the Haemophilia Society that, in spite of inaccurate statements in the press, he was unaware of any proven case in the UK and there was no need to change their treatment. The Haemophilia Society then relayed his advice to their members. Yet he, Professor Bloom, himself, was treating a patient he believed had AIDS. He reported as much to the UK Centre for Disease Surveillance. He was a member of the various committees involved in the response to AIDS, and disastrously, the Department of Health and Social Security was over-influenced by his advice. In particular, his advice to continue importing commercial factor concentrates, when the leading epidemiologist and head of the Communicable Disease Surveillance Centre, Dr. Spence Galbraith, had advised against it. Inexplicably, no government minister was shown the epidemiological advice to suspend imports until the risk of AIDS was better understood. The decision taken in July 1983 not to suspend them was a bad one for a number of reasons. One was the idea that the risk of AIDS was outbalanced by the benefits of using the product because, it was said, in the case of haemophilia, it was life-saving. Well, that ignored both the fact that most treatments for people with haemophilia were not used in life-threatening situations, and the fact that there were tried and trusted life-saving alternatives, in particular, much less risky cryoprecipitate, each unit of which was produced from a single donation by a British voluntary donor. Another reason it was a bad decision was the conclusion it was not feasible to replace concentrates with cryoprecipitate, quote, on grounds of supply. Yet transfusion directors told the inquiry that, if asked, they could have made more of the safer cryoprecipitate treatment for people with bleeding disorders. They weren't asked. Some clinicians explained how they would have adapted their treatment practices if fewer American products had been available. And this is not the benefit of hindsight. On either side of the Pennines, Alderhay and Sheffield Children's Hospitals treated children with bleeding disorders at the height of the AIDS crisis. Alderhay treated its children almost exclusively with large pool commercial concentrates. Utterly inappropriate. Almost all the children were infected with AIDS. By contrast, at Sheffield, Professor John Lillerman sought to minimize exposure to multiple donors by using cryoprecipitate. There was one infection with HIV at Sheffield Children's Hospital. It's still one too many, but it's illustrative of the fact that the adoption of different treatment practices by haemophilia clinicians could have substantially reduced the number of infections. Treatment choices mattered. Take the case of the Haemophilia Centre at Trelaws School. Of the 122 pupils with haemophilia who attended the school between 1970 and 1987, only 30 survive. The pupils were often regarded as objects for research, rather than first and foremost as children whose treatment should be firmly focused on their individual best interests alone. There was a particularly heavy use of factor concentrates. Different concentrates were indiscriminately used, increasing risk. Pupils were given extra to see how prophylaxis might work. Research prejudiced the quality of treatment, and convenience of administration trumped safety. Children were treated in this way without their parents having been provided with any or anywhere near enough information about the risks of treatment. It was unconscionable to treat children with concentrates capable of transmitting serious viruses without explaining those risks clearly to their parents. There were multiple research projects where informed consent for participation was neither sought nor given. That was unethical. It was wrong. There are some echoes of what happened in Trelaws. The evidence relating to the haemophilia centres across the UK, which is extensively examined in this report. All the evidence points to a single, inescapable conclusion: that children and adults were not treated in a way which prioritised their safety above other considerations. Just as treatment choices by doctors mattered, so too did giving patients or their parents the information to make an informed decision about their treatment with blood or blood products, so they knew what to be alert for if they were infected. Very early on in the inquiry, it became clear that most people were not told enough about the risks of treatment with blood or blood products to give informed consent, if indeed they were told anything. Nor were they given information about alternative treatments, and yet respecting people's right to control what happens to their own body has always been an ethical cornerstone of medicine. Always. A booklet produced by the Medical Defence Union in around 1953 explained that consent had to be, quote, genuine consent, a real expressed willingness by the patient to undergo the treatment after its nature, its risks, and its objective had been clearly explained. In 1980, the British Medical Association's Handbook on Medical Ethics said, consent is freely given if the patient understands the nature and consequences of what is proposed. And the next year they added, quote, doctors offer advice, but it is the patient who decides whether or not to accept the advice. The failure of clinicians to tell people of the risks of infection from blood or blood products, the failure to tell people of the availability of alternative treatments, the failure to tell them they were being tested for HIV or hepatitis C, and sometimes the failure even to tell them, or to tell them promptly, that they had been infected with HIV or hepatitis by their treatment, the failure to explain these devastating diagnoses privately, in person, and with sensitivity, these failures were widespread. They were wrong. They were unethical. The failures in decision-making that led to the original infections were then compounded by institutional defensiveness. And that's a pattern of institutional defensiveness that must stop. When citizens have concerns that something has gone seriously wrong, fairness should mean that they get answers. People infected with blood and blood products did not. Instead, their trauma has been compounded by the lack of recognition of what happened to them and by a lack of accountability. The report details how 3 lines were repeatedly deployed by successive governments. that people had the best available treatment, that the infections were inadvertent, and that screening for hepatitis C could not have been introduced earlier than September 1991. All of those claims were untrue. That list I gave you earlier of the 23 countries that introduced screening before the UK did was compiled by a High Court judge in a landmark case in 2001. He found that screening should have been introduced earlier. Yet the government continued to assert that screening began as soon as the technology was available, even after campaigners pointed out that that was wrong and contrary to what the judge had found. Much of the responsibility for this institutional defensiveness lies with the civil service. It was not until 2003 that limited financial support was announced for people infected with hepatitis C through NHS treatment with blood and blood products. Prior to then, the line taken by successive governments was that no financial support whatsoever should be provided. On each occasion in the 1990s, when a minister, having heard the pleas for help from people infected and affected, expressed an interest in changing that line, they were persuaded against it by civil servants. 1 minute could have come from "Yes, Minister." It is quite clear that he, that is, the minister, is trying to change the line little by little. He's had plenty of briefing, written and oral, on the subject, but his sympathy for those concerned is clearly uppermost in his mind. When, later, in the early 2000s, a minister did seek an investigation to see if the advice given to her predecessors about the failure to achieve self-sufficiency was correct, because she doubted what was being told to her by her civil servants, the resulting report was not published for nearly 4 years. By then, it had been substantially changed from the initial draft, which had, as the minister had asked, set out a factual account of what available documents had said. It had now become one which, without any input from the original author, expressed opinions favouring the lines the government had been taking and providing an incomplete and thus misleading picture. The report, as then published, the so-called self-sufficiency chronology, was an insult to campaigners who had, despite the challenges of ill health and grief, determinedly pieced together a much fuller understanding of what had happened than the Department of Health. To cap it all, it was repeatedly asserted as a reason for not paying affected people similar sums to those paid in Ireland, that in Ireland the sums paid were because the government there accepted there had been fault, whereas in the UK the government had not. Yet again, it fell to a campaigner to challenge this, and he succeeded. A High Court judge decided that the government's position was an error. The Irish government did not set up a compensation scheme because it accepted there had been fault. Yet civil service briefings to ministers simply ignored this and repeated the original approach. And documents which might have been thought to assist those seeking compensation went missing. Now, I've devoted a whole chapter in the report to that. In the case of some documents, it's simply not possible now to know how and why they went missing. For others, I have concluded that they were deliberately and wrongly destroyed in an attempt to make the truth more difficult to reveal. Well, let me turn from what happened and how successive governments responded to the third element of the inquiry's report, the future. At the start of the inquiry, people told me they wanted to ensure that a disaster like this never happened again. The report begins to address that by setting out a number of lessons to be learned. The first and most important lesson to be learned is that patient safety must be the guiding principle. Many, indeed most, infections would have been prevented if patient safety had been paramount throughout. A second lesson to be learned concerns risk. Risk was poorly understood and poorly communicated, and the wrong questions were asked and answered. The line that there was no conclusive proof that AIDS had been transmitted by blood and blood products may have been strictly true at the time, but it was misleading and it misled. It gave false comfort to patients and clinicians that the risks were not as real as indeed they were. The public should be trusted with the truth, with all its uncertainties. Professor Arthur Bloom, to return to him in this context, was warned in a letter from the US Centers of Disease Control in March 1983 that AIDS was an epidemic evolving, quote, with a frightening pace, close quotes, and that blood products could transmit its cause. He failed to share that letter or the information within it. Instead, some clinicians advised that the small number of cases meant that it was not a big risk for the UK haemophilia population. Now that confused incidence and risk. In a disease with an incubation period of some 2 years, the cases you diagnose on day 1 only tell you who was infected 2 years ago. Not who is infected today, but has not yet been diagnosed. The day cases showing today are just the tip of the iceberg. In their slow and protracted decision-making, civil servants and ministers lost sight of the value of taking steps to reduce risk, even if full elimination was not yet possible. Infections could have been prevented, and lives could have been saved, even if just some of the measures examined in the report had been implemented. And if patient safety were the guiding principle, there should have been curiosity before 2017 about what led over 3,000 people to die and thousands more to live with infections. Apart from lessons which should be learned, what else should happen next? Well, I fully expect the government to make an apology. To be meaningful, though, that apology must explain what the apology is for. It should recognize and acknowledge not just the suffering, but the fact that the suffering was the result of errors, wrongs done, and delays incurred. It should provide vindication to those who have waited for that for so long. And it should be accompanied by action. Action, obviously, to recognize and remember what happened to so many people and to learn from the inquiry. Action to implement recommendations I made over a year ago. To set up a proper compensation scheme. A major task is the further work to be done in each of the 4 health services to put patient safety at their heart. Now, ensuring a patient safety culture is not an easy task. Inquiry after inquiry has recommended it, and it has not been achieved as yet. What I recommend is that where an individual is responsible for something going wrong that was or might have been harmful, they should not usually be blamed for owning up. Owning up enables patient safety to be better achieved, after all. But they should certainly be blamed if they keep silent. They should be obliged to report near misses as well as actual wrongs. Leaders in healthcare should be made subject to a statutory duty of candour where they are not already. And should be made accountable both for ensuring that that duty is observed by those they lead and for recording and properly considering reports of concerns made to them. The regulatory landscape for patient safety should be decluttered so that patients, and for that matter healthcare professionals, know where to take any concern they may have, and leaders know exactly what is expected of them. Learning from other safety-critical enterprises and industries, the NHS should establish a safety management system. And I highlight in my recommendations the work on patient safety being led in England by the Health Services Safety Investigations Body. All of this should be informed by developments in the digitisation of patient records. I've also recommended measures to end a defensive culture in the civil service and government. To do this, I've encouraged the government to reconsider whether, in the light of the facts revealed by this inquiry, it is sufficient to continue to rely on the current non-statutory duties in the Civil Service Code and the ministerial codes to end the defensive culture in the civil service and government. In particular, I recommend that there should be a statutory duty of accountability on senior civil servants for the candour and completeness of advice given to permanent secretaries and ministers, and for the candour and completeness of their responses to concerns raised by members of the public and by their own staff. I've recommended measures to ensure that people who've been infected with hepatitis C from blood transfusion or blood products have the monitoring for further liver damage which they need. And I've recommended that GPs should ask newly registered patients on registration if they've ever had a blood transfusion, to try to find more of the people as yet undiagnosed That is, of course, in addition to the free postal testing now available in England and Wales. And if there is anyone who is listening online to this who feels that they need that test, that is where they can currently get it. Amongst measures I recommend to improve the safety of transfusions is action to establish the outcome of every transfusion and to increase the use of alternatives to blood or blood products where possible. And there are measures I recommend to protect the safety of haemophilia care. This inquiry has aimed to listen. Well, I hope it's succeeded in that. But listening is not just for inquiries or courts. I recommend measures to empower the patient voice so that it is heard and taken seriously in day-to-day healthcare. In particular, that clinical audit should, as a matter of routine, include measures of patient satisfaction or concern, and that the results are reported to the board of the body concerned. I have recommended funding for patient advocacy, and that particular consideration should be given to meeting the needs of people with sickle cell disorder or thalassemia. Another damaging failure to hold a public inquiry when one is clearly merited must be avoided. Though I recognise that the power to call an inquiry remains with the Minister under the Inquiries Act, I believe there is a role here for the Public and Constitutional Affairs Committee, that's a select committee of the House of Commons, to consider whether to recommend to a minister that they should exercise their power, and that if the minister disagrees with the committee, they must set out in detail and publish reasons for this disagreement sufficient to satisfy the committee that the matter has been carefully and properly considered. My final recommendation considers the question of implementing the recommendations I have set out. I've written to the Minister to tell him that I cannot, as yet, notify him that the inquiry has fulfilled its terms of reference. Those terms include the nature, adequacy, and timeliness of the response of government. As I've said repeatedly in public, delay not only causes frustration, but it compounds the harm and suffering many of those infected and affected have endured. In the context of this inquiry, perhaps beyond all other, it is unconscionable to allow a state of affairs to exist in which people's fears that the lessons and recommendations of this inquiry will collect dust on the Cabinet Office shelf are realised. I'm satisfied that I must do what I properly can within my powers to try to ensure that that does not happen. Now, it's for the government to respond as it will, but I intend to use my position as far as I properly can to prevent any unreasonable delay in its doing so. I hope to be able to say soon that the inquiry's work is completed. After that, I recommend that the Public and Constitutional Affairs Committee should review both the progress the government has made towards responding to the recommendations of the inquiry, and if those recommendations are accepted, towards implementing them. Finally, I'd like to thank again all of you here and all of those of you who are watching remotely for your contribution to this inquiry, whatever your perspective has been. The sheer numbers here pay testament to the importance of the issues this inquiry has been considering, and it pays tribute to the interest and engagement which you have shown, which has never flagged since the days when so many of you came to the preliminary hearing. An inquiry serves its purpose best when everyone involved, from whatever perspective, participates, as you have done. But I would like to thank, too, those who have contributed, who would be here, but can no longer be. Too many are too seriously ill as a result of their infections. Too many have died. I will mention one person but everyone here knows of others who've not survived to hear the outcome of this inquiry. Perry Evans gave evidence on the very first day of the inquiry's hearings in 2019. He had mild haemophilia and led an active life treated only with cryoprecipitate before factor products were introduced. He was diagnosed with HIV in 1985 and told he had 2 to 3 years to live. He survived. But he was diagnosed with an HIV-related cancer in 2002. He survived, but was in a coma for 10 days in 2008 and wasn't expected to live. He survived, although with a range of health problems associated with HIV and hepatitis C and the treatments he had received. But very sadly, Perry died exactly 5 weeks ago. His wife, Heather, is here today. You don't need me to tell you more people die each week. Imagine the difference it would have made if this inquiry had been held 30 years ago. If people...
Justice now! Justice now!
If people were given answers then and had recognition of their losses so they could have lived the rest of their lives free from financial hardship without having to fight for justice and recognition. It may be late, but it's not too late. Now is the time, finally, for national recognition of this disaster, for proper compensation, and for vindication for all those who have been so terribly wronged. That is what my report amounts to. Thank you.
The report author and the inquiry chair, Sir Brian Langstaff, leaving the stage there to a huge round of applause by those inside Central Hall here in Westminster. He ended his remarks on his long-awaited report, touching on the personal, because this has been a public inquiry, but it is so personal to the hundreds of people in that hall. Let's bring in Alice Porter, our correspondent, who was watching that address from the report author with me. And Alice, it's important, isn't it? Sir Brian Langstaff has really created a bond with the community affected by the infected blood scandal, and there are thousands of them. And this is a group of people who were sceptical. They'd been lied to, and they knew that. They didn't know your report to tell them that. They were gaslit. We've heard a lot of that today, but he built a bond with them. You heard it there. And at the beginning of his speech, they gave him a huge round of applause. He said, no, you're applauding the wrong person. This isn't my report, it's yours.
It was an extraordinary moment, wasn't it, to have the whole hall applauding in that way and to say, this is your report, and then to make sure that everybody who was there gave themselves a round of applause for all the hard work that they've put into making this inquiry happen. And he actually just finished speaking there saying, imagine if this inquiry had happened 30 years ago. I mean, he's not pulling any punches there. This is something he obviously feels very strongly should have happened a long time ago, and it shouldn't have taken to 2024 for us to finally get the truth of what happened. And so many of the recommendations I think that he's put forward are something that every time he put forward a suggestion, it was applauded by so many people. Compensation and the need to have that as soon as possible. We knew that was something that he had put forward in 2023, but the urgency of that is critical. He also has talked about the need for memorials across the UK, including Trelaw School in particular. That was one of the schools which had lots of children who were haemophiliacs, and they were tested on, we heard, like guinea pigs, that they were enrolled in clinical trials without their consent, and that was something that was incredibly damning. But also, I also found it was interesting how damning he was about the civil service as well, the defensiveness of the civil service, and I thought that was something he, again, didn't hold any punches on.
Yeah, he said, if you could call this a cover-up, well, yes, you can, and he also said that the cover-up, the lies, actually made it worse for the victims. We'll go into a bit more of that detail throughout the course of the afternoon, but there isn't a line being drawn under this inquiry now the report is out. So Brian Langstaff has been quite clear that he will be holding the government to account on the delivery of his recommendations, on accepting and delivering on them. And he's also left the inquiry open because the scale of this, as yet unknown, he's talking about people who received a blood transfusion before 1996. He's saying they should get tested for hepatitis C. He's saying that there could be more to this, that his work isn't done yet.
No, absolutely. I mean, we know more than 30,000 people were infected, but the idea that this could continue and there could be more people living out their infections. I mean, interesting, your interview that you had earlier with Sharon Davis there, being honest about her own mother's experience. And I think we forget the stigma, particularly in the 80s, of AIDS, of HIV, of hepatitis C. Things are different now, but I think we need to look back with how much there was such a strong stigma. But I think there's now a sense that that's changing. There's a cultural change. There is a cultural change here. But also, I think one aspect that was really highlighted as well is how much of this was unavoidable. So, for example, he sort of highlighted it was back in 1974 that the WHO.
Sorry, it was avoidable. You said unavoidable. Yeah, it's just important. It's important to clarify, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the WHO back in 1974, they were worried about the UK bringing in imported blood all the way back in 1974. And he also said we knew about the risks of hepatitis in blood from the Second World War. So why are we here now with this inquiry, with these findings now coming out? So I think that was something that was very striking.
Can we talk about accountability? Because there are names in that report. There are health secretaries, former health secretaries mentioned. There are NHS trusts, there are medical professionals, and the report cannot recommend any criminal action. But that is the wish of so many families. Yes, compensation, yes, an apology from the Prime Minister. But for them, it's about the loss of a loved one. And who's to blame? Where is the accountability? This is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, treatment scandal in NHS history, yet no one is answerable to it, and that's a real point of contention for these families. They're angry about it.
Yeah, and we've got it in black and white that there was a cover-up. I mean, this is something that campaigners have been saying for decades, and in black and white there was a cover-up. We've heard about documents that went missing, but we also know some of them were actively destroyed. And there also is a precedent in other countries. We know in France, for example, we know health ministers were charged and went on trial. So there will be many of the victims today saying, this is great today, and this was very much welcomed by so many of the victims, but many of them will be wanting charges brought against some people as well.
Well, Alice, now in the hall behind us, there is a period of reflection, a memorial service, if you like, a chance for the victims and their families to reflect on those loved ones lost and those impacted by this scandal. Let's listen in.
To what happened.
We just want justice. We want the truth. We want accountability. But mainly justice. That this is dealt with properly, openly, and that we do get to the truth so people can get on with their lives.
I want it acknowledged that these victims have been deprived financially, socially, in all aspects of their lives.
Someone's responsible for it, and they should be accountable for it and punished. But are these people still alive? Who knows?
I want the truth. I want justice. And I want my life back. I'm never going to get my life back, but I want to enjoy what's left of my life.
I want the charitable trust set up to support us to be held to account. I want their staff and the trustees, past and present, to explain their actions.
I would like to see justice, but I have to ask myself what justice really is, given my circumstances. I want to know that, that the departments who are responsible and the individuals who are responsible will be held responsible.
I want truth. I want justice. I want people to know what we've been through. Not just us directly, but how it's affected our lives massively, decisions we've made and the people and personalities that we've become that have been taken away by the lies and the treatment and the scandal and the stigma surrounding HIV.
I need the politicians to remember this. I need the NHS to remember that this tragedy, that this horror that has gone on for all these years is still going on. Please don't just brush this aside. Something needs to come out of this inquiry. The truth, justice. Please, we need it.
And I want those people to admit the liability for those people that have been infected, affected, those people that have died. So many people have died. It's shocking, it's disgraceful. And then I need closure to try and move on with the rest of my life. I just hope I'm still alive by the time the inquiry finishes.
This is what we know now. In the 1970s, 80s, and into the 90s, around 30,000 people receiving NHS treatment in towns and cities across the UK were given infected blood and blood products. 30,000 people. The blood and blood products were contaminated with viruses, especially HIV, hepatitis C, and hepatitis B. What was meant to treat people, whether for haemophilia or in a routine blood transfusion, became a death sentence. By 2019, almost 3,000 people had died as a direct result of the viruses they were given in their treatment. And people are continuing to die. And they will continue to die over the weeks, months, and years to come because of the biggest treatment disaster in the NHS. Now, you all know the names of the people that have died, but we also remember today those who died unnamed and without knowing what had happened to them. The people who were infected and are still with us, the injured living, experience the destructive consequences of what happened. Every day, every hour, every minute of their lives. Their lives were changed forever. Their families were also changed forever. Parents and children, partners and siblings were with them as their loved ones became seriously ill. They experienced stigma and cruelty from neighbors. They became full-time carers, and far too many have been left grieving. This disaster started with haemophiliacs, mostly men, many of whom were still schoolboys or even younger, and women and girls. Factor VIII seemed like a miracle, stopping bleeds quickly and even preventing them. But Factor VIII pooled the plasma from thousands of blood donations, and if one donor was infected with a virus, the entire batch would be contaminated. In the United States, the blood was taken from people paid to donate, prisoners, drug addicts, and others on the edges of society. British blood products were infected too. And the consequences were horrific. We now know that around 5,000 people with bleeding disorders were infected with hepatitis C in the United Kingdom, and around a quarter of that number, 1,250 people, were infected with HIV. 380 were children. Because people were not told about their infection until it was too late, young women, newly married and in love, were infected with HIV by their husbands. Full of hope and with dreams of the future and a family, they had no idea that their lives would be so cruelly and utterly destroyed, as well as the lives of their unborn children. Doctors knew the risks and knew that there were safer treatments, but far too many did not tell their patients, they did not tell their parents about those risks. Remember, 30,000 people were infected. Around 27,000 of these were infected through blood transfusions received in hospital, whether having a baby, after a car accident, during a routine operation, or getting dental treatment. And we now know that almost 100 people contracted HIV through these blood transfusions. Most of them struggled in the years after the transfusion to get a clear answer about why they were feeling so ill and utterly exhausted. When they were told they had been infected with hepatitis C, 10, 20, or even 30 years later, the damage had already been done. The consequences of this disaster run through every single aspect of life and the lives of family, friends, and communities. For thousands of innocent people, this has taken away their dreams, their hopes, their dignity, their freedom, their livelihoods, their financial stability, their sanity, their potential, and even their homes and marriages. It is creeping. It is insidious. It is impossibly cruel. People have lived with the stigma of HIV and hepatitis C for decades, feeling they had to live in silence and terrified in case neighbors found out, especially in the dark days of the 80s. Homes daubed in graffiti, children bullied in school, parents losing their jobs, and children put into care without knowing why. And many still live in silence. They have never told their families what happened to them, so they have lived with the burden of the infections and the burden of keeping a secret for decades. But the pain does not stop there. Coming home with a very serious illness after going to the NHS for treatment was bad enough, but what made things so much worse was when governments through the decades maintained nothing was done wrong and this was the best possible treatment. Too ill to work and unable to provide for their families, they had to battle just to live life with a little dignity. Governments have resisted every step of the way. No wonder people have lost their trust. Doctors and health officials knew the risks of blood products, but doctors kept on using them and governments kept on licensing them. They knew that the safest transfusion was no transfusion, but kept on topping up women who had just had a baby, or giving 2 pints when 1 was more than enough. They knew the risks, but didn't tell their patients and parents of patients, and even used children in their research. And it could have been so different if the existing safe alternatives had been used, if blood products had been heat-treated sooner, if the UK had invested in producing enough of its own blood products, if the UK hadn't been one of the last developed nations to test all blood donations for hepatitis C, if people had been informed and allowed to make their own decisions about the risks, if people had been told the truth. How many more lives would have been saved? How many more people would have been able to live the lives they had dreamt of and planned for, without illness, without scouring documents, searching for the truth, without writing letters to every single prime minister since Margaret Thatcher, without the sense that somehow, for some unknown reason, what had happened to them just doesn't count.
I had dreams of getting married, having a family, reaching retirement. But once that news came through, all of those dreams were gone.
I'm not the same person as I was. I'm tired, my bones hurt, and mentally it's terrible, it's awful.
I'd like to believe in a tomorrow that isn't illness, pain, sadness, fighting, fury, isolation, uselessness.
It was like I'd become some sort of leper that no one could go near or touch.
I was depressed, didn't care about much about anything anymore. I was suicidal thoughts. A really dark, deep, horrible place. That's what I'd put you like.
I'm bitter, and I'm really sorry for everybody that I've hurt in that bitterness. But I cannot keep justifying and keeping our story told, because every time it gets told, it kills me a little bit more. And I don't want to die anymore, you know? I want to live.
Sharing toothbrushes, kissing. In those early days, there was so much uncertainty on how the infection was going to happen, how you could contaminate somebody else.
I felt like a broken bottle on the beach, and we are a walking, talking biohazard. I became scared of my own blood.
Whatever I'm going through, I will, unless I really can't, I will try and hide it as much as possible so that we can have that normal family life, so that the kids can have a normal childhood. They know that there was something nasty in the blood and Daddy has to take tablets for it every day. I don't think they quite get the seriousness of what might happen if I stopped taking those tablets.
He always said it was like living life with your shoelaces tied together. Everything was just out of reach, always just out of reach. We sort of resigned ourselves to the fact we were living with an incurable illness.
There, I share the pain and feel the importance of speaking for those who aren't here. And there are many, not only in Northern Ireland, but also in England, Wales and Scotland. We're a community of sufferers, and we have to fight for our voice to be heard, and we've waited for 40 years.
We're none of us moving on. None of us putting distance between then and now. There's none of that, oh, time's a great healer, because there's no healing. Time is just adding insult to injury for most of us.
Well, you're watching our continuing coverage following the publication of Sir Brian Langstaff's report into the infected blood scandal. We're watching a service of reflection that's taken place in Methodist Hall. It was just a collection there of some of the victims who have been caught up in this. There's a series of speakers who will be giving their feelings following the publication of that report from Sir Brian, a scandal that he said could have been largely avoided. He said there was a pervasive cover-up to hide the truth, a scandal that's been caused the biggest treatment disaster in the NHS's history. This is, as I say, a service of reflection taking place. Let's just go back to it now for a moment.
we've got a war to fight. Never found a way, regardless of what they say. How can it feel this wrong? From this moment, how can it feel this wrong?
We certainly, through the inquiry's process, learnt what I feel I wanted to know about what happened to my father.
There are sessions of evidence that I've heard, for example, Northern Ireland, that actually haunt me.
You couldn't listen to some stories without becoming over emotional.
Really hard to take when they brought you to tears, especially when it involves children who are no longer here.
It will not really alter all the things that have happened to me and my family personally, but I'm very glad that the truth is now out.
It's a very poignant time. You're remembering all your friends that are gone, all your friends that have been fighting with you. I can feel them in spirit today. They're here.
And it feels so good to have spoken up for women who are no longer with us and have never, ever been recognised.
We can't come back after this. This is it. This is the end of the road. And people are not convinced that it's going to be happy ever after.
I'm finding it very difficult to feel like this is it, because it isn't it.
Public need to know that this is something that could have happened to them, because a lot of people were affected with whole bloods as well.
Put yourself in our shoes, because one day it may well be, maybe your family, it may be your loved ones, it may be yourself that is part of a massive cover-up, a massive injustice.
You have to realise this is the worst disaster that's ever happened. And it's not over.
So I'd like the government now to fully respond to all the recommendations from this inquiry in full.
The truth is out now. We want the government to act on Sir Brian's recommendations, all of them.
There's no reason why you can't give us an announcement tomorrow, government. You can tell us that you've sorted out compensation, you've sorted out justice.
I want the government to own up and pay up.
They need to be held accountable for the responsibilities of their actions, because we were given a death sentence for committing no crimes.
I feel that would definitely give us full closure to know that the people responsible for this have actually been held to account.
I want to walk away thinking we got the best result here that we could possibly have got, whether that's financial or spiritual or just being vindicated because of all the people who said it couldn't be helped, it was the best treatment available at the time. We want to be vindicated. I want to be vindicated.
What the government have to realise, there are no survivors in this scandal. We are all surviving.
I won't suddenly get 100% health back when compensation is paid, if compensation is paid. So I have to see, or there has to be some path forward as to how we're going to live. And I don't want to exist anymore. I want to live.
I want space. I want things to stop. I want to be able to heal.
And I want to come out the other side and try and, in many ways, start again.
I want justice to be done for everybody who was harmed.
Women are thrown under the bus so many times. We are here, we are human beings, and we have been through an awful lot, so please speak up for us.
You can't put a price on a life, but you can certainly help people, however long they've got left in their lives, to try and live peacefully and with closure.
I want peace of mind, and I want primarily this never to happen again to any other individuals.
Why are you not here? When Alan Burgess stands and looks at the 1,200 trees planted nearly 3 decades ago by the Birch Grove Group, the trees are not just trees. They are his friends. Hayden and Gareth, Paul, Caddy. Why are you not here? In Shakespeare's words, "'Tis a vile thing to die when men are unprepared and look not for it." Almost everyone who is here today knows how it feels when someone dies unprepared. Too young, too soon. The vileness of a death that is premature, avoidable, unjust. We know too about love and how love gives us strength, the strength to keep fighting on and on for so many years, for so many decades, for so many long, dark nights, for justice. We are seeking justice for the lives we could not live, the joy we could not feel, the unborn children we could not hold in our arms. We are sitting together today, united by our fight for justice. And alongside us sit all those we have lost. This great hall is full of the living and full of the dead. My brother James is standing here beside me. They are. Every one of them by our side, and they are proud of us. Proud that we never gave in. Proud of what we have achieved. Proud because they know we will never give up. Here in this hall too are all those who have stood by us in our struggle, who have supported us and helped us, believing that justice is not just a word, that it has meaning. What is justice? For it to mean anything, there has to be acknowledgement, there has to be apology, and there has to be accountability. Acknowledge that it was wrong. That battle may be won. The moral case is complete. Even with those outliers who still want to say there was nothing more we could have done, it feels like they've lost and we have won the argument. And that victory is a triumph of hope and love over cynicism and cowardice. Apologize. We're still waiting. Just do it. Mean what you say and say what you mean. Don't hide the apology behind excuse. That helps nobody. We have waited a long time for this inquiry and its findings. The struggle to get here has been immense. The moment requires truth, not dissembling. Clean language, not evasion. Words supported by conscience, not politics. Say sorry, take responsibility, mean it, and everyone will feel so much better. We're all here, and we're all listening. Accountability. Too often we have been ignored, lied to, patronized. The writer and civil rights activist James Baldwin said, "If one really wishes to know how justice is administered in a country, one goes to the unprotected, those who need the law's protection most, and listen to their testimony." This inquiry put the infected and the affected in the best seats so that they could see, hear, and be moved by the testimony of those who have suffered, and see, hear, and judge those responsible for that suffering. By putting the unprotected first, suddenly, finally, after all these years, it became possible to interrogate power. And Sir Brian won't like this one bit because he doesn't want today to be about him and because he is so modest, but frankly tough. He's not going to stop us from thanking him. For his humility, care and precision with language, the integrity of his listening, emotional intelligence, deep sense of fairness, and for being frightened of no one. We are and will always be profoundly grateful. He has shown how the administration of justice can be done. Half a century since this scandal began, the spirit is undiminished. We are far fewer than we were, but those we have lost are now heard, because we will make sure that they are, and because we have the support of this document. History will know the strength and resolve of a people who have suffered pain and terror and shame and still stand fighting. Perhaps there is no complete answer to Alan's question. But though its tone is rhetorical, its content is not. It contains within it a deep longing that demands and deserves the most serious response and will not tolerate silence or inaction. This report, our report, brings us a giant step closer to justice. This is our story. Let us go out from this place, holding it high and holding by the hand those we have lost, and spread the word. Let there be no doubt. Justice will be ours, and justice is coming.
To the dark, hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. Learn to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us. Sharpest words when they cut me down. I'm gonna Gonna send a flood, gonna drown my heart. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me. We thank those who have spoken up and taken to the streets, who have been on TV and spoken to the press, who have kicked at doors and held them open, and who have, for what seems like an eternity, been asking for answers, for honesty, for fairness, for justice, for vindication. We thank you. But let us not forget the quiet bottle, the quiet voices, those that cannot speak out, silenced by stigma, stifled by circumstance, suffocated by the sheer weight of it all. But you have a message we must all hear. Who are you that wrote this message? A mother? A father? A wife or husband? A brother? A sister? Son or daughter? A grandchild? A lover? A friend? One of the infected? What was your message? A private note to one much loved but lost? A poem about lives destroyed? A plea for justice to those in charge? Or just a simple why? Your soft voice speaks volumes. Your stillness says it all. Your private words make us think, reflect, try to understand, and want to reach out to you. For those who cannot speak, we hear you. For those who cannot be here, we are with you. For those who cannot shout, we will shout for you. This is for the soft voices. Music
Good afternoon, you're watching Sky News Today. It is 4 o'clock and the long-awaited report into the infected blood scandal has been published. We are continuing our coverage of Sir Brian Langstaff's report and the reaction to it. We're currently observing a reflection service at Central Hall in Westminster. We have heard a number of readings and some musical tributes to the victims of the infected blood scandal. That service is due to continue throughout the afternoon. Let's go back to it. Long-awaited report into the infected blood scandal has revealed decades of preventable failures and cover-ups. More than 30,000 people were infected between 1970 and the early 1990s, and more than 3,000 people have died. The inquiry found patients were knowingly exposed to infection and that repeated claims from successive governments, which said patients received the best medical treatment at the earliest opportunity, were untrue.
Look in front. Those of you who can turn, look behind. Those are the people who have written this report, all from your very different perspectives.
Well, that was the moment when the chair of the inquiry, Sir Brian Langstaff, told the audience, many of whom are victims, to applaud themselves rather than him.
For everyone involved, the evidence given to this inquiry has been difficult to listen to. No, that's the wrong word. It's hard for those centrally involved, and it must have been hard for many observing. But it has been much harder still for those who were recounting their own experiences, or listening to stories which touched a nerve, which brought back memories they would rather have forgotten, but which they brought themselves to tell the inquiry because the truth was important to tell. The harm that was done to people cannot adequately be put into words. I've tried. But patients, parents watch their children suffer and in many cases die. This disaster was not an accident. People put their faith in doctors and in the government to keep them safe, and their trust was betrayed. Now is the time, finally, for national recognition of this disaster, for proper compensation, and for vindication for all those who have been so terribly wronged.
Well, that was Sir Brian Langstaff speaking earlier. Let's take a look in some more detail at the findings of his report. Now, it says blood services in the UK failed to ensure rigorous enough donor selection to exclude those who posed a risk. The report was critical of blood being collected from prisons until 1984. Transfusions were frequently given when they were not clinically needed, and patients were not warned of the risks. Patients were knowingly exposed to unacceptable risk of infection. That's despite the fact the risks posed by blood and blood products was well known. Well, the damage caused was compounded by the reaction of successive governments, the NHS and the medical profession. The report says there was a refusal to admit responsibility by politicians to save face and money. Well, the report also found the response to the infections made things worse, including repeated failure by the government and the NHS to acknowledge victims should not have been infected. The report criticises the absence of any meaningful apology and redress so far. And it also says successive governments repeatedly use inaccurate, misleading and defensive language, including telling people they'd received the best treatment available. And the deliberate destruction of some documents and the loss of many others was also criticised in the findings by Sir Brian and team. Well, there were 12 recommendations out of this long-running report. They include compensation. Now, we expect the government to make an announcement on that at some time this week. Sir Brian also called for the monitoring of liver damage for people who were infected with hepatitis C. The inquiry also urged anyone who received a blood transfusion before 1996 to get tested for Hep C, and the report wants to make sure victims have a voice. Those affected say they've not been listened to in their search for answers. Now, we have heard from some of the victims since that report was published. One of those is Andy Evans, who's chair of the campaign group Tainted Blood. Now, he was infected with HIV and hepatitis C as a child through the treatment that he was receiving for haemophilia.
We've been gaslit for generations. This report today brings an end to that, and it looks to the future as well and says that this cannot continue, this ethos of denial and cover-up, and that the duty of care for candour has to be reviewed going forward, so this can never happen again.
Well, the campaigner Jackie Britton from Blood Loss Families says the report shows every person who died could have been saved if the government hadn't ignored information that was available to them at the time.
It vindicates my impression that the knowledge was out there. Our government ignored it, couldn't be bothered with it, found it was going to be too expensive. I don't know what their excuses are, but this blatantly in black and white says that they have no excuses, that every person that died from those times on could have been saved.
Well, a service of reflection, as we saw, was being held in central London with victims and actors telling some of their stories.
For thousands of innocent people, this has taken away their dreams, their hopes, their dignity, their freedom, their livelihoods, their financial stability, their sanity, their potential, and even their homes.
Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Alice Porter, who is outside Central Hall in Westminster, from where that reflection service was ongoing, and we heard Sir Brian Langstaff speaking. Alice, great to have you with us. A little sooner than I expected, but great to have you anyway. Alice, how has what Sir Brian's report and his team have published today been received by those that have been affected?
Well, so many of those people who've been impacted say today is a sense of being vindicated. So many of them have been saying so many of what we've heard in the inquiry report today. They've been saying this for decades, but to see it in black and white is so important for all those people who've been wanting justice. And the findings of the report today really show that this is a scandal that is very much continuing. And one of the recommendations from Sir Brian Langstaff was to make sure that anyone who's received a blood transfusion before 1996 should urgently be tested for hepatitis. And that really shows the scale of this. And this is a scandal which is not over yet. This is a scandal that is continuing to evolve. And that service of remembrance that you were just seeing there really pays tribute to the people who have died, those 3,000 people who've unfortunately lost their lives. But I think today is also about the truth and the recognition that so many people have fought for. Now, we are expecting this afternoon for Rishi Sunak to make some sort of apology, but crucially, Sir Brian Langstaff has also said any apology should also have action alongside it, action taking on his recommendations, crucially for compensation. And in his report, he was critical of the government for not taking on board his suggestion that he made back in 2023 about starting a compensation scheme. He wanted to do it midway through the inquiry, which is very unusual to have a recommendation come midway through the inquiry. But he did it partly because people continue to die. One person dies every 4 days as a result of this scandal. This is not a scandal that's in our history books. This is a scandal that is continuing to evolve. Unfortunately, the government did not take on those recommendations, but they'll certainly be looking very closely at this report today. This report that is also incredibly damning of ministers, clinicians, and the civil service, and particularly took note of the defensiveness of the civil service and the battle that so many people have had of trying to get to the truth of the matter. But I think many of them are vindicated today. They've got in black and white that there was a cover-up. And in fact, in the report, there's a whole chapter that is dedicated to the missing documents, to documents that were misplaced or documents that were purposefully destroyed. And Sir Brian Langstaff has said that there was a systematic cover-up, which is something campaigners have said for decades, but it will mean so much to them to finally have it written down in black and white. But for many of them, they will still be wanting more, and understandably so. There will be many of them who are clamouring today, hoping that we may see criminal proceedings, crucially, like we've seen in other countries. In France, for example, this is a scandal that's not just impacted the UK, this is something that's impacted other countries, but many of them had their inquiries long ago. And in France, ministers were charged and went on trial. And there'll be many people today who will be talking with their lawyers today to see if they may well have a claim to bring about criminal proceedings. And that's something that has been echoed by many people, including previous Health Secretary Andy Burnham. He was telling Sky News last week that people should be jailed for the scandal. So on the one hand, I think we've got a sense from so many of the victims and their family today that finally they're being vindicated for this tragedy, and finally to see in black and white something that they've been telling the public and ministers, government for such a long time will mean so much to many of them, but for many others will continue very much their fight for justice.
Outside our Central Hall, thank you for that, Alice Porter there, who's been covering this for us all day. Now, I want to speak to Anne Swan, who got hepatitis C after a blood transfusion in the 70s. Anne Swan, thank you very much for making the time to speak to us today. Before we come on to talk about that blood transfusion, I just want to get your initial reactions to what you read in the report and perhaps what you heard from Sir Brian once he took to the stage and gave his thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very pleased that he was pointing the finger at doctors, NHS and governments, you know, saying that they were to blame and that there had potentially been cover-ups and so on, because this is what we believe has happened all along. But I am a bit concerned about the compensation thing, because Sir Brian's recommendations last year just never came to fruition, except for a few people. And so, you know, while this is all brilliant that it's up there and people are talking about it, I'm very concerned that in a few weeks' time, it'll all be brushed aside and then we'll have a different government in and so on. And these things won't be addressed, and they need to be addressed urgently. So many people are really suffering still, and those that are still alive. And those that have died, their families need to be compensated. So, you know, a lot needs to be done.
And so Brian did make points to reference that during his words earlier, saying that, you know, he made these recommendations a year ago and we're still waiting for compensation. I mean, you will have probably heard from government ministers yesterday and opposition ministers as well, saying that they support Sir Brian and that there must be some kind of redress for this. We are waiting to hear from the Prime Minister, of course. I think that may well be coming this afternoon, and then we'll hear more detail from government through the week, I think. Anne, but why don't you just take us back to your story and the transfusion that you got in 1976?
Yes. Well, I think actually I had plasma, which I discovered from the report today, that if you had a plasma transfusion, you were more likely to get jaundice, which is exactly what happened to me. So in 76, I had a splenectomy, emergency splenectomy, and I was given plasma. And then after I recovered, about 5 or 6 weeks later, I went yellow. So I knew that I'd been infected with some form of hepatitis at that time. My records mysteriously disappeared. And then from then on, I think, well, 5 years on from there, 1983, I was at college studying to be a social worker, and I missed a whole term through illness. It was put down as glandular fever. And then I went back and then became a social worker. And I had another period of 3 or 4 months of really bad, you know, weakness, not able to work, not able to walk, not able to do anything really. And then it was put down to ME, which again had a stigma. You know, if you were diagnosed with ME, people thought you were sort of lazy and whatever. Anyway, I went back to work and I worked on for the next few years. And then 1988, I became really ill. For about 6 to 9 months, I was off work. And at that stage, I thought I've got to have to change my life because I didn't think I could maintain a full-time job with these constant periods of illness. And so I changed my career to become the artist that you can see behind me now. I'm a botanical artist now. So in a sense, hepatitis C has changed my life. And now I'm in a better place, but it can't undo those 19 years of long suffering. And then I wasn't diagnosed until 1995 when I went into hospital for a cone biopsy, and a huge ward of patients emptied out as the day went on, and I was the last person in the ward. And I said, "Why am I here? Why am I the last person?" And they said, "Oh, that's because of the hepatitis C." That I was unconscious. And when I came round, I literally grabbed somebody by the collar and I said, "What do you mean, hepatitis C?" You know, first I'd heard of that. And she said, "Yes, you got hepatitis C, didn't you know?" I went, "No, I didn't." And she said, "Well, you better see your GP."
Wow.
And I promptly did. And my GP said, "Oh, well, now we know why you were ill all that time. And at least you know what you're going to die of." Lovely.
I mean, and that's just tragic. I mean, incredible, tragic. And I'm glad to see you looking so well now. I mean, so at that point in 96, when you were told that you had Hep C, did you immediately in your head put it back to that plasma you received in 76 or not? Right.
Yeah. It all made sense now, everything, because the virus changes as it mutates. And so I'd had periods of illness where I'd managed to get myself fit again. And then obviously the virus had mutated and then I became ill again and so on and so on. And it all fitted into place perfectly then.
So where are you now with this then? And you said you want to make sure that those responsible have their sort of feet held to the fire and make sure that something happens in terms of compensation. Are you confident with what you've seen today that is going to happen?
No, I mean, I'm confident that it's out there in the open and that people should be compensated, but how quickly and how well that happens, we have to wait and see. But the other thing that I really want, and the reason why I'm looking so well today, is because I received the treatment in 2017 because my liver had deteriorated to the point where it was considered to be mild cirrhosis. So I was offered the treatment, and within 12 weeks, the virus was completely cleared from my body, and I was declared cured 6 months later. And I've been as fit as a fiddle ever since. I don't even go to the doctor. My life has changed completely. And I think everybody should be offered this treatment. I know it's expensive and the drug companies have got a stranglehold on it, but everybody should receive this treatment.
Well, look, and we have to leave it there, but I really do appreciate speaking to you today. And as I say, I'm really pleased to see you looking so well and that you are feeling better as well. Anne Swan, they got hep C in 1976, but is feeling, thankfully, much better now. Anne, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Now, our Chief North of England correspondent, Greg Milam, is covering this as well from the north of England. He's spoken to one woman from Yorkshire who was infected by contaminated blood as a child, who says there should now be prosecutions.
God, I'm shaking now because reality just kicked in.
It has been a long wait for Mel Mackay.
Oh gosh, there's loads of pages. I don't even know where to start.
Reading what she and so many thousands have known all along.
He's put, I have to report a catalogue of failures.
Finally, official recognition of how they were failed.
Systemic, collective and individual failures.
Mel was 5 years old when she was given a transfusion of infected blood during surgery. It left her with HIV and changed the course of her life.
Having HIV affected my life hugely. I've not been able to fulfil my dreams or aspirations in becoming a paediatric nurse, but also I've not been able to fulfil having a relationship or having a family of my own. I'm angry that the failings that happened where it should have never happened. I'm also relieved that we've finally got the answers that we've been waiting for, but also sad for the ones that are not here today to see justice, which, in a sense, breaks my heart.
Among them, her mum, who died in March.
One of the last things she said to me, I'm so, so proud of you for what you have done and what you have become. She was really proud of me, and that was special because it meant a lot.
She says whatever the complexities, the compensation now has to reach everyone touched by this scandal, and she wants more than that.
Do you think they should be prosecuted?
Yes, definitely, because the government knew. They just was pushing it under the carpet and hoping that we'd all die. Because somebody dies every 4 days, and sadly they've not been here to see the final chapter, where today is a day for us that's been affected and infected by this tragic, long, infected blood scandal, where it should have never, ever happened in the first place.
Greg Milam, Sky News.
All right, you are watching Sky News Today, and still to come, we'll take a look at some of the other headlines and the shocking detail of a nurse who had a baby die in her care after she strapped the baby face down to a beanbag. And the WikiLeaks founder, Julian Assange, is given the right to appeal his extradition to the United States.
It's the highest number of parcels we've ever provided on record, and we know that we've provided over 1.1 million of them for children, with 65% of the parcels we provide going to households with children. It's just really shocking. We see variations across the UK, but when we look over the last 5 years across the board, we've seen an almost doubling in the number of people having to access emergency food because they simply don't have enough money to be able to afford the essentials. We're hearing from families that they're just not able to make their budget stretch to cover the costs of essentials. And by essentials, I mean things like food and household bills. The cost of inflation on essential items like food and bills is just such that compared to just even a couple of years ago, people's budgets can't stretch. We're obviously relieved to see that inflation is not going up by as much as it was before, but the reality is for essential items like food and household bills, the cost is still much higher than they were a couple of years ago. And that fundamental problem is people are just not receiving enough income to cover the cost of those essentials. And a bedrock of ensuring that this changes is making sure our social security system is fit for purpose. I think we can all understand if you're struggling to know how you're going to feed your families, if children are leaving home in the morning not having had sufficient breakfast, it's going to affect their ability to engage in school. It's also going to affect people's mental health. It's going to affect their physical health. We all need food as an essential, and not being able to afford that is something that's just shocking and can't continue. We absolutely share our data and speak regularly with the government and with all political parties. And for us, it's really clear this has to be an urgent issue that any incoming government seeks to address. We've seen cost of living payments being provided last year, but those have now ended. So I think understanding that urgent action is needed this year, because otherwise families on the lowest incomes are going to see next year as much, much harder than the year that's just passed.
Welcome back now. A nursery nurse who strapped a baby girl face down to a beanbag for more than an hour and a half has been convicted of her manslaughter. 37-year-old Kate Ruffling, who can be seen here leaving Manchester Court last week, also covered the baby and swaddled the 9-month-old Genevieve Meehan while in her care. Fraser Maud has the latest.
Particularly disturbing and distressing case, this 9-month-old Genevieve Meehan, known to her parents as Gigi, was taken to the Tiny Toes nursery in May 2022, where they expected her to be looked after and cared for by professionals, but that trust was ultimately to be fatally misplaced. One of the workers there, the assistant manager, 37-year-old Kate Ruffling, was one of those due to take care of Gigi, and for some reason the prosecution said that she'd taken an inexplicable dislike to the youngster. That was evident on CCTV footage, which showed Ruffling dealing with Gigi, saying, "Stop whinging, stop being a stress head, keep quiet, change the record," and basically treating her in a manner which they said was unacceptable. She claimed that she only treated Gigi in the same way that she would treat any other child in her care, but on the day that she died, Ruffling wrapped her, swaddled Gigi in blankets, restricting the movements of her arms and legs, placed her face down on a beanbag where she was then strapped into position. And an hour and a half after she'd been placed in that position, she was found to be blue and unresponsive when Ruffling did check on her. Previous checks, which she claimed she'd made, the prosecution said were purely cursory and were just paying lip service to the care which should have been provided. Well, today she was found guilty of manslaughter after Gigi died from what the pathologist said was a combination of asphyxia and pathophysiological stress. Outside court, the investigating officer and Gigi's father, John, spoke about the conviction.
Genevieve was so young when her life